T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Country roads, take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country roads. Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountain, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country roads. All my memories gather round her, mine is lady, up in my country roads. Take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama. Take me home, country roads. I hear her voice in the morning now. She calls me. The radio reminds me of my home far away. And driving down the road, I get a feeling that I should have been home yesterday. Yesterday, country roads, take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama. Take me home, country roads, country roads. Take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama. Take me home, country roads. Take me home, country roads. Take me home, country roads.
At the intersection of what is and what can be, our stories are written. It's where decisions are made and lives are ultimately defined. In which way you go when staring at this fork in the road can mean everything. Maybe you go left, take the easy path, minimal upside, minimal downside, proven and tangible. It gives immediate identity, but also brings with it some degree of regret, not because you won't like who you are, but because you'll never know what you could have been. Maybe you can't live with that. Maybe you go right. Let's say you roll the dice, dream chaser, eyes fixated on the horizon, moving toward it, soon to realize that the world you live in will bring you to your knees faster than you can blink. That uncertainty hurts, that effort without immediate validation is pain, and that the road less traveled is less traveled because of the difficulty associated with it. And now you have a very important question to ask yourself. Do you have what it takes? Can you see the big picture when the sky appears to be falling down around you? When all it takes is to backpedal and be comfortable again, to take the other road, to return to what you knew, can you still move forward? See, it's a funny thing when you're in pain, it becomes very easy to forget why you began. The pragmatic human brain sees discomfort as a problem and it wants it gone immediately. People don't give up because they're cowards. They don't quit because they don't have what it takes. They give up because they can no longer see the big picture. They forgot why they started. When all you see is directly in front of you, you lose the ability to see your finish line. When you're at a crossroad, you have to know this. If you take the hard road, you are betting on the future at the expense of the present. Dreams are a sacrifice. They're not some fluffy concept invented to prop you up after a hard day. Sure, they're the top of the mountain, but they're also the bottom. They're the dirt, the rocks, the scratching, the clawing. They're what people don't see. The chapters that are not read aloud. And when you're in it, when you are truly in it, uncertainty needs to be embraced like it's the wind to your sails. You signed that dotted line for a reason. because you can see past the immediate, the now. Because to get to the top, you start at the ground floor and you elevate past every single level that stands between you and your dream. Now will not intimidate or discourage because you are bigger than right now. You are the pages unwritten. And you did what so few people are willing to do. You didn't look at the pen, you picked it up. Now write. Write a story for the ages.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies! Screw them! Good morning, guys. Good morning to you. I hope you had a wonderful day yesterday. The title for today is Ape Shares Are Just as Important as AMC Shares. I'm telling you now, right, guys, you got to hear me on this. You got to hear me. These shares are going to be just as vital, incredibly as vital, as important as the AMC shares that we have been holding for the last year and 8 months. I'm telling you right now, these shares are extremely important. Don't just treat them like they're trash. They're really important shares. I can't tell you, walking through the community, seeing what I've seen in the last 24 hours, I can't tell you how disappointed I am in seeing people talking about these shares as if they were just something that they would throw away. They're not something. They're not trash, guys. They're not just emptiness. They're half of what it is that we have been fighting for so long. Don't treat them like trash. That's all I got to say. That's all I got for this morning. That's it. That's all I have for this morning, guys. That's it. I don't have anything else. There's one thing that I impress upon you all day today, across the entire community, is these shares are not trash. They're not just something to laugh and scoff at or be angry about or anything. They are just as important as your AMC shares. They hold every much as ounce of importance to what it is that we've been doing. Fook, you were wrong. Ape shares have just as much voting power as an ape share, as an AMC share. AMC and ape shares have no difference in voting power. Exactly the same amount of power. These shares are exactly like Eric Cuttle says, something to be cherished. I'm not kidding you guys. They're not trash. If you're gonna trash on your ape shares, and you're trashing on AMC. Arthur Martin says ape units are more important. They are finite, unlike AMC, which I hold and cherish. They have been turned into infinite numbers, in my opinion. They are. In some instances, in some ways, Arthur, what you're saying is true. Ape units are more important than AMC shares. But I want people to have at least as much value in them as they have for their AMC shares. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you at all. They are more important, but I want people to treat them the same way because they are super important. I'm going to repeat this all day today, guys. This is going to be my mantra for the day today. You better strap in and get ready for it, because I'm telling you right now, that's going to be the message that I'm talking about for the rest of the day. I don't care how long it takes for it to sink into people's heads. As long as I see it being talked about in the community, that people are trashing on these ape shares, the more I'm going to talk about it. But I was really disappointed, super disappointed in the general idea, and it doesn't. You may have seen me talking in some community last night, here, there, elsewhere. I may not even be talking about those places. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the community as a whole. I go around all over the place and I listen to everything that everybody says. I listen to the guys on the other side of this play, and I listen to what it is that they have to say. I listen to everything. I have to understand what both sides are saying. I'm telling you guys, these shares are super important. Don't trash them. Don't trash them because you're trashing on AMC if you do. Man, I hope people understand. And I want you guys to it starts here. It starts right here. You guys don't just keep this to yourselves. Pass this around. Pass this information around. Make sure people understand how important these shares are. Everywhere you go, everywhere you talk about it, make sure you if you hear people talking about or trashing on Ape shares, you stop them. Stop them in their tracks and you let them point them in my direction. If you can't explain it to them, point them in my direction. I will talk to them. I don't care how you do it. You got to let people know. We have to let people know in the community these shares are important. Spread the word. We are the community. The only reason this works, any of this, was because of the fact that we could communicate through social media across the board and inform people to make them understand what was going on. That's what makes this whole thing work. It starts with you guys, every single one of you, talking, being a part of the community, saying things, and getting the message out. The message needs to be there. These are important. Don't trash on them. Sugar Crane, let me explain to you the importance of these shares. These shares are going to hold half the value of AMC. Preferred stock typically trades higher than the stock of the company because it does have a little bit more power. Preferred stock typically has first rights to dividends. Another fact is that it's going. If you watch, I watched a little bit of Marcel last night, and based on some of the information that he's been finding, is that it's much more difficult. Um, well, it's less. I'm trying to think of the right words to put this in. The ability to short preferred stock is highly undesirable because of the fact that it has more power. So usually institutions don't like shorting preferred stock. It's all right. We're going to figure this out, though. We're going to figure this out together. I'm reading what Arthur says. He said, Casey, the ape units are rare and difficult to understand security. Folks just don't understand them yet. And I agree. We got to just keep passing the word around and making sure that people know what's going on here. But, start feeling the ownership of these shares because, if somebody starts talking trash about them, you tell them they're talking about AMC. Boring most days says thoughts on Susquehanna margin alert yesterday, a couple minutes after our halts. I'm sure it was nothing. I have never seen. So the first thing that I will say is that I have never seen a published margin alert ever in my 22, 24, 20. It's been about 24 years now. 23, 24 years of trading. I have never once seen a printed alert for a margin call. So it was very unusual for me to see that. I was like, is this for real? Like that was my first thing. I was like, we need to verify this. So I haven't seen any verification. I've seen lots of people who have been dispelling the myth, the rumor. I don't really care one way or the other. Um, Margin calls will happen when they happen, and we'll know it when it happens because price will go shooting through the roof. So just it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter if it was true or if it was false. We'll know if it was real once we start seeing price just absolutely skyrocketing. In regards to options, guys, I can't help you with what I would say is this. In regards to options, I would go back and I'd look at what DFV did. All his videos are still out there. I can tell you, but you should probably go check it out too. Don't just take my word for it. He bought quarterlies and he bought leaps. He didn't just buy 2 week out options. He bought leaps and quarterlies, and I think he was onto something there. So just throwing that out there, leaps and quarterlies. Let's see. I'm trying to read through the comments. Yeah, so it will trade independently, Sugar Crane, from AMC, but it's still going to have AMC's value. It's just AMC. Just imagine your share is just it's a different ticker. It's all AMC. That's how it's going to have its value. It's going to have its value find its value through AMC. Anthony says, here's a question that just popped in my head. Are Ape's shares considered a cash account purchase that can't be lent out? They can be lent out. And it will depend on what kind of account you hold with your broker. So they should, if you have a cash account with your broker, it'll be in a cash account. It's not, it's not, it shouldn't be. If you have a margin account, then they'll be on margin. Although you you may not get issued preferred shares if you're on margin. May. I don't know this for a fact. May. Arthur says, last night a person was asking in Bigham's live stream, if I sell my Ape, will also sell my AMC since they are 1-to-1. That is how little people are understanding this. Yes, we really need to get the message out that people understand that these are just basically AMC shares. They have just as much value and power, if not more, than AMC shares. AMC is giving it value, Sugar Crane. And so hence, therefore, if AMC is giving them value and you sell them, then you're devaluing AMC by selling them. Prophecy Guy on release. Hold on a second. I messed up. Okay, there it is. On release, those shares will be worth half the price, I think. I'm not 100% certain on this, but I mean, Adam Aaron was alluding pretty much to half the price is going to be split on AMC, so they should be worth half the price. I wouldn't suggest that AMC or initially AMC and Ape will be valued at the same thing. Hollywood Music, I'll take a look at the values here 15 minutes before market open and give you my predictions and the other guys' predictions on where we think it's going to go. But we're not always right, so don't take our word for it. Ray says, is this right? Half of our current shares will be Ape shares. I mean, I guess because after that's if you hold until the 22nd, Ray, and your broker is saying that you have your ape shares. Once you have your ape shares, and it will double the amount of shares. So in that case, then uh, half would technically be ape. And no, you would not have to trade ape to AMC shares. And the great thing is that you'll still hold half your position, or you'll still hold your full position that you had already in AMC. You're getting a doubling. You're going to have double the amount of shares. So whatever you have in your account right now, double it. So you're going to have double the amount of shares, and so that's not necessarily the last part of what you said there. So if this happens before the squeeze, we have to do trade ape and AMC shares. Um, we don't have to do anything. Those shares can just sit there. PC3, as far as margin calls go, I mean it's between the broker, it's between the lender and the borrower. So I wouldn't I don't know if I put any faith into T+2. Ace Ventura is saying 41 strike options got added to the option chain. Does that help or hurt price action or neutral? In some instances, I feel like it hurts it a little bit. I know every time we've ever seen them add additional uh, strike prices upwards, that it usually kind of controls price a little bit, helps to control price. Fook, yes, that is correct. If you hold 100 shares, you should get 100 apes. That is correct. Somebody said something really important in here, and it's very true. Hold on. Arthur says Sugar Crane, at the initial split, it will take its value from AMC. After that, the value comes from supply and demand, and there are only 516 million apes in circulation. That's correct. It's true. Manjit says, I like the idea that even after we sell our AMC, when it squeeze, we still own AMC by holding on to Ape. That's very true. Mount St. Funk says, I read that institutions usually buy preferred stock because they get tax advantages from it. Individuals do not. I believe that to be true. I'm not 100% certain on that. I do know that Marcel did a very good breakdown on that information, and I didn't get to hear all of it because I kind of passed out listening to him last night. But I think that might be true, though. Will the price of 8 be in sync with AMC? No. Only only on the very first day when it gets split. After that, they'll probably separate in price. Oh, Grandpa Barney, I can't give you an answer to that. Grandpa Barney is asking after the split, which one should we buy most of? I can't answer that for you, Grandpa Barney. I really, I don't know. Not only that, I would say this. I know there's some institutions out there, perhaps like Robinhood, who's saying that they don't support buying currently they're saying they don't support buying of preferred stock. So you may not have an opportunity to buy through some institution. So it may depend on who your broker is. You may not even have the opportunity, right? So uh, I think that might even help lend to you an example of how important these shares really are. But I can't tell you which one to buy or which one's more important to buy. It's going to be something you're going to have to decide. It's your money, it's your choice, man. I wish I could give you that answer, but I just can't. You're welcome, Fook. Uh, Fuzzy says, Casey, I copy paste something from Simple and Awesome in our Discord. I am too excited to figure out how to put it all here take a look. I'm smooth brain and light bulb blinded me when I got it. Please. Okay, let me take a look under DD, Fuzzy, and see. I'm going to scroll real quick down here to the bottom, guys, because it's time to take a look at our numbers. I'm like past due. So let me scroll to the bottom here and see if I can't make sure I get answered any really important questions. We'll take a look at the DD that Fuzzy put out, and then we'll look at the numbers. MG2, take our total value right now of $24, divide it in half, which would be $12, and multiply that by 480 million. It's more than enough to cover the entire debt at our current price. And that's assuming that we don't go up any further from now, which I think we will. $12 times 480 million. Will there even be shares of Ape available to buy? I have a feeling, Dino Mike, that probably there won't be. But we'll see. MG, yeah, I did. John says, "How did you sleep, Casey? Did you get rest? Man, can you hear it in my voice? Can you hear it in my voice, John? Because I probably sound tired. I haven't had my coffee yet. This is gonna be one of those mornings where I'm gonna tell somebody to shut the hell up. I probably should go get some coffee here. I woke up 15 minutes before I had to start the show. Luckily, I had taken a shower before I went to bed last night. I woke 15 minutes before I had to start the show and panicked a little bit. It's a good thing I had a song already picked out and everything. John says it sounds like you slept in the van sitting up. Yeah, man. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at the DD that Fuzzy posted in the DD section. Let's see here. I'm not sure which. You don't show up as Fuzzy on here, so I'm not sure which one you are. I'm assuming it's the very last one, perhaps, because that was posted this morning. It says, I see it as nobody considering what happens to AMC after MOASS, but AA has to. If we all sell and take our tendies, then the short hedge funds who wanted us to fail would own AMC, and buying back in would be giving them money back. Then you've got some like numbers and stuff right here. You got a post from Tara. Says this way we can sell our AMC to them and still have Ape. After MOASS, he can dilute Ape and sell it to newly wealthy retail who vote to convert. This not only keeps retail owning AMC after MOASS, but has the delightful bonus of diluting the AMC price that hedge funds paid fortunes for. Yeah. I don't disagree with that. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to let people know. The importance of these shares is really high here, guys. It's like super high. There's a lot of power in these Ape shares. If you just toss them in the trash, like they're worth nothing because they don't have the term AMC on them because you've been fighting for AMC for so long, then you're not understanding the full importance of these shares. These shares are absolutely 100% powerful. Super powerful shares. It gives you an opportunity to have a position in AMC after this is all over. Those shares can be converted back into AMC and you're now rebought back into AMC. You're rebought back into AMC. Think about that for a second, guys. Think about that. You get to rebuy for free. For free? For free. You get to buy back in for free. You don't have to do anything other than vote to get your shares converted into AMC shares again. They're so powerful, guys. So powerful. I can't express to you enough. For free. It's just like it's mind-boggling that to think about the idea that you just get a free rebuy. If you're a poker player, somebody tells you, hey, you're gonna get a free rebuy into the tournament if you get knocked out. Everybody gets all loosey goosey. Let me tell you, man, everybody gets loosey goosey when they know that you got a free rebuy. They'll go all in. I've seen crazy things. I I went and played a poker tournament with somebody one time, and they got knocked out of the tournament on their first try. The rebuy, they didn't want to rebuy because it cost money. But even with a rebuy that where you have to pay, they had pocket aces and got knocked out by somebody who had king nine offsuit, and they got him shoved in pre-flop. For those of you who know poker, this is probably making sense. To other people, it doesn't make much sense, but they got him in good pre-flop, all in, second or third hand of the tournament. They lose to King Nine offsuit, and they were just so pissed they gave up the tournament because who goes all in on King Nine offsuit? And especially like second or third hand. Well, whenever there's rebuys, people start acting all loosey goosey with their shares. Guys, nothing changes. Nothing changes with these new shares. Don't be loosey goosey. But you get a free rebuy, free rebuy. I don't know where I got that from. I think it's from a commercial from a local commercial from a car dealership in Eugene, Oregon, or something like that, where you would go for free. I'm logging into my broker, guys. I'm not going to see what it is you guys are writing from here on out. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have that, you may want to consider it. It's pretty important stuff. It's free. It's gonna be like the new title for tomorrow. Man. Did you say free? Free. Yeah, these shares are really important though, guys. Super, super, super important. All right, I'm logged in. Let's take a look at these numbers. I know I'm a little overdue here, guys, but I can't even begin to express how important it is that I think these shares are. Um, and I'm going to talk about it a lot. Just get ready for it. Let's see here. Starting in the top left-hand corner, we sucked. So none of us, not a single darn one person of us. Oh, wait, hold on a second. My glasses aren't on. I'm like looking at my picture going, hey, that guy he doesn't have any glasses on. Let me put my glasses on. Hold on a second. I gotta clean the glasses first. So I'll talk about the price prediction tally points. That guy is fuzzy. Why is he so fuzzy? Oh, he has no glasses. Yes. Oh, I see better now. Price prediction tally points. Those are the numbers from last week. Again, congratulations to Eric on last week's win. Unfortunately, there will be no points awarded for yesterday's performance because every single one of us got the price prediction tally wrong for yesterday. Keto, I'll give credit to Keto. He was the closest. But I'll read them off to you here in just a second so you guys can see it. We'll hang our heads in embarrassment over. Oh, these glasses are not clean yet. Hold on. We'll give credit where credit's due, but none of us got it right, and we can hang our heads in shame and just try to be better going forward. These glasses are still not clean. What the heck is going on here? I got a smudge spot. Won't go away. Come on. It's like the ones that are right at the edge of the glass that don't want to go away. Like you probably touched it with your oily fingers, Casey, and got the oil right down in the crevice. There we go. Much cleaner now. Okay. Oh, I can see. Whew, that's nice. That guy's clear. I can see him. Price prediction tally points. So zeros across the board. Monty, 0. He had 2807 to 3107. Eric, oops, hold on a second. Eric, 0. Eric had 28 to 31. Casey, 0. That guy had 27.10 to 30.10. And Keto, 0. That guy was the closest. He had 24.13 to 27.13. We ended the day at 23.96. He was only off by 17 cents. So not bad. Not bad, Keto. So close. Actually, Keto came in originally with a price range that was in. He said 23.13 to 27.13, and I said, you meant 25, right? And then he changed his numbers to 24.13. So he would have, if he'd have stuck with his original values, he'd have been right, but he didn't. So really close though. Short exempt volume, guys, 2.59 million. I haven't seen 2.5. I haven't seen a million, and I don't even know if I've ever seen a million since I've been tracking short exempt volume. But we got 2.59 from Friday's short exempt reporting. Guess what? 2.44. 2.446. I'm just going to put in 2.44. 2.44 million shares of short exempt volume. We only need one more day of this sustained short exempt volume for me to consider this 3 trigger points. We are so close. We are so close. Change the color to yellow. Oops, that didn't work. One second. I'm having an issue. Technical difficulties. There we go. We've got 2 greens and 1 yellow, I think. Let's check out day-over-day price increase was 8.03%. So that's 3 of 3. And utilization, let's check out Ortex. What is Ortex going to say? That should be 100%. I can't imagine it not being. Yep, showing 100%. Let me just verify the date. August 8th. That is the correct date. We have 126 days of 100% utilization. Max Payne was 18 yesterday. I'm gonna guess that it's probably 19. I'm gonna say it's 20 today. Let's go. I'm gonna go with 20. 20 it is. Max Payne is now $20. Off exchange, these numbers were really low yesterday. I had somebody ask me, what did you see any kind of weird things that you feel were abnormal in yesterday's trading? And my initial response was, yeah. Off exchange was extremely lower than it has been. I said by about 10%, and I would say it was more than that, right? Because well, I guess it wasn't really. It was kind of sort of. The 30-day average for off exchange volume is 56.72, but we had 49.35. So not quite 10%, but it was close. But the increased amount of options that are being traded was extremely high at 13.73 compared to the average 30-day of 11.24. Combining those two numbers together, we got 63.08. I feel like a normal number for us is 64%. So we were under by at least 1% from what I would consider to be a normal day in volume going through those two off exchanges. Institutional share ownership. 191.635 was the final number from yesterday. Let's see what it is this morning. 191.440. A little bit of a drop there. And moving up to Ortex data, you'll see that the estimated short share interest of the free float's at 18.72%. Shares on loan are at 131.89, which is a slight increase. Yeah, very slight increase day over day on loan amounts. We'll cover that here in just a few minutes. Probably not enough to really bat too much of an eyelid at. Looking at the options. Our lottery ticket losers, which may end up becoming winners, it's moved. It's moved quite a bit. When we started out this week, it was $34.50. They've opened up 35 through 41 now in strike prices. At $34.50, there was 7.6 thousand contracts. There's now 7.4, which means at least 200 contracts were closed out day over day in open interest. And now at a $40 strike price, there's 25.6 thousand contracts. I'm going to change that value. I'm going to change it to the new strike because it's quite a difference. 40. And at 40, there's 25.6 thousand contracts. Big, big difference. They just opened up 41 overnight. At a $30 strike price, yesterday there were 16.1 thousand contracts. There's now 24,000 in open interest. And on puts, let's see where the highest amount of open interest is here. Looks like it's going to be 20. Yeah. At a $20 strike price, which is up from 17. Yesterday 17, there was 5.4 thousand contracts. It's now 20 with 11.3 thousand contracts. So the spread in open interest is $20 to $30, signaling that there may be a closing price somewhere around 25 by the end of the week. Keep that in mind going forward. Give me a second. I got to move a couple pages around. That's not where is. Oh, here it is. I don't think there's any new reportings on failure to deliver, so I'm not going to put that page up today. Alrighty, let's take a look at some of the Ortex data here. There's your 126 straight days of utilization being 100%. We'll zoom in on this just a tad so we can see the data here that is more current. On loan amount did drive up here just slightly from 131.77 to 131.89. So very, very small change. What is that? 120,000 new loaned shares. On loan average age per day driving up from 58.9 to 60.98. Estimated short share interest of the free float went up by 0.01 from 18.71 to 18.72. Security lending volume was a little bit lower yesterday. It looks like it may have cut in half. We went from 20.96 million in security lending volume to 10.91. So yeah, pretty much a cutting in half of security lending volume. and we are not on any threshold lists. Let's just check trading signals, see if we got anything in. No new trading signals. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC came in second for the day yesterday with a 51% buy to 49% sell ratio. GME came in ninth with a 45% buy to 55% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $21.56. Looks like they're shorting today, guys. They're gonna short. So far for the day, they've borrowed. I opened it up earlier and I saw that they had already borrowed 300,000 shares. So I'm just going to subtract from the 3.6. So 3.9 plus whatever they've done in the ETFs. There's at least 50,000 borrowing in ETFs. So we're going to call it 3.95 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today on Sonko Tracker, which is definitely an elevated borrowing day. They are going to try and short the stock down today. There's going to be some short interest being created here. Fees are at 6.5%. 103.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 53.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 87.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 10.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. It's going to get to those. I know I started talking a little bit more favorably about options, guys, but unless you have like leaps or quarterlies, holding option positions overnight is going to get extremely dangerous over the next 2 weeks here until we get that Ape issuance. But we're well back over this 100,000 shares out of the money right now, which is concerning. Let's take a look at our futures. The VIX is up 2.1% right now, so we're looking at some down futures. More than likely, let's see. Yeah, most of them look like the market's going to be down at least a half a point across the board, or half a percentage point. Sorry. Nasdaq, or sorry, Hang Seng was the only market that did. Let me refresh this. Hold on, this might not be accurate. Yeah, Hang Seng was the only one that was down in the eastern side of the world. It was down 0.21. Everything else was up. Shenzhen was up 0.24. So we may start off red this morning, but it looks like we may have a green ending of the day. Possibly. In the pre-market, we have Tesla down 0.52, Amazon down 0.76, Cinemark up 3.22, Doge is down 0.52, Bitcoin is down 2.32, GameStop is down 2.28, HYMC is down 2.91, Hood is down 0.66, and CMI is down 4.49. AMC is down 1.92 in the pre-market. Yesterday, our inflow versus outflow. $13 million more in inflow. So far this morning, we've traded 186,000 shares so far. So a little bit lower volume than what we saw yesterday. Currently, and you can tell that they're definitely trying to bring down the price. They're using those shares that they've borrowed to try and drop price here almost immediately, right off the bat in the morning. Synthetic price failure, guys, coming in. It's right down there. Let me pull up the SSR to reflect where we're supposed to be at, which is at 2156. Ironically, super close to a paper hand trigger point for SSR or for SPF. Very close. I would expect that we may go down here and hit this today. Somewhere very close to these numbers before returning back up again. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.52, which is above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 80.38, having signaling overbought. On a 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, which just crossed over here within the last hour of more selling pressure than buying pressure and an RSI of 49.46, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.65, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, looks like equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 25.72, signaling oversold. So we've got RSI looks like it's cooled off on the 1 hour and better, but the daily and the weekly are still kind of high. It's really simple for them to drop price in the pre-market. What you'll probably see have happen is that they'll get this down as close as they possibly can to triggering SSR before market opens, and then do the final push down to trigger SSR. Once they do trigger SSR, if they found paper hands, since SPF and SSR are aligning, if there are paper hands, you'll see it continue to drop further along the way. If there were no paper hands, then you'll more than likely see it bounce off of an SSR trigger and move up quite quickly. Get our Bollinger Bands up there so we can see what's happening with that. Here's our pokey stick of volume. We had 200,000 shares going into the pokey stick of volume here, and it looks like that's going to just be a little bit more than doubling of that number. Not quite putting us at a 500,000 shares traded so far, so that which would be very close to me predicting 100 million shares traded. So we'll be under 100 million more than likely today. In volume, number's still moving around here. Give it a minute. Looks like it's going to be about 474. I'm going to predict somewhere between 70 to 90 million shares traded for the day today. And with that, oh wait, Ichimoto. Almost forgot Ichimoto. Hold on a second. On the Ichimoto, you've got lagging line is still above price line. Conversion has already crossed over base. There's definitely going to be some selling pressure going on today. You can see that right here. The bottom of the cloud, where price does usually like to break through, is going to be in the 19 range. We'll see if it gets there or not. There's definitely going to be some selling pressure coming in here, though. We've got the conversion line crossing the baseline. On the 4-hour, this is the first time that price is running into, well, kind of actually the second time. Second time the price is running into the conversion line. We still have lagging line above baseline. We do have the cloud in the future here running down to about 1684 on the green over here. I have a feeling it will probably not pass through there though. If you don't know what a synthetic price failure is, guys, you got to look it up. It's in the description box. I've got a video on what a synthetic price failure is. It's going to help you to understand why we see these 20% price swings. It's just simply an attempt to try and, good morning, Dana. It's just simply an attempt to try and get you guys, it's to generate paper hands. It's to basically get people to sell their shares. Yo says, I'm interested to see how low they take it. Gets halved at 20 or below. We'll see 10 or lower post issuance. I don't think that's going to happen, Yo, but yeah. Then off to the barbers for their collateral. That would be correct. CPI is tomorrow. I looked at it this morning, Yo. It is tomorrow, the 10th. Justin, I'm seeing you say AMC Bigum, so I don't know what that's in reference to. I'm just now seeing what you guys are writing. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing a little bit of retracement going on this morning. Fred says, fear not. I agree. Doge Colt, I don't know. Pokey stick of volume was 283,000 shares. It was 283,000 shares, and we had like 200 going into it. So we basically had about 483,000. Danny says, rock strong. MG Toe says, hey Casey, someone told me if you have to eat it. Oh man. MG Toe says, hey Casey, somebody told me if you have to eat a shit sandwich, do it quickly. No, you got it wrong, man. It's take big bites. It's the same thing. It's the same sentiment. But yeah. Take big bites. I hope Adam Aaron sells the remainder of the Ape shares quickly. Monday pays off the AMC debt so we don't have to taste it. Take big bites. It's the truth, man. It's true. It's a true statement. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. That gave me a good laugh. Janito says, good morning. Good morning to you, Janito. As a rule, more than likely, I imagine they're going to be trying to trip this SSR here again. Which, as a rule, it's not a bad thing, right? If you think about it, we've been looking for 1 million plus on short exempt volume for 3 days in a row. That would definitely help us get there. Because right now we're 2 out of 3. Man, you made me miss my dad, MG Toe. I really wish he was here to see this. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but I just really wish he was here to see this. Roadster Guy says, good morning, Casey and everyone. Some people wanted to sell some AMC shares to get their initial investment back with Ape shares. You don't have to. It's free. It's free. This is the point. This is a great point, Roadster Guy. Like, it gives you a full rebuy. Why would you do that? But I mean, it is your money and it's your choice. But I mean, it's such powerful shares. Those are powerful shares. Why would you do that? That doesn't make sense. I can never really tell you how far down it's going to drive Thorbladed, but I can tell you that typical turning around points are 20% and 35%. So our top, if you want to do the math for yourself, you can. Our top was 27.50. A 20% turnaround point would be $22, right on the nuts. And 35%, you can do the math from 27.50. I'm not going to. Ah, fine, I will. I'm kind of curious. Let's see. I've got my Excel formula set up over here, so I'm just going to add one more box and change it for 35%. Oh no. What did I do? I hate it when I fat finger stuff. Let's see here. 35%. 1788. Those are the usual turnaround points. So if they get us down to like 21.5% and you see it start dropping and it starts heading right for that 35%, then that means we've had some paper hands already along the way. But I really don't expect to see it to drop that far. I think a 35% drop would be kind of unwarranted. MG said 8:04 a.m. Hot catch. All right, wait. I got to catch up to what you guys are saying here because I feel like I've lagged behind a little bit because I've already lost. Okay, there we go. I'm going to catch up. I'm going to skip over a lot of stuff. Monty says 25.13 to 28.13. Good morning, Monty. Possibly. Possibly. Yo's asking Casey. It looked at the options. Lowest IV price is loaded up around 17. Does that mean that they're taking it that way? I mean, I don't want to say that's for sure. But I mean, do note that max pain is at 20 now. So 20 would be more realistic. Yeah, Cole, that's correct about what you said. AMC Bigham's made a great point about Ape stock I'm holding, but even if people sell, brokers will buy. Ape price goes up, and Add American pay off debt. So smart, so interesting. And the other part too that a lot of people don't understand is he doesn't even have to sell those shares. He can actually work a deal to give those shares to institutions who he owes money to in a trade to wipe the debt clear. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the shares will actually hit the market. They might actually hold on to those shares, those preferred shares, and then just erase the debt. Salty Dog says, but the more bread you have, the less shit you have to eat. It's, it's I mean, in terms of money, yeah, the less you taste of, I don't know, man. It's like adding. So I used to work safety in semiconductor industry. Uh, I always wanted to be a part of the ERT team, so I signed up for that one time. But and then it just kind of continued on. But um, it's like a lot of people's first reaction to a chemical spill is to add water to dilute. And the interesting thing about that is all it really does is just clean up it expands the mess that you've created. So what I'm thinking is when you say this, when you add more bread, all I can think of is just it's just more to eat that you're gonna have. It's a longer time that you're gonna have to be eating it for. But um, but yeah. trying to read through these guys. I'm trying to get through them quickly. Senkar is trying to get a hang tag trending for Adam Aaron to ring the bell on the 22nd. That'd be kind of cool. Casey, can you type your Twitter username, please? Or can you? Yeah, sure. AMKC Shaw at. Hold on a second. I think that's right. Yeah. Robert, you're welcome, man. Welcome to the family here. I feel like we have a pretty good community. Don't be a stranger. Feel free to ask questions. And don't feel like you have to hit the like button. I don't know why everybody's so like adamant about this whole like crap. I don't care. Cole said, literally almost threw up my breakfast. Free. Rusty Glass says, "Good morning, Casey. It looks like the hedges and the computer algorithms work pretty hard overnight. Actually, they've been working really hard since I started live streaming, and I agree with you. They borrowed every single share they possibly could to short this down. They're almost at 4 million shares borrowed so far this morning. Holy crap, you guys are going too fast. I got to read quicker." Yo says, "Casey, can he not issue more ape for 30 days post IPO? Heard that this morning, so it's all right." So I don't know where the whole 30-day thing comes from. Um, I've been hearing that a lot. I don't. There was no lockout period in the prospectus, and based on the research that I've done so far, I can't find any place where there's a rule that says that they can't do anything within the first 30 days. I know that's been kind of pushed lately, but I can't find that anywhere in the prospectus, and everything that I've looked up so far states that, unless I'm missing an SEC ruling that I don't know about, everything that I've read so far says that it has to follow what the prospectus says. And if the prospectus has a lockout period of 30 days, then that would be followed. But we have no lockout in our prospectus that I could find. So right now I'm leaning towards the side of I don't think that there's any stipulations on when Adam Aaron could sell shares, or when there could be shorting, or when there could be off exchange trades being made. All of that will be running on day one. Roaster Guy says, "Did you have a chance to look into that?" And I'm not sure. I'm scrolling back up to. I'm not sure. Roadster Guy. I'm not sure what it is that you're talking about. Country Pride says, "I wanted to know your take on short and long term. I have shares both long and short, about half and." What? What did I miss? I gotta go back up. I gotta scroll up now. I don't know what you're talking about, CP. I have shares both long and short. I don't understand. CPE and Roadster Guy, throw up the messages again, because I can't see them. Cole says, "I swear the autocorrect in Casey Shaw YouTube makes me look illiterate as hell. How you correct God bless to godless when I complete your wife's support yesterday. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're saying compliment your wife's support. Yeah. I get what it is. I know a lot of times that the autocorrect is kind of nasty. All right. All right. I'm back down. I'm caught up to at least where I'm seeing the page moving now. Einstein says if Adam Aaron was only issuing the AMC flow of Ape, why did they create? They did not create 4.5 billion. They've got 50 million preferred shares. They've only requested an issuance of 10 million, which means we're going to get 1 billion Ape shares. Of those 1 billion Ape shares, 516,820,595 of them are going to be sent to retail, and Adam Aaron is going to hold on to the remaining 483,179,405 shares. So there's not 4.5 billion. They've only registered for an issuance of 10 million preferred shares, which translates to 1 billion shares. So get it out of here, Einstein. Get it out. Get that 4.5 billion FUD out of here. Yes, I did investigate that halt yesterday morning, Roaster Guy, and I tweeted about it. I can share it with you guys right now if you want to see. This is what I found. So the information, what I'll say is this. Some of the information that I had on halts that I was working off of was apparently old from 2013. So, and I guess I didn't realize how old the information was that I had. I will share this with you on the screen real quick, guys. Tier 2 NMS securities previous close under or greater than $3. During market hours, including open and close, it's 10% from 9:30 a.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. The information that I had from the past was the first 15 minutes of trading had a 20%, and the last 15 minutes had a 20% increase number. That's actually changed in like 2013. In 2013, it's now 9:30 to 4. It gets 10%, and it's actually there's a subset to this rule that I don't think I saved anywhere. But from 3:45 to 4 o'clock, it doubles to 20%, like I was thinking it does for the morning. It only does it in the afternoon now. So it's 20% from 3:45 to 4. That's why we see so much volatility in the last 15 minutes before market close. But the reason we flagged for yesterday was because of that 10%, 10.71% that we went up in the first 5 minutes of trading. So it was a very legitimate halting. Nothing not legitimate about it at all. Oh, will the short and long-term hold have different tax implications? Adam Aaron kind of alluded to that a little bit. And yes, I mean anything that you're holding for over a year is going to have long-term. You'll be able to avoid short-term gains. So holding on to shares long enough to make that kind of status helps you with your taxes. But I'm not a CPA, so I can't really give you tax advice. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some positive sides to ownership of shares that are over a year old, and then holding and not selling the ones that are, if you want to try to get to that tax exemption, you would want to potentially hold on to the shares that haven't met that requirement, especially if they're really close to meeting it. Ultimately, though, you're going to have to weigh the decision between how much this tax is really going to impact you on those portion of shares which have not met that requirement when it comes time to sell. You're welcome, Roaster Guy. Cash to be made said he's buying all of Matt Core's fanny packs. Do you guys know that people who are in Australia right now are laughing their heads off every time we say fanny packs? I don't know if you guys know that or not. John says you don't pay taxes on what you hold, only what you sell. That's correct, John. If I said that, if I made it sound like I was talking about paying taxes on shares that you're holding, that's not what I meant. If it came across that way. MCon says, I just figure half for taxes. That's actually not a bad idea, MCon. I've actually stated that that's something. I don't know if I've said it on here before, but in private to other people, I've suggested that half of all my money I would just stick. Now I'm in a state, guys, remember, where I'm not getting taxed like everybody else is. Um, I don't have state tax here for my income on this, so I'm fortunate where I live. But I'm going to set aside half the money and just let it sit there. And I know I'm pretty certain that because the amount that I'm going to make is large enough, I should probably end up having to pay quarterly taxes. So I'm going to probably end up having to pay pretty soon after I sell. And I'm going to make sure that I have a CPA that's going to help me with that. So, but I'm going to set half of it aside and not even count on seeing that for at least a year. That money is just going to sit in a different account, and it's just going to sit there and do nothing. It's just going to sit. Some of you might want to do a little more than half. I don't know. Depends on your state taxes. Hey, Mitch. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Domainer, that's awesome, man. That's an awesome compliment you said. He's not into kissing butt. I appreciate that, man. I love you, no homo. Also, if you trade in a Roth IRA, then you don't pay taxes. It could be deferred. That would be true. Be careful with tax advice here, guys. Just be careful. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying be careful. Danny says Matt Kors is the type of guy who grabs samples with his hands at the food bar, even though the sign next to him says, "Please do not touch, ask for samples." Danny, what kind of kid was he when he walked up to the homes that had the candy just sitting out during Halloween? And it said, "Please only take one." Fred says, Casey, am I correct in thinking that the ape will increase in value quicker than the AMC due to demand and deliver ape by brokers, shorts, and Fred, I'm actually in agreement with you. That's how I'm thinking as well. Roadster guy, he says he's in Canada and we have tax-free savings accounts. We trade with no taxes on those cans. That's pretty awesome, man. American Trader says contact your CPA or get one if you don't have one. I agree. Now is a great time. Wait a minute. Yeah, we're in August. Now is a great time. Yeah, just say 6, 7. Yeah, now is a great time to go out and start interviewing CPAs. They shouldn't be tax burdened right now, and you could probably schedule an interview and an actual sit down without actually giving them your business. And when people say, "Well, how would you pick your CPA?" I would just talk to some of your friends or family and see if anybody has one. that they recommend to you. Because oftentimes, if they've gone many, many years working with a particular CPA and they feel comfortable with them, chances are that you probably will too. So, but I don't. I used to have a list of questions that I held that I had on hand. I don't have them right now. I can't find them anymore. I did my research over a year ago on a CPA, and so I've lost the questions now. There's somewhere I wrote them down in a book somewhere that I've got stashed away, and I'd have to go digging around trying to find it. But I could probably come up with some good questions for you guys to ask a CPA, just so you can kind of get a feel for whether or not they're going to be the right fit for you. If you guys really want me to, I could work on that, or you can just do it on your own. JE343 says, I wonder if 87,000 new IRS agents is the result of the coming MOASS. There might be something to that. The American Trader says he was the kind of kid we jumped out of the bush and stole his candy. Ooh. Are you telling me he got egged a lot? Just call the IRS and ask if they're still shorthanded. Savvy says everything looks blood red. Mount St. Funk says, yes, we accountants are not busy right now. Contact a CPA and set up an appointment. I agree. Now's a great time. I mean, they're past that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mount St. Funk, but isn't it like June, July, like one of those really big periods of times where it's like super busy? Now that it's August, like they should be like pretty quiet or quieter at least. The Mainer says the first question to CPA: do you love to stonk? I mean, you could. There's no reason why you couldn't ask a question like that. They might not answer, but who's Melvin Capital is the second question. Yeah, yeah. Yo says yes in finding a CPA. Find somebody somebody known and trusted. Don't hire the first Lou. That's what I'm saying. Like talk to family and friends, coworkers, whatever it is, and see if any of them have a CPA that they've been using for years and years and years. And if you find somebody who has somebody like that, just ask them if you can use them as a reference to go talk to them. Sometimes they get sometimes people get like reference kickbacks. So you could get your coworker or parents or whoever it is that you talk to. You can get them some kind of like hookup for getting the business for them. I can't even read that one, pork chopper. I heard review dork likes trans hookers. What the heck? Come on. That's crazy. That's craziness. It's free. Cashmere Mate says, I hope IV cools off today. I'd like to re-enter my option positions. I don't want to know about it. I don't want to know about it. Manjeet says, no taxes in Roth IRA, but you can only withdraw when you are 59 and half. Regular IRA, you can withdraw when you're 72. If you withdraw gradually, you can actually control your tax bracket. If you are on disability and meet certain criteria, you can withdraw from rollover IRA without penalty, but still have to pay taxes. Manjeet, I think she kind of knows what she might be talking about over here. Bill says, good thing I'm 62. We all know now that Bill's 62. A young lad he is. Cash me made. I don't. In all the years that I've been trading the market, I've never seen a printed form of a margin call before. And I'm not saying they don't exist. I actually believe they really do exist. I've just never seen one. So when we saw the one from Susquehanna the other day, it was a little sus. Susquehanna. uh, I felt like Austin Powers right there for a second. Cash to be made said I heard Review Dork sold his AMC position at 15. Yeah, man, I don't even want to talk about that guy. That guy pisses me off. I don't even want to talk about him. He's no ape, that's for sure. The American Trader says, don't forget to get your CPA a gift. A broken-handled mug will do. Savvy says, my accountant's name is Mr. Snickers. True story. That's pretty cool, though. I like it. That's a cool name. Thick's over here saying, so cut my leg off. No. What? No. Do a bunch of really cool things that you've never done before and get injured some way or another. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan pork chopper. Baldy says Susquehanna and Robin Hood had fake photos. Manjit said, I'm not just comfortable talking to people. I wish I was, then I could share some of my knowledge. Yeah, trust me, I know how that is. I feel that one. The nice thing is, Manjit, is that when you're doing it like this, like when you're talking, like I'm doing right now with you guys, like I don't have to face the people, which is much harder. Talking to a computer screen, for some reason or another, it has a different feel. It doesn't seem as scary, I guess. I don't know. I guess I feel like you guys are just a bunch of words. I know you're real people, but I just see words, and so it doesn't. I guess my brain doesn't process it the same way. It makes it less scary. Review Dork used to, yeah, he's got a history. Did anyone notice the jumps from 2310 to 2495 back and forth at 810? At 810, yeah, those more than likely. I don't know for a fact, but if I had to guess, those are probably some more of those J.P. Morgan, uh, ADF. I can't verify that right now, but I bet you those are some more of those ADF trades being made. They're probably not lit market trades, and they're showing up on here. For some reason, the ADF has been showing up on the screen like it's an actual trade that's really impacting um, share price, but it's not. It's actually because if I scroll back, I'll go back to 806 where we got the spike here on the time and sales, and what you'll see is a bunch of single digits that go through, and that's kind of how you know what they are. Let me see if I get back to 806 here on the time and sales. Might have been one share. One. No, hold on a second here. Hmm. Might have been a single share. The range on the price is up to low to 2301, high of 2474. So I'm looking for that 2474 share that probably went through. But more than likely it's an off exchange trade that was there. It is right there. It was 20 shares. Okay, so maybe not then. There was perhaps just a gap in. That's really strange. TRF. There it is right there though. Let's go back a little further and see the other one at 802. And the high on this one should have been 2468. Yeah. Okay, so the 801 was definitely those ADFs. You can see them right here. Single share orders that went through for a much higher value. And then as soon as the level 2 traded through the lit exchange, it went right back to the regular price. I don't have an excuse for this one right here though at 806 because it shows that it was 20 shares that were traded at a much higher price. That might have been real, and there might have just been a gap at that time. I don't know. It's hard to say because I wasn't watching the order book at the time. Mount St. Funk says, FYI, accountants are free until October, then it's 3Q financials. Then November, December is year-end prep. August and September are the best times to speak to a CPA. We are on vacation May through June. Yeah, so, yeah. Now, go do your interviews now is a great time. Faisal, welcome. And this is I'm using Webull, but I'm not trying to advertise it though. I just like aesthetically, it looks good to me. And so I like it because of that, and it's easy to get around. And but I mean, I really do feel like TradingView is more robust, but I'm not trying to push either. It's whatever works best for you. Jay says break time. Thank you, Jay. I need that coffee. I need to go drink that coffee. Coffee. I need to say it. One of these days I'm going to learn how to say it like they say it up in New York because I really love how they say coffee up there. Coffee. Yo says CPA equals certified public ape. All right, I'm gonna go off to break here, guys. I think I may have skipped over a couple of things here. McCaffeine, McAfee. I there's nothing more like satisfying than hearing a New Yorker say coffee. I just love hearing the way they say it. What was the word? What was the you guys remember a couple weeks ago when Lil Boy came on and he was talking about quesadillas? I don't know how he said it. Quesadilla. It was a quesadilla. It reminded me of the coffee though. And he was like, "What? Should I not say? Is that how you say it?" I was like, "No, you keep saying it just like that. I love it." Coffee. That's right, because they say it with a coffee. But it's the way that it comes out is different though. You can't just say coffee. You got to say it in a way that with the accent. It's very specific. Kiss. There's low boy. I loved it, man. Quesadilla. I love it. Don't you ever change the way you say that, low boy. Don't you ever change it. That was the best thing ever, man. I loved it. Oh man, it was so awesome. Lou's boobs knows it's coffee. All right, I'm gonna head out of here, guys. But Low Boy, thank you so much, man, because you made my day, and I love it when people say things like that, because it's just like it stands out, and you're just like, dude, that is awesome. I want to say that word just like that from now on. If I could say it the way you said it, I would from now on. But I would never ever be able to repeat it because it was just so. I've called it quesadillas my whole life, and so it's just really hard to change. But man, I loved it. Don't ever change. No matter how much anybody tries to correct you, you tell them, no, it's pie. I will never change, guys. I will never change. It's always pie. It's pie. He said, I'm Pie the Sailor Man. He didn't say I'm Popeye. I'm Pie. He didn't say I'm Pie. Drives me nuts. All right. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to put up the note here real quick, put some music on, and head to break. Grab some coffee. Yeah, Pie. It's Pie the Sailor Man. Didn't you know, Maccabees? Oops, 8:15. Alrighty, guys. See you at 8:15 for price predictions. See you, Roseanne.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? MusicVine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with MusicVine.
everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
light speed, like air we're moving through the sky, hoping that you'll catch me. I'm falling with nothing to hold. Oh, I'm falling, but nobody knows. Did I give it away, or was it persuasion? You all in my space, I don't care what you say. I'm loving it this way. I'm hoping that you stay. It's only you. It's only you. I love the view when it's only you. 1,000 faces passing by, but nothing is easier to see, and nothing feels exactly right. I'm looking for you in my dreams. I'm falling with nothing to hold. I'm falling, but nobody knows. Did I give it away, or was it persuasion? You all in my space, I don't care what you say. I'm loving it this way. I'm hoping that you stay. It's only you. It's only you. It's only you. It's only you. I love the view when it's only you. Got my heart beating slow, in my head moving so fast. Wheels lifting off the road, and we go till we both crash. I'm falling apart when you're too far. Run into me, run into my arms. 'Cause here with you is where I'll stay. You're my hideaway. Did I give it away, or was it persuasion? You all in my space, I don't care what you say. I'm loving it this way. I'm hoping that you stay. It's only you. Was it persuasion? It's only you. It's only you. I love the view. I'm loving the view. It's only you. When it's only you.
Sorry about that, guys. I have this, like, being a musician, I have a hard time, like, cutting off a song, like, midway, and, like, I had just come back, like, right when the song was starting up, and I was like, well, I still gotta figure out what my price prediction is, so I'll just let it play, but yeah. Um... and even if I don't like the music, I usually, I mean, it has to be like really super bad to end it. So for me, that was tolerable. But yeah, I feel the pain. I feel the pain there, guys. I felt it too. John says that was music. American Trader says that's what fade's for. Oh, yeah. I should have. I probably should have just faded it out. All right, my bad. I apologize. Yucca says Max Payne. All right. Okay, all right. Don't shoot the DJ here. I learned a lesson. Next time I'll just fade it out. Savvy said she liked it, guys. She liked it. Come on, guys. Come on. Enough. Enough with the announcing other stocks. You guys know, like, you're pushing the limits here. Come on. Like, let's just not. It's not even. It's pointless to like bring up. All right. Price prediction for the day today. I've got 2150 to 2450. Monty has 2513 to 2813. I don't recall Keto. Yeah, Keto hasn't. If Keto came in and said his price prediction, I didn't see it. So let me scroll back here a little bit. I swear to God, my mods better start getting serious about policing this chat in here. Gee whiz. What the hell? Come on, guys. You know better. What is going on? I think maybe I just need to wipe out the mods and start from scratch. Let's see here. I don't see Keto's price prediction anywhere in here. I can tell you Eric already sent me his, but I haven't looked at it. Let's see here. I know I just saw the message pop up on my phone saying I got a text from him. He's got 20. Oh wow, no kidding. He's got the same price prediction I have, 2150 to 2450. That's amazing. I feel good when I match Eric. I really feel like I'm on the right track. So the only person I'm missing here is you like Forrest's. Forrest says price prediction $30 to 100K. No, LMNOP is not banned. Carlos says, good morning, Casey. How can you know when people are selling shares of AMC? Volume. Volume very oftentimes tells you. OBV is another good indicator that will tell you. Trying to think what else. Fidelity's orders is another good way to be able to see. You can see the buy sell order ratio. That'll tell you. That'll kind of give you a sign as well as to whether or not retail is holding or selling. Those are probably three good ones. Vortex indicator is another great indicator for showing you selling pressure. 2478 to 2778. Got you down, Keto. Man, we got the range today. We have a big range on price predictions. We've got everywhere from 2150 all the way up to 2813. So we've got a pretty good range, I think. JoJo's got 22 to 25. Alan's going 25 to 30. Holy moly, Alan. My goodness. Okay. Casey, what was up with that 1,000 single share orders that spiked us to 2747? Was it really 1,000? Hold on a second. Why do we have? You're not wrong. Wow. Because that needs to be investigated. What minute was that? We'll have to take a look into this later today at 9:18. I'll take a look at this later today. I'll pull up my Active Trader Pro and take a look at it. But you're not wrong. It seems to me like those JP Morgan, if I had to guess, those are probably those ADF orders going through JP Morgan, and they're starting to grow larger and larger. They used to just be, half a dozen or more. Mass, good morning to you, sir. Good to see you. How's the move going? I heard you were moving. The other night we were talking with Tony, and he had mentioned that you were moving. I hope the move's going well. I hate moving, man. I hate moving. It sucks. Nick says, "Thanks for answering the question. I don't know if I answered the question." What did Nick say up here? Hold on a second. I'm looking, Nick. Casey, what's up with? Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, you were the one that asked the question. Okay, never mind. I did answer it. Never mind. Mass is saying, "I'm so sick of this shit. Why don't they just cover already?" Oh man, you know we're talking about taking away money from the one percenters, and it's not. They're never going to make it easy. This is always going to be a rough ride. Oh crap, your screen? Sounds like you damaged your screen in the move. That sucks, man. Well, I can't wait to see you live tonight. But I've got to get this morning started here, so I'll see you guys on the other side of Market Open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home, country roads. Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountain, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads, all my memories gather around her. Miner's lady, stranger to blue water, dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Misty taste of moonshine, teardrop in my eye. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads, I hear her voice in the morning now. She calls me. The radio reminds me of my home far away. And driving down the road, I get a feeling that I should have been home yesterday. Yesterday, country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads, country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads, take me home. Country roads, take me home. Country roads.
At the intersection of what is and what can be, our stories are written. It's where decisions are made and lives are ultimately defined. In which way you go when staring at this fork in the road can mean everything. Maybe you go left, take the easy path, minimal upside, minimal downside, proven and tangible. It gives immediate identity, but also brings with it some degree of regret, not because you won't like who you are, but because you'll never know what you could have been. Maybe you can't live with that. Maybe you go right. Let's say you roll the dice, dream chaser, eyes fixated on the horizon, moving toward it, soon to realize that the world you live in will bring you to your knees faster than you can blink. That uncertainty hurts, that effort without immediate validation is pain, and that the road less traveled is less traveled because of the difficulty associated with it. And now you have a very important question to ask yourself. Do you have what it takes? Can you see the big picture when the sky appears to be falling down around you? When all it takes is to backpedal and be comfortable again, to take the other road, to return to what you knew, can you still move forward? See, it's a funny thing when you're in pain, it becomes very easy to forget why you began. The pragmatic human brain sees discomfort as a problem and it wants it gone immediately. People don't give up because they're cowards. They don't quit because they don't have what it takes. They give up because they can no longer see the big picture. They forgot why they started. When all you see is directly in front of you, you lose the ability to see your finish line. When you're at a crossroad, you have to know this. If you take the hard road, you are betting on the future at the expense of the present. Dreams are a sacrifice. They're not some fluffy concept invented to prop you up after a hard day. Sure, they're the top of the mountain, but they're also the bottom. They're the dirt, the rocks, the scratching, the clawing. They're what people don't see. The chapters that are not read aloud. And when you're in it, when you are truly in it, uncertainty needs to be embraced like it's the wind to your sails. You signed that dotted line for a reason, because you can see past the immediate, the now. Because to get to the top, you start at the ground floor and you elevate past every single level that stands between you and your dream. Now will not intimidate or discourage because you are bigger than right now. You are the pages unwritten. And you did what so few people are willing to do. You didn't look at the pen, you picked it up. Now write a story for the ages.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies! Screw them! Screw those guys! Oh, guys. All right, synthetic price failure. If you don't know what a synthetic price failure is, you got to look it up. It's in my list of helpful videos. It's in the description box. You can go to and just look it up, click on it, and understand. Take a few minutes of your life to figure out what a synthetic price failure is. We are about to hit that. What you see here with the blue, the white, and the red lines are a mixture of a couple different things. 19.5% down is the blue line from our top of, let's see, what was it? Top was 27.50. 20% down is $22 on the nose, and 21.59 is the 21.5% point to which where I feel like paper hands are generated once we break past 21.5% down from the top of 27. What I'm calling the top right now is 27.50. What I do want to note here is you can see there's a double red line in here, and it's really difficult to see the other value, but it is 21.56, and that is SSR being triggered. Notice how close those two numbers are to each other. I'm kind of expecting that there's a chance they're going to try and push us down to trigger SSR again. Market makers, when there's low liquidity, need to start creating more liquidity. And their only real tool to do that is to trip SSR and start printing. So just kind of expect that to be the case. These synthetic price failures will occur very often in a squeeze play over and over and over and over. So I do expect to see us to drop down to at some point to at least trigger a synthetic price failure. But since it's not much further down to trip SSR, I would imagine that they'll probably try to take us down to that point as well. In regards to what you see for the quote for the day today, or the title for the day, is Ape shares are just as important as AMC shares. I'm telling you guys right now, I was disappointed yesterday in the community, going around looking at all the different things that people were saying within the community, talking about selling off their AMC position, trying to rebuy back in at a lower cost, and then just crazy ideas, just crazy ideas that are spewing out right now, guys. And it's just like I want to express more than anything to you guys that your Ape shares are just as valuable, if not more, than your AMC shares. And I need to impress that upon you to make you understand, to help you to understand what it is that you are going to be holding if you hold through and possess those Ape shares. I cannot express it enough. They are absolutely as valuable as AMC and should be treated no differently. If you're going to trash on your Ape shares, then you might as well be trashing on your AMC shares, because that's essentially what you're doing. It's all part of AMC. So think about that when you make your decisions. It is your money, it is your choice. But think very long and hard about the decisions that you're going to make. Think about the ramifications of what may happen by doing what it is that you're doing. But as the American Trader says, they're free. They're free shares. Free shares, guys. They're free. Don't give up free shares. They're free doubling of your shares. A free doubling. And they're valuable. Super valuable shares. Don't give that up. Don't walk away from them. Embrace them. Dr. Zena says, preaching to the choir here, Shaw. Most people here have their heads screwed on right. I hear you, man. But you know what, though? We have a responsibility to make sure that other people hear this. And I'm not seeing enough people stand up in the community and saying no to the people who are saying the things that they're saying. There are people in our community who are saying things that are incredibly wrong. Incredibly wrong. And I don't see enough people standing up to those people and saying, no, you're wrong. It kind of makes me a little sad. It makes me sad to see that people are willing to let people say those things and not correct them. So, anyways, I'm off my soapbox. I know I get on my soapboxes kind of often. It happens. It's kind of who I am, I guess. But anyways, yeah, I know, Dr. Zeno. I know. But we have to, our community doesn't just stop here. We can't create bubbles. Our community is everywhere. I actually consider the people who are on the other side of this play as part of a community that I listen to. And the reason is if you want to know how you're going to react to the enemy, you have to know your enemy. I listen to the enemy. I listen to what it is they're saying. I watch what they do. You gotta know your enemy. And I'm telling you guys right now, the enemy is telling us that we need to devalue these Ape shares, that we shouldn't be caring about them like they're worth nothing. And that's what we need to stand up to. And we need to say no. It's not true. I understand what you're saying, Bradley. The problem with correcting people is that we end up going down a rabbit hole with them, and they want to argue. We don't have time for that all the time. I get it, man. Boy, let me tell you, do I get it? Because yesterday, I spent a lot of time firefighting. But you know what, though? If some of us aren't going to be the warriors and stand up to the things that are being said that are wrong, nobody will. That's what we're doing here in this play, Forrest. We're standing up to what everybody else has said in the past was wrong, and we're doing something different. So why would we stop? I don't know, man. We gotta have some extra conviction. Extra conviction, extra say. You know what they say, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? Well, if I got to be a squeaky wheel, then I will be. Marlene says, Casey, anytime I get a chance to tell people, oh, I didn't know that was going to be a compliment. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Marlene. John says they need us to sell, and we'll try anything to get us to sell cheap. We are not cheap. That's right. Oh, monkey stocks, don't go there. Monkey stocks, I don't agree with that statement, man. This is not a political issue. This is not at all. This is way above and beyond political. This is us talking about our future of our country, and us standing up to and fighting against corruption within our market. And it doesn't span political sides. Because I'm telling you right now, there's people from both sides in this play who believe in that. So don't make it political, because you're standing on the grounds of the people who you're fighting with, who are on the other side politically than you. And I want to trust the guy that's next to me on my left, on my right, and I'm not going to start making this a political issue. Tom, thank you very much for the compliment. I'm kind of skipping through some of the things you guys are saying here. If I don't read it, I apologize. You guys are going a lot quicker on me now, so I got to kind of read through them quicker. Abby, good morning to you. From what I have gathered across YouTube, we not only need to hold Ape, we also need to buy it. How is this different from holding and buying AMC? There is no difference. There is no difference. Ape is AMC. Yeah, Monty, that is not correct. 1/100th of a vote is not correct. It is worth one vote. Yucca says the squeaky wheel gets the squeeze, Casey. That's right. That's right. Nancy says, thank goodness you don't ruin this with politics. You know, it's because it's much more. It's much more than politics. I want to see our country succeed. There are people in this play, guys, who are from other countries who are in this play who want to see us succeed in fixing our markets. Do you know why that is? It's because when our markets fail, their markets fail. We have so much impact on the rest of the world that the rest of the world wants to see us succeed. And they are deciding to be a part of this. Think about that, guys. Think about that for a minute, that there's people who are on the other side of the planet who aren't just doing this to make money. Making money is cool. They're into that. I'm sure they're into that too. But they're also here because they want to see the system get fixed. They're also standing up and trying to support us into fixing something. Gary, I don't know, man. I don't really know if it's going to stop all the crap. But you know what? It's a start. And to sit there and just throw your hands up in the air when things are wrong, and just walk away from it because it's it's just easier to do, is not what I'm doing, and it's not what you're doing. We're making a stand. So, I mean, I don't know. You're here. Axel says, think they will hammer both down post Ape issue. I would guess that they'll try to. No, Alan is not getting cut. The valuation is moving over to your new shares. So it's not being cut. You maintain full valuation and you get double the amount of shares. You're looking at it wrong. The price value is never changing. It's 100%, and you're getting double the amount of shares. So what you're saying is that your valuation is getting cut in half. In order to cut your valuation in half, you would have to have half as many shares in the same value, or half the value in the same amount of shares. But that's not what's happening. The value is still saying 100% the same, and you're getting double the amount of shares. So you're wrong. You're looking at it wrong. Donick says, you're right, Casey. I'm from Italy. I recognize the U.S. Leads the world, and my dream is the system will be fixed. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you, I've interviewed people. I've interviewed people from across the pond, and that part of the reason why they are here is to fix our system. They're here to help us. That should be really encouraging to you guys. Dogecoin member says nothing is free, and I actually say that to my kids all the time. Dogecoin, you're right. It does come at a price. The price is that Adam Aaron gets to be able to issue shares into Ape if he wants to, with the board's approval, and then with our approval, he can turn the shares, the Ape shares, into AMC shares, but only with our approval. So that is, I would say that there is a price for that. So I would agree with you. And even I told my kids before, even air's not free. I agree. I agree with what you're saying, that it does come at a price, but they're free. We don't have to do anything. We just have to let Adam Aaron have his portion. And what I would say is that I trust that he'll probably do what's best with those shares. Casey, could you address that Ape is free? It's not free. It's costing us half the notional value of AMC on the date we already bought Ape. No, that is not true, yo. It is not costing us half the value because the value still remains in Ape. So it doesn't cost us anything. Yucca Frida says, Casey, some brokers are saying they are placing Ape on closed position only. How can we buy Ape? Have a different broker? Alan, we're not getting the same thing that happened with GME. Rose says, yes, just listen to the guy with the accent on Boss's channel. I heard the guy with the accent. I was taking a shower last night and turned on the stream, and I heard him talking while I was in the shower, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. All right, let me try to scroll down here a little bit. We got about 6 more minutes, guys, before we do the first run through on the numbers. Ricardo says Ape is a free dividend. It doesn't necessarily change AMC valuation, but it might. So what I would say is this: is that Ape, typically speaking, preferred shares, preferred stock, usually trades at a higher value in the market. So if anything, you're more than likely going to get some more valuation out of the shares that you get from Ape. But I just want to impress upon you that they're at least as important. I would say that they're more important, but I just want you to have at least the same value in your head when you're considering Ape and AMC shares, that they are of same value. At least, at the very least. See, Alan, all they did though is they just did a split. They didn't get a dividend like they were supposed to. All they got was a split of the shares. So it's different. Yo says, Casey, maybe the free or bought already is just semantics. I'm good either way. You guys are blowing this up. Hold on a second, I got a cough. BioLife says, look at the NYSE ARCA this morning. It is insane. I'm trying to think where, hold on a second. Come on. What the heck? I'm looking at 0.21%. Are you just doing the 100? What do you want me to look? You said ARCA. That's not it. Let's see here. Hmm. One second. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know where. I don't think. I don't think that it shows up here on Webull. Where would I find that? Hmm. Why don't you just? You stumped me here for a second. I'm actually trying to figure out where I would find that on Webull. So it's just gonna be the spy. That's all you're talking about. But it's not. I don't. I don't think you mean the spy though. I think you mean. I think you mean something different though. I feel like you stumped me for a second here, and I don't know why I feel like I'm so stumped, but I feel like you're saying something else other than what it is that I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. I feel like I'm like completely lost right now. Why? What is it that you're seeing that? Because I'm not really seeing like any kind of like massive. I'm not seeing any massive change right now, so I'm just kind of curious what it is you're seeing or what it is specifically you're looking at. I just scrolled down to the bottom down here, so because I'm sure you guys said a whole bunch of stuff right there while I was trying to figure that out. But what is it specifically that you're looking at? Because I mean I see the VIX is a little volatile right now with a 2.77. It is time to take a look at our numbers. I see the SPY at down 0.43. But my guess is if you're talking about like options on the ETFs for the SPY, um, I guess the only place that I would really see that would be would probably be through the VIX. I mean, that's probably where I would look for it as far as volatility goes. But I mean, 2.82 is not that high. What am I looking for? I'm not seeing what it is you're asking me to see, so I'm kind of confused. Oh, the percentage of volume. 20% of the volume right now of AMC. I gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, okay, okay. I got it now. All right. I didn't realize you were talking about volume. I was like, wait a minute, what? NYSE ARCA. We'll look at the numbers right here. I've got it pulled up. I'm looking at the off exchange right now for that. Yesterday, our total amount was 7.89. Since we're going to look at the numbers here in just a minute, the NYSE for the last 30 days was 5.6%. Yesterday we were at 7.89. So let's take a look at those numbers. Thank you so much. Thanks for explaining that. I was like lost. I was like looking at prices and stuff, and I'm sitting there going like, what? I was so lost there, BioLife. You don't know how much that like threw me off right there. I was like, what the hell is he? I'm not seeing this. What is going on? What does he mean? All right, I got you. I am on the same page now. That went way over the top of my head. Uh, I made that way more difficult than it needed to be. All right, same page. Let me log into my broker here and let's take a look at our numbers. That like I don't know why that threw me off so bad. All right, let's take a look at what's going on here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. And I don't know why I couldn't figure out volume. Did I misread your? I wonder if I just misread your message. I don't know. All right, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you might want to use it in order to keep somebody out of your account that you don't want there. Could give you plausible deniability that somebody was in your account that shouldn't have been in your account. Let me transfer you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. And I'm going to pull up a couple pages here to the side. And we're going to do a complete rundown on the numbers for the day today. Alrighty. Starting on the top left-hand side, guys, you're going to notice that price prediction tally points, none of us got it right. And we were all just way off. I mean, just really, really, really far off. The only person that was even close was 17 cents. Keto did a great job. He actually had his original price prediction would have been in, but he unfortunately decided to change it at the final last few minutes before market opened. I have 2150 to 2450 today. Eric has 2150 to 2450 today. Keto has 2478 to 2778, and Monty has 2513 to 2813. Short exempt volume, guys, it was still very, very high at 2.44. That's 2 out of 3 days. It's over 1 million. My target is 1 million. I know True Demon's target is 3 million or more. But I know that basically what he's trying to say is that for a fact you're in MOASS when you have 3 million 3 days in a row or more. I'm telling you, we're right on the precipice of it when you see 1 million 3 days in a row. So we had 2.5 yesterday, 2.44 today. I'm calling it 2 of 3. We only need one more day of seeing short exempt volume incredibly high, and tripping SSR for the day today would cause that to happen, more than likely, because a lot of short exempt volume is created when SSR rules are enabled. Utilization still at 100%. We're at 126 days now of trading with 100% utilization. Day over day price increase was an 8.03%. We're still 3 of 3 for that. Looking really good. Max pain right below me is $20 for the day today. That's increased from 18 yesterday to 20 today. Let's take a look at the off exchange data here. This is what BioLife was talking about with the NYSE ARCA. We'll see here in just a second. NYSE ARCA at 10.57. Okay, what does this mean? I'll tell you what this means. And BioLife is on to something really exciting here. Our brokers are massively dumping synthetic shares into the New York Stock Exchange. You can see it. You can see the numbers. It's saying 10.57% when our average is 5.64. They are massively dumping shares over into the New York Stock Exchange, getting ready for us to for them to be able to have the shares that they need in order to give everybody their Ape share. The change is happening, and he's done a really good job of pointing that out. Taking a look at the off exchange, 44 is actually the number that a normal day that we used to have in volume would have been around 44. We're right at 44.95. CBOE EDGX I would expect to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. So that's definitely elevated. I'm going to go ahead and add in those two numbers together, giving us a grand total of 60.75% of our total volume going through those two off exchanges. But yeah, that NYSE ARCA is definitely super, super high. A lot of volume heading there. Usually, I believe the next highest one is typically I want to say usually the third highest one is the NASDAQ GSM maybe, or the NYSE. I think it's the NYSE is usually like the third high. Oh yeah, you can see it in the 30-day. The 30-day over on the right-hand side has 8.11, which is usually puts it in third for highest amount of volume. So you can see how much of a difference there is on the NYSE ARCA. Good point out. Very good point out there. Taking a look at institutional share ownership, it did drop a little bit day over day to 191.4 million. Let's give that a refresh and see what we're at now. 191.439. Small change. Ortex data. So far, they are reporting a borrowing of 44,000 shares so far for this morning. That's not going to really have any effect on increasing or decreasing the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 18.8%. Cost to borrow average is at 9.17, cost to borrow max at 9.25, and cost to borrow min is at 7.94. Shares on loan, we currently have 131.89 million, which is just fractionally higher than what it was day over day. We'll take a look at some of that data here in just a few minutes. Taking a look at the options here, let's see. Highest amount of volume for call options so far this morning is at a $25 strike price, which is down by $5 from yesterday. Looks like people are becoming a little more institutions, or people are becoming a little more realistic on their option buying currently. There's 8.6 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts at a strike price of 20, same as yesterday, with 3.7 thousand contracts. 2.5 to 1 ratio. Almost. Not quite. The spread on the options is $20 to $25, basically insinuating that the price will close somewhere between there today. Taking a look at Ortex data a little more closely. There's your 126 days of utilization being 100%. On loan amount, had a slight increase, like I said, 131.77 to 131.89. That's going to have the effect of raising the on loan average age per day, which it did. Went from 58.9 to 60.98. The estimated current short share interest of the free float rose by 0.01 from 18.71 to 18.72. Security lending volume was about half as what it was the previous day. The previous day was 20.96. Yesterday was 10.91, and we are not on any we're not on any threshold list right now. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is in third with a 60% buy to 40% sell ratio, which is really good. We're back up to where I'd like to see us at. GME currently in 12th with a 56% buy to 44% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR today is $21.56. It does appear like they've returned a lot of the shares that they borrowed this morning to short the price down, and maybe perhaps closed out some more positions. We'll see by the end of the, we'll probably see by the morning tomorrow. Total amount of shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. It looks like they did borrow another 200 here, another 200 here. That's 400,000 shares right there alone, and just returns to the ETFs, putting us at 4.35 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. A long time ago, long time ago, I used to tell you guys all the time, a normal borrowing amount in a day for us was around four. I think it was either 3.5 or 4.5 million shares. I think it was 4.5 million shares in a day. So we're really close to the numbers we used to hit. I do want to note that the fees are rising back up. They were at 6.5%. They're now at 6.7%. There's currently 142.4 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 47.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 83.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 14.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 1.28, Dow Jones is down 0.06, S&P 500 is down 0.39. We currently have 4,284 decliners to 2,413 advancers. The VIX is up 3.43. Everything is in the red besides IWD right now. VTI is down 0.53. IWD is up 0.02. Tesla is down 2%. Amazon down 1.9. Cinemark is down 1.97. Doge is down 2.75. Bitcoin is down 3.56. GME is down 5.28. HYMC is down 2.43. Hood is down 3.79. NCMI is down 20.51. And AMC is down 4.55%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $8 million more of inflow than outflow. And volume is at 19.58 million shares having been traded for the day so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here after 44 minutes of trading. That puts us on pace for about 173 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 70 to 90 million shares traded. So we're much higher than that, but I can almost guarantee that once they get volatility down here and shares trading down into the 60,000 shares or less a minute, we'll likely start seeing the price movement being more easily manipulated. Price is staying for the relatively most part right around that simple moving average, not really hitting the Bollinger Bands too much. And you can see the tightening of the Bollinger Bands here as we start to approach our first signal for a synthetic price failure, which is at the blue line at $22.14. We are currently at $22.90. On the weekly, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.94, which is above average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 73.84, which is signaling overbought. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.54, which is slightly below average. On the 30-minute, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.55, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.95, which is below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto, you can see prices. The lagging line is still above the price line, but the conversion line is it crossed over the base and then recrossed over the base. I don't know. This is not bullish. I can tell you that it's not bullish since price is below the baseline. But you know, I'm not too worried about this. Taking a look at the 4-hour, same thing. It's not going to be bullish. This is showing. This is a better looking chart right here. You've got the lagging line above the price line and price dropping down below the conversion, which is usually one of the first signs that you should probably get out. It doesn't mean it can't come down and hit some value that's like the baseline and bounce off of it. It does happen. But we also have a green thin cloud coming up here, which is usually price likes to move down through. So we'll see what happens. Alrighty, I can see what you guys are writing now again. MGTO says if you sell now, you give up your Ape shares. That is true. Well, that's not the point, Dan. The point was is he's saying if you sell, you lose them. You didn't say you would be rebuy back in. Any shares that you buy between now and the 19th, you should receive a Ape share for. You should have until the 19th, Beach Guy. Nope, Thor-bladed, that's not correct. The 10th is not the last day to be eligible. I mean, let me rephrase what I'm saying. The 10th may be the last day for you to be counted, perhaps, as the legitimate owner of the Ape share. But if you were to sell after the 10th, let's say if somebody sold their AMC share between the 10th and the 19th, the ownership of that Ape share would transfer with the shares that were sold. So if you sell your shares and you don't buy back in before the 19th at some point, you would lose your shares, your Ape shares. They would go to whoever purchased your shares. Yes, that's what MGTO is saying is correct. Those shares will travel with wherever your shares go. So whoever's hands they end up on the end of the closing of Friday the 19th will go into the person's hands on the 22nd. I'm not quite sure of the question, Ray, in regards to how the Ape shares ticker will squeeze. It's supply and demand, I guess. And so, if there's a demand for more shares, that's how it would move up. If there's a demand for shares that are supposed to be in existence and are not in existence, somebody's going to want to buy shares. No, Dan, that's not correct. That's not correct at all. The 4.5 billion that you're talking about is well, actually it's going to be 4 billion. I'm not sure where you're getting that 4.5, but AMC had 50 million preferred shares, and they converted 10 million of them, which turns into 1 billion shares. They're not converting the other 40 million shares, which would be worth 4 billion. Nobody's getting anything from those 40 million preferred shares because they're not being converted. So only 10 million shares are being preferred shares are being converted into Ape units, and only 516. Let me get the number back up. Only 516,820,595 shares are going to be created. Ape units will be created for shareholders. So what I want you guys to do, because I feel like there's a lot of misunderstanding here. Holy crap. How much am I missing here? You guys are like typing so fast. Okay, so here's the misunderstanding. I'm scrolling down to the bottom because I want to keep up with what it is you guys are saying. There is X amount of shares in existence. That number does not change. Wherever X amount of shares move to between now and the 19th, the final holders of the shares on the 19th will be the ones who are finally awarded the created additional shares that are going to split. So in other words, if you own the shares at the end of the 19th, you're going to get the Ape shares that are supposed to be coming to you. Because let's say you purchased on the 19th, you would have bought from somebody who sold, which means you're going to get their Ape shares. Gary, in regards to when you should sell first, or which you should sell first, that's not something I'm probably going to be able to talk about at this point. And I may not ever tell you which one you should sell first. But I will say that they're equally valuable, and I would venture to say that Ape shares are even more valuable than AMC shares. If Ape can eliminate abusive shorting, then wouldn't other viable companies follow suit? I would agree, John. AMC's not a wreck, Vince. There's just a lot of people that don't know what's going on and a lot of people that are saying things that are wrong. Billy says, Casey, how is it people won't buy puts on AMC expiring 8/26? It seems like a no-brainer. A lot of people. Uh, Billy, you're talking to the wrong guy about this, man. I come from an era from 1998 where if you didn't have like a buttload full of cash, you didn't play options. The idea that the people would be buying puts on AMC is not. It's an advanced trading mechanism to generate funds, and I would not suggest that just anybody go out and do something at all in the derivatives. In my opinion, people should be extremely experienced traders with decades worth of years of experience to be trading in the options. And we can choose to disagree and still be friends, but I would never in a million years suggest anybody without lots of money and tons of experience in trading in the market to even consider doing such a thing. And I'm not an options expert, but I've been trading for that long, and I personally wouldn't even do it. Can you estimate how much of the U.S. population doesn't even know AMC is happening? I'd say over 80% or more are clueless. I'd probably say even more than that, maybe 90. Nasir says, Casey, is this considered as a double squeeze since Adam Aaron is aware he would the retail shareholders after squeeze created Ape for future cash and paid debt? In a sense, it kind of does make it a double squeeze, Nasir. I do kind of believe that it does make it a. If it doesn't make it a double squeeze, it at least gives us an opportunity to rebuy for free. Free. So I think that's, it's really kind of exciting. Ricardo, we don't talk about other stocks here. No random shout outs. Rule number 1. Okay, so in regards to conversion of the 4 billion apes, which you're talking about you're talking about the 40 million preferred stock. We don't have a say in that. We don't have a say in whether or not he sells the 400 and hold on a second. I've got the notes here. 483,179,405 Ape shares into Ape, but we do have a vote as to whether or not he can convert Ape shares into AMC shares. So AMC would remain untouched. Do you invest in commodities, corn, wheat, food companies? How risk? Actually, I have, Robert, and I think that those are great things to invest in a market downtrend. Energy. I'm just gonna say, go back and look at historical price movement on energy stocks, and just look and see what happened in any market downturn. Highway Frog, every single ape shares is equal in value to voting powers. There is no difference. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. You get a vote for every ape share you own. You get a vote for every AMC share that you own. Nasir says, Casey, would Ape reduce cost basis once it's settled in the brokerage accounts? Would it reduce cost basis once settled in the brokerage accounts? In my opinion, that would do at least. Also, you know what? To be very honest with you guys, I don't ever look at cost basis. Like I don't. That's only for tax purposes. I wouldn't. I mean, if you're gonna get, I don't know. I'm not a tax expert, but I don't ever look at cost basis, and I think it's one of them. It's a major mistake, I think, on a lot of individuals to figure out, how well their portfolio is doing to look at cost basis. I think it's ridiculous. Like it has no bearing. It's only a tax representation, so it's not. It doesn't mean it means only something to somebody who works on taxes. I don't know. You're probably gonna go like, oh, I'm gonna get nitty gritty about this and dive into my taxes and make sure that my tax cost basis is. It probably will. It probably will probably cut it in half. But that's because you're cutting the amount of shares that you have in there in half as well. But I don't look at that though. I really don't look at cost basis. I think it's probably a very common misconception to look at cost basis and assume that that has something to do with how well your portfolio is doing. Dogecool says, "Dang, wife just brought me some scrambled eggs with ham, cheese, and hot cotch." What a great woman! That's awesome, man. Jeff says, 22 million shares traded in the first hour. We're at 9:30. We've got 22.5 million shares traded. Price is at 22.65. Thank you for that shout out. Made me remember to read what I was supposed to read. Yo says, Casey, could Adam Aaron possibly have future buyers earmarked for most of the remaining ape? Can PEs be sold to a known buyer as opposed to going to the market? Yes, absolutely, Yo. That's one of the things he could do. He could just sell the shares straight to an investor, so that they never go to the market, and simply collect the money that he needs to pay off his debt. And so he would be diluting Ape, but it wouldn't actually make it into the market though. It would just be in somebody else's hands, and then they would determine when they would sell into the market. But yeah, it's in fact, I think that would. It would probably be the smarter way for him to go, in my opinion, but I don't know. I'm kind of torn on it. I feel like it would be the smarter way for him to go, but I think he could potentially get more value by selling them into the market. But I'll tell you what really excites me the most, Nasir, is or who said that? I think it was Nasir, right? Or whoever it is I was talking to. Uh, the more exciting thing about this is imagine if Adam Aaron actually made hedge funds pay down his debt so that they could have the shares that they needed. Think about that for a second. That would be talk about talk about really sticking it to the guys that have been betting against you, forcing them to pay down your debt because they need the shares. That would be epic because you're taking away from their total amount of equity to pay down your debt as they short against you to make you become a more profitable company. I mean, Fred said it the best. Giggity. Brian Carpenter said eating crow. Yes, thank you, Brian. I said this yesterday. I can't think of a better way of making somebody eat crow than to force them to have to pay down your debt when they're shorting you. I cannot think of a better way to force them to eat crow. If you want to talk about eating crow, that is eating crow. Forcing the institutions who are shorting against you to purchase shares that reduces your debt to zero, and while they still have their shorting positions. That's that's like that's probably like the biggest tea bag you could possibly ever do. It's quite literally the biggest tea bag you could ever do to somebody. Like here, let me just dip my tea bag here for a second, right on your face. Yeah. Oh yeah, you don't like that? I'm sorry. I'm just saying, guys, it's really exciting to me. I get choked up thinking about it. Like he's literally like seriously just slapping his nuts on him. Like, yeah, you don't like that? Oh yeah, why don't you eat some more, huh? Yeah, take this. It's seriously like the most exciting thing to me to just think of it in terms of like that. But the possibilities are there. I'm not saying that's what he's going to do. I'm just saying the possibility is there. Casey, notice that the 8K filing from AMC about the special dividend, item 801 in the section the Ape is introduced, laugh out loud information set forth in item 801 of this current report on Form 8K. Nick, I'm gonna have to check that out. Thorblade says, "Bro, I love shoving crow down people's throats. Giggity, giggity." I just want to let you guys know that for some reason or another, like a whole bunch of it's really odd to me that you guys are saying giggity because I've had like a ton of Quagmire YouTube videos showing up on my feed just out of the it's just weird, like out of the blue, just showing up. Dogecoat member says I hurt my neck when I heard teabag. I'm sorry, guys, but I mean seriously, that's what he's doing. I mean, he's like legit like teabagging these guys. That's what he's doing. Just slapping his nuts right on their face, like over and over, and like, here, eat this crow. Just saying. He could then force them to pay dividends when AMC is debt free. Let me think about that. I'd have to think about that. He could then force them to pay dividends when AMC is debt free. How would he force them to pay dividends? I think I see what you're saying by that. Yeah, because they're loaned out. They have loaned out shares. No, no, no. I get where you're going with that, John. Yeah, they've got loaned out shares, so they would have to end up paying the loans on those. Yeah, absolutely. Another screwing. Yeah, I agree. Rami says teabag bring back memories of my ex-girlfriend. Beach Guy says, Casey, there was there news or something today, or Fed talking later for bloody market? Sorry, stayed up late, woke up late. I don't know about that, but I do know that the Feds are going to be, or we're going to be getting our CPI data for tomorrow. So if that's the case, you could be seeing a market correction for CPI for tomorrow. Roaster Guy says that's like going to their house, kicking in the door, eating their food, taking a dump in the living room, and grabbing the TV off the wall on the way out. I agree. Quagmire had a van too? What? I actually didn't know that. I mean, I like Family Guy, but I don't watch it that much, which is the weird part because it's just like I'm getting like nonstop like videos. Some of them are Quagmire related, some of them are just Family Guy related in general, like fun, most edgiest moments. I feel like whatever it is you guys are watching gets recommended to me. Point Break Thor says, I literally just joined after an hour hearing you talk about teabagging. Well, welcome to the family, Point Break. This is this is where we AMC and ADD where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies, man. Don't be a stranger. My son keeps asking why you would teabag someone because you want to make it darker. You gotta dunk the teabag in so the water becomes more tea. That's the answer. Yeah, that's definitely the answer. I feel so bad right now. I feel so bad. This is not a kids show, guys. This is not a kids show. Danny says you can tell Casey plays video games. Oh, John, come on now. Come on. None of that. AMC Panda says buy, hold, and teabag. I might change the who said that their son keeps asking that? Who said that? Hold on a second. I gotta scroll back up here. Yucca Frida says that. Yucca Frida, go make a cup of tea and show your kid how to teabag. You gotta show him how you dunk it. Just, I'm so sorry. Oh man. And don't cut the tea bag for crying out loud. You gotta leave the string on. Did you guys see the video recently of the girl who's showing that she's making like this really expensive tea? She cuts the top of the tea bag off and pours the tea like into the tea, all the tea leaves and straight into her hot water. And then she tries to take a drink of it. It's like, oh, this is terrible. Oh man. So they drop us $5 with a million shares, but we go up only 1.75 on a 130 million volume. Make it make sense. Let me see. So hold on, let me pull up the numbers here because I'm a little confused. So let me just pull up my numbers real fast here. So I'm gonna log the dates in here just so that we're caught up to date. I think I need to put in 8/8. Let me just pull up my calendar. Let's get the facts straight. Guys, if you got questions or anything, hold them for just a second because I'm gonna fill this in real quick. Alrighty, so first off, let's put in our volume for 8/8 in here. Let me refresh a screen. All right, so we've got 2396. for a closing price, and then we got 22.64 for a closing price. We've got actually I can't put in today's yet because it's not done. All right. Oh wait, whoops. Okay. Whenever you have a driving up of volume that's as great as this, when you go from a 64 million trade a day to 125 million trade a day, that's your big jump right there, right? That's a lot of buying that's going on. And that's where you're going to see a lot of your price improvement. We had an 18.86% on the 5th, which was Friday, day over day increase, and we had a 93% increase in volume day over day on the 5th. On the 8th, which was yesterday, we had an 8.03% increase in price, which is nearly half, not quite, but nearly half the amount of price increase on only 6% increase in volume. This is on closing, based off of closing prices. So, and I know what you're sitting there thinking is yeah, but price went all the way up to some amount and then came all the way back down. Yeah, well, guess what? If you go back in time and you watch some of the videos as we were living through it, off exchange wasn't being used very heavily. Why wasn't off exchange being used very heavily? Because they needed shares to go through the lit market. Why did they need shares to go through the lit market? Because right now, our brokerages are crapping their pants and they need to collect shares and accumulate as much as they can before this dividend is actually issued. So you want it to try and make sense. The sense is that we dropped nearly 10% in off exchange volume. And you end up seeing price improvement as that happens. So the sense is that, guess what? We still went up 8% on 6% day over day increase in volume. That's it. 8% up in price with 6% in volume. That's good. That's really, really good. We'll see what today's numbers are after the end. But what you got to stop doing, though, you got to stop doing this because it's not going to make sense to you if you do, unless you're looking at other indicators. What's not going to make sense to you is if you look at intraday movements. When you look at intraday movements, you've got to understand where the volume's going, why it's going there, and what's causing the price to do what it's doing. So, it's part of that volume explosion was our brokers basically just saying like, oh crap, we're going to get screwed here. We need to start accumulating. And you saw this explosion of volume. All right, I can see what it is you guys are writing again now. So if I missed something, retype it because I'm not going to scroll backwards. They'll fabricate synthetic tea bags. I'm kind of guessing that they probably will, Yucca Frida. And to be honest with you, I've been thinking about this a little bit. In all actuality, I honestly do think that they probably will probably create synthetic shares. I mean, just for accounting purposes, they'll probably tell people that they have their share, but then not actually give them a real share. So it'll be a lot like an IOU, like we currently have already in AMC. But that still doesn't mean that still means that there's going to be pressure applied there, though. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them to, at some point, have to produce those shares, and so they're going to be on this hunt, on a constant hunt for trying to get more shares. But people are buying. So how much do you think that they're buying on a daily basis, Steven? How much of our volume on a daily basis do you think that because if you look at our average 3-month volume, we're trading about 46.02 million shares daily. How much of that do you think is actual retail buying? Just out of curiosity. And I'll tell you what the actual answer is here after you tell me what you think it is. Yucca Frida says this is a kid's show. No, sir, this is not a kid's show. Kids should, I don't think kids should be in the stock market. Yeah, Dr. Zeno, I have thought about it. And, what I just stated right there a little bit is, part of what it is, I think, part of the problem. How dare you? Don't you mean provide liquidity? Yeah. I don't know what I said, but you're probably right. Sometimes I misspeak. There won't be any ape shares to duplicate until Friday. Yes. And I have a feeling, MGTO, I think a lot of the duplication is gonna occur on Friday because they don't actually have to issue the shares into our accounts until Monday. So I have a feeling a lot of the shenanigans are going to happen on the 19th. I'm a F says 10%. Steven says, but remember, at most only 7% of the float exists. Let's see. Did you give a number? Hold on a second. Maybe I missed it. I don't see your number yet. Well, I'll just go ahead and say it because it's kind of taken some time to get it out there. But what I'll say is that the amount of shares that we're probably trading on retail side is probably somewhere between 4 to 6 million shares a day. That's it. So 10% is pretty close, right? It might even be less. It might even be less than 10%. Just depends on the day. But when you realize that we're only accountable for somewhere between 4 and 6 million shares traded on a daily basis, and here we are at 26.23 million, and we're only an hour and 20 minutes into the trading day here. It's got to start making some sense, At some point, you're going to realize that we're not moving this market. Danny says the major concern of mine is another worldwide lockdown. If you want to throw, hold on, tinfoil hat time. This is tinfoil hat time because I'm kind of curious how you guys are going to think about this. All right, I hate politics. I mean, I don't hate politics. I actually really love politics, but I hate talking about politics with you guys here. But I'm going to say this. I don't know if you guys are aware of that whole the Trump thing that's going on right now, where they went in and seized some documents. They essentially broke into his house and seized documents. Guys, there are some unprecedented things that are happening right now. Very unprecedented things, and I think they're on purpose to try and move our attention away from what's happening in the market. I know it's very self-centered to think like that. I know it's very bubbleistic to think that, oh, it's all about AMC, and that's not what I'm trying to say. I think they just don't want people looking at the market in general, and they're trying to create news that is going to be shocking and awe-shocking. I don't know what to call it. Just shocking news, breaking news, stuff that's not, where the media is not going to be reporting on what's happening to the market, right? Look over here. There's something going on. There's a building on fire, guys, with a bunch of papers in it. But we're going to do this over here while you're looking at that burning, stupid building on papers. Like because we live in the Stone Ages where we have papers stored on, like we don't have information stored on like data storage units places. Come on, you know what I'm saying? Like it just stinks to high hell. It's just like you don't have unprecedented things happening and generate news that causes you to go look at something when you have something else that's probably much bigger news happening, unless you want people to not focus on that. Yeah, I'm talking about the whole economy here, yo. That's exactly right. I'm not just, I mean, because I know people are going to say, like, oh, you're just saying AMC, it's all about AMC, and I'm not. I'm talking about they're trying to distract us from what's happening right here in the entire economy. You're absolutely right. They're making a big issue, and it is. I'm not saying this isn't a big issue, but they're creating a big issue to keep our eyes away from what it is that's probably really important and happening right now. Tinfoil hat on, right? Tinfoil hat. I'm not going to turn into a conspiracy nut here, but I'm telling you right now that I don't think they want us to look at the market. They don't want us to see what's happening. There's bigger news to be seen. Look at this over here. So I don't know. Tinfoil hat on. I'm not sure if you guys agree with me, but we are in some unprecedented times right now. Yeah, and I'm not trying to start fights about like whether or not what Trump did was right or wrong, or whether they found something or they didn't find something. I'm just saying I think the news is trying to make our attention go someplace, or at least the average American's attention to be focused somewhere else. You can fool some of the people part of the time. Yeah, see, I'm not trying to say they're distracting the world away from AMC. I just think that they're trying to distract the world from seeing what's happening in the market in general. So, as you can see, it's not doing very well right now. This is so not true, guys. Like legit, like we're gonna get into politics issue. There's plenty of presidents that have had documentation that's been classified. That and there's even been people who haven't been president that wanted to be president that had classified documentation stored off of or stored at their homes. This is not a first, guys. It's not a first time. It is the first time that somebody has ever, and an agency has ever gone in and broken in to get the information, unless you want to count Watergate. But I guess there's that. That wasn't really somebody's house. But then again, it's where the documents were stored, or what was happening was being stored. So I don't know. You could kind of maybe say it's like maybe like equivalent to Watergate, maybe. Carlos says, "How do you be in the van without AC?" It feels good in here, man. It's a nice 73 degrees in here. Breaking news is diluted. Guys, I'm gonna make a confession here. There was a period of time in my life where, like, and I think it was due to 9/11, but like I was stuck. I was glued to the TV, and every time I heard that breaking news little jingle come on, and I just couldn't like wait to hear what it was that was going to happen. It was just kind of like one of those things, like, what's next? What's next? And let me tell you, my world got dark when that happened. Very, very, very dark when you're always waiting to hear what that next breaking news clip is. Something not right. You're not living your life right when you're waiting to hear what the next breaking news is. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, if you feel like that's life for you, change something. Find out what it is that you need to change, but change something and get out of that breaking news habit. Just get out of it. It's not a good place to be. Point Break says, can we go back to talking about teabagging? Absolutely. For 4 minutes, because then I got to go over the numbers. Forrest, I am a big proponent on the whole idea of following the money. I tend to agree. No, Cat Zone. This is why you store your classified documents in a facility that has sprinkler systems that mysteriously break and are stacked from ceiling to floor or ceiling to floor to ceiling, ceiling to floor, whatever, that just miraculously spontaneously combust. MG Toe says stop watching Nazi news. I watch actually MG Toe. What you'll find is interesting about me is that I don't like watching any one specific news source. I actually prefer getting my news source from all over the place. I think it's really important to be diversified when you get your news. It really helps round you as a person. So I never subscribe to just one specific news source. And that's kind of one of the reasons why once I became a big, once I became a big fan of Reddit, I really liked the news that was coming out of Reddit because it came from many different sources. It came from people, right? And the people are mixed group of peoples that are all coming together in one location to talk about what's happening in the news, so you can get your sources from everywhere. And I found that to be most comforting because I knew I was getting lots of different perspectives on news. Rose says, Casey, on the daily chart, we might be making an enormous cup beginning on 324. I looked at that a while back. I think it was a day or two ago. I know that sounds, when I say a while back, it's not that far, but a day or two ago, I looked at that to see if that were the case, but we're starting the downtrend too early on it, though. I mean, I'd have to go back and take a look at it since we got another minute here, Ro. I'll take a look again and see, but I feel like we're not really forming the backside of the cup too well. But I know what it is you're talking about. I did look at that as a possibility. Cole says that all started with the 24-hour news channels. Way too much filler content. Now they use it against us for distractions. Just don't let news control you, man. Yucca says AMC is building a cup. We got the tea bags. No, we don't have the tea cat. We're the water. We're the water. No, we're not the water. The hedge funds are the water. What are we? Yeah, because they watered down the stock. So what are we? We're not the cup. Are we the cup? Maybe we are the cup. We're the cup. Hedge funds are the water, and Adam Aaron's got the tea bags. Oh no, we're the drinker. That's what we are. We're the drinker. Person who's going to be drinking the tea. I don't know what the cup is. The cup is just market movement, I guess. KJ, Casey, I have to leave to donate bone marrow and can't write again. Hope your mom's brother is doing better. Web Uncle, you missed earlier posts while tinfoiling. KJ, thank you very much. I appreciate your bone marrow donation. I hope you feel better for the rest of the day. I know that kind of takes it out of you a little bit. But thank you for donating. All right, guys, it's time to take a look at our numbers. Casey wants to be the water. I do not want to be the water. That's kind of funny, though. That's funny. I've got this funny image of like Adam Aaron being like Quagmire going giggity. Somebody please make a meme Quagmire doing, I don't know, saying giggity and put Aaron's head on there, and then like put a picture of Ken Griffin underneath him. I need to get my laugh on. Can you replay the CEO interview from yesterday? Probably not, but let's take a look at the numbers. There is a video that I would like to show though. I'm going to log into my broker, so I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying from here on going forward. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it. Could help prevent somebody getting into your account that you don't want in your account. Could also slow you down logging into your broker. But you could always use your phone to get in and then turn it off. There's workarounds. All right, let me. I didn't say reach arounds. I said workarounds. Let's see here. We're getting the whole teabag issue. Now I'm sexualizing the channel. Daddy, what's reach arounds? Well, son, they're kind of like teabags, only not. Oh man, my mom listens to this. It's not good. All right, let's go over our numbers before I get myself in more trouble here. My mom's just shaking her head. I know she is right now. So let's get into it. Taking a look at off exchange. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I gotta collect myself here. Off exchange. An hour ago was 44.95 and 15.8 in the EDGX. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see 49% in the off exchange and about 11 to 12% in the EDGX. Let's see where that's at. We're also going to look at the ARCA, NYSE ARCA. We got 47.31, so not a whole lot of volume going into the off exchange compared to normal. Guess where it's going? That's right. It's going straight to the NYSE. If you were to add the additional 4% that's now going to the NYSE ARCA, it would put us at about 51% going through the off exchange, which would be closer to where I would expect us to be normally. Taking a look at the EDGX, it's at 14.71, which is obviously higher than normal, for a grand total of 62.02%. Volume going through just the off exchange and EDGX, which is pretty normal. It's not too elevated. What's normal? Such a good question. Taking a look at Ortex data here, they're reporting currently 1.12 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. Earlier it was only 0.044 million. That increase of borrowed shares is going to have effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.81%. Cost of borrow average is at 8.78, max is at 9.87, and min is at 7.26. Shares on loan is 131.89 million shares, which is slightly higher than it was, very, very slightly higher than it was day over day. Options. An hour ago at a $25 strike price for the calls, there was 8.6 thousand contracts. Our new strike winner right now is 30 with 15.3 thousand contracts. So that went up to $5. Puts, highest amount of put volume is at a $20 strike price. An hour ago was 3.7 thousand contracts. It's now 6.8. The spread is a $10 spread, suggesting price somewhere around 25, perhaps, maybe, by the end of the day. Maybe. It might be a little lower. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently fourth with a 61% buy to 39% sell ratio, which is better by a percent since an hour ago. GME is 13th with 58% buys to 42% sales. SSR trigger price is $21.56. Looks like they've only returned shares in the last hour. Fees are at 6.7%. Currently, there's 109.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 47.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 83.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 14.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 1.41, Dow Jones is down 0.27, S&P 500 is up, or sorry, down rather, 0.56. The market has 4,505 decliners to 2,241 advancers. The VIX is up 2.87, VTI is down 0.76, IWD is down 0.28, Tesla is down 1.8, Amazon is down 1.68, Cinemark is down 2.05, Dogecoin is down 2.14, Bitcoin is down 3.04, GME is down 9.72, HYMC is down 1.94, Hood is down 5.85, NCMI is down 19.38, and AMC is down 5.59. It'll be interesting to see if GME trips SSR. There's a very good chance that AMC won't, and it looks like GME is like right there. I don't know if they've tripped or not. Let me just look real quick here. Let's see. They have not. 39.11 is their tripping point, so they're really close. Inflow versus outflow. AMC is currently has about $12 million more in inflow than outflow. 29.22 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here after 99 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 115 million shares traded for the day today by the end of the day. I suggested in the pre-market we would see somewhere between 70 and 90 million. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.47, which is above average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 72.56, which is signaling overbought. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.5, signaling, or that's below average. No, it's not. That's slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.62, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.27. That's below average. It does appear that we're following a little bit of a trend line here on the bottom side. And let's see if this is, I don't think this is a parallel, but let's just check and see. Looks like a wedge. It's a pretty steep wedge. But the breakout, so it's going to be very difficult for me to kind of judge where the breakout's going to be, but leaving out just the tip, it could be somewhere right around here. It's an extremely so you have falling volume, falling price. With the degree of downwards angle on this wedge, it's almost going to definitely be a breakout going up. But let me just check and verify real quick here. Yeah. Actually, this is pointing towards the top, which is breakout going down. So a little bit of disagreement on the trend line versus falling volume and falling price. But that's okay though. I still think it'll probably break out going up. It's a pretty sharp decline here. But it could break out going down. I'm leaning towards up. With that, I can see what it is you guys are saying again. I'm going to start with Sammy Boy here. Says, I'm trying to visualize what a reach looks like. Pat yourself on the back of the head, Sammy. There you go. You got it. That's it. Congratulations. You just gave yourself a reach around. Government Divide says, I believe they are shaking out as many paper hands and possible before Ape has to be delivered. I would agree. I'll never forget when she did physical, and so I asked my wife last night what song I should do for today of hers because she's kind of a fan of Olivia, and that was her first response was physical. So I went to go pull it up on YouTube, and it was hurting my eyes, and I just couldn't watch it anymore. And I was like, there's no way I'm watching that 3 times tomorrow. I tried to watch as much as I could, and I had to give up. Like, I don't know. I was probably a minute into the song. I was like, I just can't see this anymore. So, because I have to watch the video while you guys are listening. I just can't do it. It was terrible. So I gave her a choice of a couple other songs, and I gave her a choice, and she came down to, let me tell you what she said. She said, I said, I gave her a choice of Twist of Fate or the Take Me Home Country Roads. And she says, I say Twist of Fate if for AMC. I say Country Roads if just a tribute for her. So I went with the tribute. Kim, good morning. Robert Ortega says 18%. Not sure what the 18% is for. Casey, thoughts on Robinhood not supporting preferred shares equity? Wait until the stock ticker is approved for the NYSE. If they still continue to say the same thing after that happens, then they're just going to basically tell you that all you can do is sell. But I don't have any problem with that. I mean, that shouldn't concern you. Tom says, Casey, question please. Yesterday at 11 a.m. the price was 26.18. At 11:09 a.m. today the price was 22.58. I measured a 13.75% drop in price. Just wanted to make sure I'm reading the SPF correctly. Yes, but a synthetic price failure doesn't occur until you hit at least 19.5% drop in price. So, but you need to record from the top, and you said the top yesterday. Well, I think the top of this last run was 27.50, so that's where you should be recording from. So we're looking. I've got the numbers drawn up here on the in the blue, white, and red lines. The 19.5% drop from 27.50 is 22.14. 20% drop will be $22, and 21.59 would be 21.5%, which is where paper hands would occur. So you gotta record the top, and that will include aftermarket hours. It may have happened in the pre-market yesterday. I don't remember. Let's go back and look. Yeah, it was market open yesterday, 27.50. So that's your high. And now you're tracking, if you're tracking lows and to a synthetic price failure, which would be right here. If it doesn't get there, then you're still tracking new highs. This got really darn close. I mean, they got it really super close. In fact, this is kind of one of those ones where you'd have to make a judgment call. 22.30 was only 15 cents away from being 16 cents away from being a synthetic price failure. That's really, really, really close. Sometimes I would count that, sometimes I wouldn't. It would just kind of depend on if how high price runs afterwards for recording purposes. You're welcome, Tom. It does look like it's trying to break out of this, but I have a feeling it may only be temporary. I may end up having to just redraw the line, which happens from time to time. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me refresh something on GME real quick here. Yep. All right. Guess what? You know why we're going back up in value? SSR triggered on GME. Once the pressure has been relieved on either AMC or GME, oftentimes the pressure to create liquidity is gone, and they can allow price to start running again. So GME did trigger SSR at $39.11, and so now it's starting. So if we come over here and we look at it, there's $39 right there. So they triggered SSR, so price might start to run a little bit now. Whether or not they're generating paper hands, I haven't ran the numbers on GME, so I have no idea. Meaning whether or not a synthetic price failure occurred or not, I haven't looked at it, so I don't know. But that could be part of the reason why we're breaking out of this wedge a little bit early. Grant says we watched Grease last night over a bottle of wine to mark the passing. That's awesome, man. Javi, good to see you. Point Blank said you can transfer out of Robinhood after your ape is received. I think you should be able to if you wanted to. I would think that'd be the case. Yeah, Kim. So let me pull up Twitter real quick here. I got just a few more minutes here before I'm going to go to break, but so limit up, limit down. LULD is what that is. And this is what I was talking to you guys about before in regards to anytime a stock price hits 10%. I was telling you guys it's 20% for the first 15 minutes of trading. And apparently I didn't know that back in 2013 that the rules changed. In 2013, they actually made it from 9:30 to 4. Excuse me, indigestion. From 9:30 to 4 a.m. or from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's a 10% 10% either limit up or limit down percentage that the price could change to that would cause the halting of trading. We did move 10.71% in the first 5 minutes, so that's why we triggered for a limit up. And also what I'm going to add to this is that I was correct about the 3:45 to 4 o'clock p.m. It's not listed here on this page, but from 3:45 to 4 o'clock, it doubles the percentage. The numbers that I had for the early morning opening market from 9:30 to 9:45 were no longer correct. They went through a phase where they went to a phase 2 rules, and in phase 2 rules, they got rid of that early morning doubling percentage for the first 15 minutes. So whenever I've mentioned to you guys that the reason that we see such volatile closing period in the last 15 minutes of the trading day is because of that rule that it increases to 20% on that price band. So hopefully that explains everything to you. And here's a picture here of the 10.71% that we increased in the 5 bars, this is on a minute chart, so 5 minutes. It was the first 5 minutes of trading caused the halt. And here's the event right here listed at 9:35. The event was triggered. It ended the 5-minute pause of halting of trading due to the LULD pause, limit up, limit down. And they resumed trading at 9:40 and 40, I believe it was 49 seconds, I think. Hopefully that helps clear things up for you. I just had some old information. I didn't realize they had gone to a new phase. Later on. Beach Guy says, my God, I just heard a semi-dually tire blow. I had my window down when I was driving. I don't do this anymore. Ever since I had this happen to me on the freeway, Beach Guy, I will never, ever drive on the freeway with my window down again. And I don't know how motorcyclists do it, but I had one of those tires blow out with my window rolled down and the tire was right next to me. And that tire blew, and I tell you, it was like a bomb going off. I got hit by hot pieces of tread in the side of the head and scared the living. I mean, I was fine. There was nothing wrong with me. I was okay. Luckily, everything was fine. But I will never, ever, ever, ever drive on the freeway again with a window down for that reason alone. I used to do it all the time when I was younger. Clear as water. Uh-oh. What country? Good. I'm glad it's clear to you, Kim. ABC, people just aren't. I don't know, man. I don't know. I want to give an excuse, but I have no idea, honestly. But I'll tell you what, though, ABC. I bet Bigums all the time is probably wondering to himself why anybody would use ISDA banks. And here I am in an ISDA bank, so, there's that. It's just, I guess it's perspective, maybe. I don't know. I do not, Roan. I don't watch other tickers. Master Lauren, how's it going, man? Just some more of the usual. Abby, I would not look at it in any your share is your share. I wouldn't worry about it. There's no such thing as holding an IOU that isn't going to help you. In regards to like how you're going to get your shares, it'll be the same one way or the other. When should we expect serious price action, before or after Ape? Don't worry if you don't know. I think it's going to be before. Kim says, good transparent water. That's good, Kim. I mean, there's some countries that have some pretty bad looking water. Actually, this country depends on where you go in this country. There's some bad water too. I've been to places before where people living off of well water, or not well water, but pumped water, and it's not very good looking. I would contact your broker to find out, but I wouldn't think that they would not give you your ape stock. Are we going to the blue box? I think so. The only reason that I think that we broke out here temporarily was because GME had triggered SSR. I mean, I do, Roan, but I'm not going to be talking about them here. That's for sure. But I certainly don't know what's going on in regards to dividends that are being issued on other stocks. Do you think the market is red partially due to the CPI meeting? I do, actually, Nancy. When I woke up this morning, I went over and I was like, I feel like we're really close to a date that's coming up here. And then I saw when I was going through my different tabs, I saw the August 10th at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. The CPI numbers were going to be reported, and I was like, oh, okay. Dr. Zeno, sounds good, man. Ron, I didn't see a question about AMC. Let me go back up. I'll try and look for it. Personally, I have DRS registered AMC shares through Revolut and got the documents so the AMC shares seem legit. Okay, that's cool. What's the question? Wait, let me go back again. Let me go back again and reread that one more time. Yeah, I didn't see a question there. Thoughts on both AMC and GME dark pool usage being around 61, 62%. Captain Awesome, take a look at the NYSE ARCA. I think BioLife mentioned it earlier. Somebody, I can't remember who it was, but I think it might have been BioLife might have mentioned that earlier. They're moving, at least I don't know for GME, but for AMC, they're moving a lot of volume over to the New York Stock Exchange. I wonder why they would do that. I wonder. I'm talking about the AMC Ape, not any other ticket. No, that's fine, Ron. The fact that they're Revolut AMC shares should be given, they are saying they don't know yet. So here's the thing, Ron, and it doesn't matter where you're holding your shares at all. Every single broker out there is giving some really bad information right now, and the reason for it is because it hasn't even been approved yet. The NYSE ticker for APE has not been approved, and so I'm trying to tell people, like, hold your horses, let the process kind of go a little bit here, let them get the approval going on. I tend to think that this date of the 22nd is going to get pushed out a little bit here due to the market not being ready to issue um, or not approving in time. So just kind of hold your horses a little bit, and let's just kind of give all of our brokers a chance to absorb more information and figure out what it is that they're actually going to do. Because every single one of them are giving out really bad information, and so it's almost like we're wasting our time and their time asking them questions about things that they don't actually know the answers to yet. So just kind of hold up a little bit, and yeah, Roan, there's been brokers that have said the same thing from other places as well. So just hold up, wait a little bit, wait for the ticker to be created, and then or the security to be approved for the New York Stock Exchange, and then we'll talk about it. And I'm pretty sure you'll probably get some kind of notice, maybe even from Revolut telling you a little bit more about what's going on. You're welcome, Ron. I don't think we're gonna have to wait 2 weeks. I think they should have the approval here within the next day or two, I would imagine. Craig says, "Hi Casey, good morning. Hypothetically, do you think we could MOASS on Ape alone due to the limited numbers of both AMC and Ape would go in parallel?" So I have a feeling, Craig, that a lot of our brokers are going to absolutely cause a lot of people to try to paper hand, and we've seen through time that nobody wants to paper hand on low numbers. So they may have to raise the price up a bit and scare people, and then drop the price a bit, maybe a couple times within the next 2 weeks, to try and get people to paper hand away their shares. So I wouldn't necessarily call that MOASS, but seeing higher prices in the future, I do think is a very strong possibility. All right, I'm going to put this in here, guys. I really do feel like the only reason that we kind of jumped up out here a little bit was because of the SSR being tripped for GME. But I have a feeling we'll probably be coming back down to this blue box down here at some point. It's time for me to take a break. ABC says, "You never mention where we can bid for the tinfoil hat." I'm not selling it, ABC. It would be a giveaway, so there's no bid. I would probably do, my guess is that I will probably do very close to the end or near the end. I might, because I told you guys I would stick around for like 48 hours or 2 days worth of trading after I exited my position. It's gonna be a big giveaway time. I've got a lot of things on my desk here to give away. A lot of things. I don't know. I feel like everything on my desk here is a piece of me. Like bottle caps from beers that I've had toasts with you guys. I got a lot of bottle caps to give away. It's just gonna be giveaway stuff. And I don't know. I've got a little sticker here of an ape holding a surfboard. I've got a rocket, a keychain that I've got been sitting here to give us good luck. Just a lot of cool stuff to just kind of give away that I've collected over time. And maybe maybe some of the bottle openers that I got 2 bottle openers here. Maybe I give those away. Just Forrest says bottle caps. Case we're not in Fallout universe yet. We still have time. But it's cool. Hey, even got my AMC KC mug here that I might give away as well. These are all things that are commemorative, things that you could just have to hold on to. I've got my Bill Murray over here saying you're awesome. Coffee. I mean, these are all stupid things. Maybe to some people, I don't know. Maybe they're important to you. I've even got my Bob Ross energy drink can over here. I still have my Bob Ross energy. I don't know if you guys been around here long enough to remember that, but I still have Bob Ross sitting here on my desk. My Bob Ross energy. That's like the funniest thing to me in the whole wide world. Can you imagine Bob Ross drinking an energy drink? It just doesn't even work. It's so funny. But yeah, I mean, maybe you want it, maybe you don't want it. If you don't, that's cool. Don't participate. But maybe I'll do like some kind of like giveaway trivia or something like that. No fanny packs. And I'm not charging anybody anything. It's just Danny wants to beat the devil out of it brushes. But if you've been here for a long time and maybe you've been a part of this whole adventure, I've got my Jack Daniel's shot glass here that I drink my adventurous ape in every day. I don't know, just stuff to give away to you guys. Just, I don't know, memory keepsakes, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, No fanny packs. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take a break here. I'm going to put up a message, and I'm actually going to come back at 11:15 because I'm leaving just a tad bit late. So let's see. Oops. Music. Let me see. Link to fanny pack. Again, little quick trivia here, guys. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but people who are in Australia probably think that's pretty funny when you say fanny pack. Means something different to them over there. Those guys down under. You know what you're doing if you're fanny packing. Yeah, I remember those days, Remtaco. Happy little trees. Maybe just a happy little tree stream. I haven't done that in forever. I've been doing more butthead. I haven't done a whole lot of I haven't done the Bob Ross, the nice little happy trees. Feel peace and serenity. There's no such thing as mistakes, just happy little accidents. All right, guys, I'm going to take off. We'll go down memory lane together when this is all over. See you guys in a bit.
Child. Listen, I done had enough. Just keep getting these livers sour all the time. I pucker my lips, yeah, I might get stepping on pills now. I don't slip, just keep getting these livers. It should be a crime. What you gonna find is I don't quit. I'ma show out now. Life is giving lemons every second and hour. I think I used to be sweeter, but now I'm feeling too sour. I used to feel on top and now I'm losing my power. Now I just do it, get a check and get a meal and devour. I ran out of juice to make the lemonade.
Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that
iced tea, chillin', sit back and recline. Keep bad vibes on your side of the line. Don't call my phone, yeah, I'm doing fine. Look at the time, run with the lime. What you got? I don't need it, I don't want it. What I got? You know me, I'm a fronted. Who you got? Ain't no me, they don't got it. La 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 la, la la la. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, don't keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, don't keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Get it and go. You wanna come to my show? Sit in the front of the row. I'ma just have to say no. Attitude is stinking, yeah, you might need detergent. I'ma have to break it to you, baby, you ain't perfect. What you got? I don't need it, I don't want it. What I got? You know me, I'm a fronted. Who you got? Ain't no me, they don't got it. La 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 la, la la la. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, don't keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, don't keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
Make this a possibility.
Some nights I don't know why I can't lift myself off the floor. It's so damn bad, I feel I'm sinking. So many times I've tried to give you something more, yeah, but it's too late to go down wishing. You saw the worst of me, and I'm the one to blame. It's so damn bad, I feel I'm sinking. There's nothing left of me now, just a shell remains. It's too late to go down wishing. Just a shell of a man, that's all I am. Living on memories, take what I can. The feeling's gone in my soul, it left me long ago. Now I'm just a shell of a man, and that's all I am. All my past mistakes, and I bet you'd laugh if you could read it. I'm the one they come to now for advice on hard to break, and it cuts me down, but they don't see it. Some nights I lie awake, I can't fight the sense of shame. That's why there's nothing left of me. There's nothing left of me now, just a shell remains. That's why just a shell remains, just a shell. That's all I am. Living on memories, take what I can. Feeling's gone in my soul, it left me long ago. Now I'm just a shell of a man, and that's all I am.
perfume. If my heart was yours to win, you don't deserve it, boy, you lose. We're in the jungle, and while we're out here, you are playing by my rules. 'Cause everyone knows fighting me's a battle you don't wanna lose. I surrender to you. Oh, you locked down my heart. I surrender to you. Nothing keeps us apart. I can smell her on your skin, the bitter taste of her perfume. If my heart was yours to win, you don't deserve it, boy, you lose. We're in the jungle, and while we're out here, you are playing by my rules. 'Cause everyone knows fighting me's a battle you don't wanna lose. I surrender to you. Oh, you locked down my heart. I surrender to you. Nothing keeps us apart.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Is that how I fade the bad music? I'm still listening into my ears. All right, there we go. It's I gotta find a different playlist for you guys. That sounded horrific. It was like bad ska music. Oh, it was bad. One of these days I'll find a playlist that everybody loves and it never gets bored of. All right. There we are, guys. We did not trip SSR, or we did not trip SSR. We did hit a synthetic price failure. $21.74 is indeed a price failure. That's approximately 20.9% down from 2750. I'm entering in my data here. We hit this on 8/9, so 8/9. Let me just look at calendar real quick, count the days. 27th. $13 days. That run lasted 13 days upwards. We went from 1382 to 2750 over 13-day span. That's including weekends. The way I track things, guys, I include the weekends in there. Don't ask why. It's a really, really, really long story, but I track the weekends. So 13 days for us to move upwards in. I'll just tell you. It's not really that long of a story. When I first started tracking this information a long time ago and I was looking for parallels, when I tracked GME and was doing a lot of my data research, I was including weekends in the data research to look for pattern analysis. And so because I included the weekends when I did the pattern analysis on GME, I do the same thing currently. So that's the reasoning behind it. But this was a 13-day run up from the 21st to from the 27th of July to August 9th. We increased 99% upwards in price. So from 1382 to 2750. This downwards movement to 2174 and may end up going further down. Is so far at 2174 is a 20.9% decrease in price. Normally we see a turnaround point once we've hit a synthetic price failure, unless there's paper hands. Paper hands occur at 2159 when it's 21.5% down or more. So we'll know if there's been some paper hands if we break past. I'm going to say if we break past SSR or too much further beyond SSR, there's probably been some paper hands in there. So what we're going to be looking for now is either a 15% increase in price from whatever low we hit, or we're looking for new lows. So at this point, what I will do is plug in. Let's see. I'm kind of modifying my Excel spreadsheet here a little bit because I haven't actually done this before. I just recently created this some additional formulas in my Excel spreadsheet to kind of give me like some cues, quick cues, so I don't have to keep doing the math really fast, or doing the math in my head every time, or on a calculator. So from 2174, a 15% increase in price would be $25. So that's the new $25 at this point would be the point that we would have to break to know that we're going to see some newer highs. So I will put in a horizontal line at $25 unless we see something lower than that. Blue is one of my favorite colors, so I'm going to color it blue. Cobalt blue to be exact. All right, I can see what it is you guys are writing now. Thick Flare says Jerry was a race car driver. Yuck Frida says the Skank Girls. Let's see here. Beach Guy says I dated a girl who was all into the B-52s. She was weird AF. Man, I like the I like the B-52s, man. Love Shack. Come on. Come on, Beach Guy. Love Shack's a good song. I mean, I probably only know like 2 or 3 of their songs, but you know, like Rock Lobster. But Love Shack, man, you like maybe you just made me want to play Love Shack tomorrow just to play Love Shack. Starcadian, I'm not sure what you mean by $1 gain. Sam says if they drop under 20 and the ape dividend results in a 50-50 of anything under 10 for the ape, and AMC won't, they need to heavily raise collateral according to the heightened margin requirements. So yes, anything under $10 would raise collateral requirements for AMC. So that's true. Yeah, Yucca Frida just said, Casey, I just received a call from my son's elementary teacher. My son offered to teabag her. I've had a similar situation in my life, Yucca Frida. Um, Hunter, you guys know Hunter. He told his teacher, his kindergarten teacher, that every single morning his mom had to have a beer before she could start her day. Um, and to which it was very concerning to the kindergarten teacher. Uh, Apparently, Hunter didn't know the difference between beer and coffee. They were kind of, I guess, intertwined somehow or another in his head. I'm not sure. Actually, I need to ask him about that. See why he thought those were the same thing. They did not trigger. No, 2174 was the price they got to. Our trigger points at 2156. BC says, "Please God, no, don't play Love Shack." All right, I won't play it. Oh, dressing up for it? It's fun to dress up sometimes, man. Come on, beach guy, you gotta live a little, man. Play dress up every once in a while. Girls like that stuff. LA says, "Hi, all. So tired of listening people saying AMC won't squeeze. How can we tell Hedgie's covered so I can explain to those non-believers? Telling them to, anytime you have anybody that you want to talk to them about manipulation of price and a stock, tell them to take the average 3-month volume divided by the total amount of free float, and have them try to explain how those numbers are possible in contrast to other stock tickers. So in other words, just tell them to give you an example of another stock that's trading and compare your average 3-month volume versus how many shares are in existence in the float. Divide the two. So divide 46. In our case, it would be 46.02 divided by 515.63 million times 100. It's a percentage. And you ask them, how in the world does AMC trade that percentage versus whatever stock they want to look at? What's the difference? Z Wade says, Z Wade, hey man, I saw your latest video. It popped up because I subscribed to you. I saw your latest video. Holy moly, man. That was some good stuff. Good work. I mean, yeah, I know she was like nude and stuff, but I mean, good work, man. It was really good stuff. I really enjoyed the video. It was good stuff. I wanted to comment on it, and I was like, nah, I better not. How about some Men at Work for music? Oh, we'll get a good song on tomorrow. I've got actually something I've been waiting to play, and I think tomorrow might be the right day for it. Myself says, currently I'm dressed up as a Spartan. Prometheus, I'm doing good. Good to see you, sir. Can Ape do a HKD thing day of IPO? Probably not. Did you look at the volume on HKD? Because if you didn't, yeah, probably not. uh, Danny, no, I can't send it to you. You can go check. Well, yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll give you Z Wade's channel link. You can look that up on your own. To be honest with you, though, guys, it had nothing to do with the nudes. I did photography when I was in high school, like 2 years of it. My school only offered 1 year or one semester of photography. I took 2 years, and so I love photography. It was a I had a passion for it. And when you're a kid in high school, I think that's especially when you're a kid that has ADD, that says a lot when you have passion in something. And so I legitimately like his pictures are really really good, guys. I love his depth of focus that he has on some of the plant pictures that he's taken in the past. Um, the beam of light like was perfect on the one shot. Hopefully you know which one I'm talking about. The beam of light that you had that was coming out of the sky, it was absolutely perfect. It was it fit the picture very well. Hold on a second. I'm trying to find. Oh, here it is. Z Wade photo. But I view it as art, and the pictures that he was taking were really good pictures. I'm not. I see it more than just nudity. I see it as just it's art, man. It's art. I didn't even want to see the uncensored stuff, Z Wade. Your pictures were great. I really liked it. It was good stuff. Rock strong. YouTube doesn't appreciate art. I already got one warning. Yeah, it happens. Stupid YouTube. Am I right? But yeah, there's his channel right there, and I subscribe to him. I subscribe to anything you guys do. Like if you guys have fun hobbies that you do, I'm interested. I want to see what you guys do for fun. Um, but anyways, I think Z Wade's got some amazing pictures. Z Wade, oh, I was gonna tell you, man. I saw your logo and I went, hey, that looks kind of familiar. I think it's great. I think it's a great logo. I'm just gonna say props to you, man. Looks pretty good. All right, it's time to take a look at our numbers here, guys. I'm like 30 minutes behind on this. So we did temporarily. I'm just going to point this out right here. This move out right here was right when GME started running and right after they tripped SSR. So they had tripped SSR, and oftentimes what happens is when SSR is tripped, they start printing liquidity and then they start fulfilling orders, so you start seeing price run up. Well, AMC follows GME, so if we look right back at about 11:10 on GME, we come over here to GME at 11:10, and you can see price started running up right after here it is right here. Here's the trip of SSR right here at 11:14, 11:13, and price just starts running up. Well, there was a sympathetic move on AMC as a result of that, pushing us outside of the wedge but you can see that they continue to keep the wedge pattern in there, dropping us all the way down to the box, the blue box here. And now finally after right here at the blue box, we broke out. I would suspect that we're probably going to see a new pattern form here, maybe some consolidation around this price point, and I would expect that there's probably going to be one more push down to try and attempt to break that 21, what is the value, 2156 before the end of the day. So watch for that to happen. I do suspect that we'll probably run up in price afterwards, unless there were some paper hands along the way. But I'm not expecting a whole lot of paper handing going on right now. Z Wade says, yeah, my aperture icon logo looks just like me. Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed. Myself says his logo looks exactly like Casey. It's funny because he looks a little bit like me. Not exactly, but and so it was funny because when I saw it, I was like, hey, that looks like my logo. Yucca Frida says, I have a YouTube channel, Casey. I watch other YouTubers on my live YouTube streams. All right, Yucca. I've added you. Well, hold on a second. Hold on. I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna look you up real quick here. I'm gonna look you up before I look at the numbers, and then we'll go to the numbers. And that's not. I keep playing that. Let's see here. Let's see if I can find you. UCCA. I spelled it right. I see when I type in Yucca Frida and then I search for you, all I see is a bunch of Cuban yucca fries with one C. I'm looking. I wonder if I can click on your name and take me to your stream videos. Let's see if I can find it that way. Don't waste your time. Okay, just kidding. All right, never mind. You suck. Way to waste my time, man. Casey, you've been with my mom. Dude, come on, man. I'm not that much older. You get one chance to fool me, Yucca. I don't look anything up after the first chance. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I almost did a President Bush on that one. I almost screwed that one up. Oh boy. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. I'm going to log in here. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing any longer, so hold those thoughts if you want me to directly respond to them. Oh, shoot. Oh, yeah, I have my phone on me. Here it is. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. You may not want somebody logging into your account that's not you. That I almost said it. Oh man, never mind. Just a bunch of shh. Just a whole bunch of shh. Let's take a look at our numbers here. You guys are probably going like, Casey's a little spunkier today than he usually is. I don't know. Just having a good day, I guess. Maybe I am a little tired. I didn't really get great sleep last night, but I'm actually feeling pretty peppy. So, you know, it happens. It's kind of weird. Off exchange, an hour ago was 47.31, and the EDGX was 14.91. Or 14.71 rather. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at now. 48.46 and 14.37. Do note that the NYSE ARCA is almost, it's about 3% higher than what it normally trades. Interesting that they would be pushing a bunch of volume over to those off exchanges over there. 62.83% is the total going through the off exchange. Those two off exchanges at the very top there. That's a lot lower than what we've been seeing. Seems like they're shuffling inventory around, doesn't it? Don't you think? It's like rain. Yeah, I'm not singing. I hate singing. Oh, man, I'm not doing it. Let's see. 1.12 million shares were how many were traded or borrowed rather, I should say, in the last hour. It's now down to 0.602. Just a little more than 500,000, 602,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated short share interest of the free float just a little bit to 18.76%. Cost of our average is at 8.59, max is at 9.87, and min is at 7.26. Shares on loan is just fractionally higher today at 131.89 million. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $30 strike price with 15.3 thousand contracts. It's now 21.7. On the puts, at a $20 strike, there was 6.8 thousand contracts. There's now 12.7. This market's still signaling for a spread between 20 and 30. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC is coming in at fourth with 62% buys and 38% sales. We're still doing really good on our buy-sell order ratio and still in fourth, top four, so we're doing good. GME's 14th with a 62% buy to 38% sell ratio. Sometimes I wonder if I ever give you guys like vertigo or like weird you out when I like move screens or suddenly skip a page really fast. Trigger price for SSR today has not been tripped yet at 21.56, although GME did trip, and sometimes that's enough pressure to be relieved in liquidity that sometimes AMC will trip a day or two later after GME does, or sometimes it's like literally the very next day. So we may see that happen. Shares available to borrow. Were mainly returns. It does look like they did borrow another 100,000 shares out of the available at a 6.4% fee, putting us at a grand total of 4.45 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. Currently, there's 112.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 44.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 79.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 18.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. I'm going to show you guys something in case I forget. Remind me to show you something kind of neat in a few minutes here when I'm get done with this and I can see what it is you guys are writing. NASDAQ is currently down right now. How much? Come on, Weeble. Come on, you can do it. NASDAQ is down 1.54. Dow Jones is down 0.17. S&P 500 is down 0.57. The market is currently declining with 4,606 decliners to 2,254 advancers. The VIX is up 3.85, VTI is down 0.81, IWD is down 0.26, Tesla down 3.25, Amazon down 1.38, Cinemark is down 2.49, Doge is down 1.58, Bitcoin is down 2.98, GME is down 7.91, HYMC is down 4.45, Hood is down 5.52, NCMI is down 19.77, and AMC is down 6.39%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have more more inflow by approximately $15 million more. Volume is currently at 43. Oh, wow, we're actually doing really well in volume. This might beat out my expectations. We're at 43.78 million shares in volume for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're almost exactly halfway through the day. Oops. Minus 4 minutes. We're 191 minutes into the day. We're on pace for 89.4 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 70 to 90 million. So we're in the target range on the top side of my target range for pace, and we're almost exactly halfway through the day today. So I think there's a good chance that I might get the volume right. A good chance. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.12, which is above average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 71.16, which is, again, signaling overbought. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.03, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.19, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, which appears to be a divergence coming with a RSI of 49, which is just basically average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. I told you guys to remind me of showing you something really cool. I have a theory. Last night, somebody was asking me what I thought price would look like today. And I said very similar to what we had yesterday. But let me show you what I'm seeing. And I'm still holding that. You're going like, dude, this isn't even close to what we saw yesterday. Let me show you something. I haven't actually checked this yet to see if this is true. So let me just try this. I have not verified whether this is going to work or not, but I have a feeling. So you're saying there's a chance. Hold on a second, I got a cough. All right. Just going to put that there for reference. Remember what I said about dropping back down a little bit and perhaps breaking SSR a little bit later, and then running. This is basically yesterday's data inversed and flipped. And I have a feeling we're going to trade very, very close to this. And this would be this point right here in the day today, which is at 14.13. It's going to be about probably when we trigger SSR for AMC. If not then, it'll be here towards the end of the day. But I think there will be a run as soon as it does trip. It should trip at 21 something. So that'd be like in here. 21.56. It would be like right in here. So we'll have to see what happens, but I'm kind of feeling like today is working on the same an inverse mirrored algorithmic trading pattern from what we had from yesterday. So we'll see how we'll see if that's the case or not, but I have a feeling it's going to be pretty close. I'm not telling you guys anything financially. I'm telling you what I think is probably going to happen. I'm not saying anything. Like I would never ever ever even try to come close to trying to tell you guys what to do with options. Like I just don't. I think that would be irresponsible. Yucca says my 3-year kid can do better. Jordan says, "Yep, I heard it, YOLO." That's not what I said at all. Yale said maybe you should keep that up in white. Keep that up in white. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm going to leave it over here. I'm not going to get rid of this. I'm just throwing it out here as a suggestion. We'll see how it plays out. I don't plan on changing it. Once I show you guys something like this, I usually leave it. Similarly to how I left the bars pattern from our tripping of uh, the limit up, limit down market halt on AMC from yesterday. Which could mean, and don't forget, guys, the last 15 minutes of every single day, you can have violent moves in price without it can go up to 20% without triggering. So, and if you notice right here when I put the time scale on this move right here, where we would have triggered the halt would not occur today because it would be in the last 15 minutes right here is exactly at 15 minutes or 15:46, which is the last 15 minutes of trading, meaning we could see this price improvement and not get a halt at the very end of the day. Oh, keeping it on my normal screen in a white line. I don't know if I can. I can't transfer unfortunately, Weeble can't do what you can do on TradingView, so that's why I kind of switch between them. I can only do that, but I'll pull it back over on occasion. We can take a look at it again a little bit later. Jordan, stop, man. Stop. You're killing me. You're killing me, Jordan. I am not saying that. I know you're being funny, man, but it's like I don't know. I maybe I should just not say stuff like that anymore. I guess I could do that. I'll just keep it to myself. I mean, I just can't. I don't like I'm not here to influence you guys. That's not what I'm trying to do. I know you guys are just playing, but it's just like I can't take that kind of pressure. That's a lot of pressure on me to continue to do, trying to show you where I think it may be moving to. I mean, I freaking drew this blue box here and we broke out of it almost perfectly. I don't know how much longer ago it was. I think maybe I drew this out like 2 hours ago. Maybe it was an hour and a half. They're suggestions. Yucca Free says, let's go back to teabagging. I can't take that kind of pressure. That's a lot of pressure to put on me. I need a drink now. You guys are gonna lead me to drinking. I'm gonna have to go grab a beer or something. Jeez, man, that's a lot of pressure. BC says tramp. Yeah, like I'm all down now. Like you legit got me down saying that. Let's see. Mike says, Casey, appreciate your. Yeah, it's humor to you. You're laughing. I'm over here stressing. Einstein's over here saying options IV. See, that's the thing. You guys are so much more involved. Einstein is bringing up a great point here. There's so much more involved to knowing what's value in an options play than just knowing where price is going to be moving to. You've got to be looking at all the Greeks, and if you're not looking at the Greeks, then you don't know if you're getting a good value for what it is you'd be putting money into. So there's so much more involved in option plays, guys. And Einstein is saying options IV is cooking on AMC. Careful you don't get crushed. There's a lot of stuff that's going on here, guys. It's more than just knowing where price is going to move to. Yale says the first step is knowing you have a problem, Casey. That's true, man. I know I got a problem. John says, can you place your next box on the moon or somewhere? No, I'm not doing the Greeks. I'm not doing the. I'm not an options expert, guys. I am not an. I will never, ever, ever claim to be an options expert. I'm not going to get into the Greeks. I mean, I understand how they work, but I'm not going to do it though. I'm not going to get into it because I'll end up looking like a fool, and I'm not going to go there. I mean, I probably could do a pretty damn good job of going through and explaining it, um, but I don't want you to think that I'm an expert at it. Just because I can explain it doesn't mean that I know what I'm doing, right? There's a difference between being a good coach and being a good player. You know what I'm saying? Like um hold on a second. Andy Reid as an example, right? Would you put Andy Reid on the field? Would you legitimately put Andy Reid on the field to play a game? And for those of you who don't know who Andy Reid is, he's the Kansas City Kansas City Chiefs head coach. Would you put Andy Reid into a game? Hell no. Of course you wouldn't. He wouldn't survive 2 minutes in there. But he's a damn good coach. Damn good coach. And that's the difference. I've actually said my entire life I'm a great coach at a lot of different things, but I'm not a master at any of them. I'm not a master. And so, um, yeah. Price triggers SSR at 2156. Sorry, the information's not on the screen. Let me put it back up there. Hold on a second. It should be up there now. Yeah, there it is. No, Glock, I don't necessarily think that's the case. I personally I want to try to get those shares if possible. And I do think that there's a potential possibility. Depends on how many people will end up selling before now in 822. But I think there's a very strong possibility that there's going to be plenty of people in holding this up until 822. I think a lot of people want those shares. Yucca says mansplaining. Dude, I'm like the only one. You wanna go in the back of the big trip, talk with me, so I don't have to like be the only person here talking. I wouldn't mind. Mitch says he was a great punter in high school. Thank you, Mitch. I appreciate that. But you get what I'm saying though, right? Like just because you're a good coach doesn't mean you can do it. Units, they'll be shares once they're in your account. Einstein says, hint, over 80% IV. Be very careful. Price can go your way and you still lose money on AMC is currently over 200%. The other thing, too, I would say on top of what Einstein's saying right now is I would view any kind of, unless you're playing like leaps or maybe quarterlies, everything that you hold overnight is extremely at risk. Just there's a lot of risk holding overnight right now in options. Yeah, you can ask Jordan. I don't know when he's gonna. I don't know when he's gonna do it. You can ask all you want. I have no idea. Roaster guy says, Casey, all the answers are at the bottom of the bottle. If not at the bottom of this one, in the bottom of the next one. Glock says, we only have to wait till 19 to receive Ape correct. You gotta hold. You gotta hold until the 22nd to receive your shares. Like you need to be holding till the 22nd. So like holding through the close. I would think holding through the close of market, including after hours on the 22nd. Like I feel like you could probably, I mean, I don't know why you would do this, but theoretically, I feel like you could probably sell a pre-market on the 22nd if you were so to be inclined, and probably still receive your ape units. Man, Caitlin, it's like you just don't give up. Come on. Ex-dividend date, I believe, is the 22nd. Hold on a second. Let's see. The MYSE has established August 22nd as the ex-dividend date. No, it is not critical that the trade is settled. It is not critical at all. So what'll happen, Yale? Like, here's how I want you to think about it. They're going to record the date on which you were supposed to get your bonus share, right? Your ape share, shares, whatever it may be, right? What's going to happen is there's going to become a paper trail on the 15th, and everywhere that shares move during that paper trail, the ape shares are going to lag behind it until the 22nd and follow that paper trail to the end owner on the 22nd. So, for example, if person A were to sell on the 15th to person B sold to person C sold to person D, and person D sold to person E uh, before the end of the 19th, then person D will be the person receiving the ape shares on the 22nd if they are the last owner on the 19th. It will follow the paper trail. So don't be confused. The end of the 19th, you need to hold your shares to the end of the 19th in order to be able to claim those shares on the 22nd. Prometheus, I've kind of done a good job, I think, of setting up a 5-minute time limit of having to be subscribed in order to not get shills and bots. That seems to be the magic number. It's not 100% foolproof. We have seen other, people coming in. But Other places like Twitter is massively got bots and shills. Discord, I haven't really seen anything too much on Discord. What if person B has a disability? Sorry. Pumpy, how's it going, man? Casey Gaming. I don't know what that means, but how's it going, man? Good to see you. What's the dog doing? You know, Curtis, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna speak on 1348. There's nothing wrong with 1348, by the way. It's actually a pretty good. I think there's enough evidence to suggest that it's a good trading strategy. It's not for AMC though. It's just not. That's not what we're here trying to accomplish. And if you don't understand what it is that we're trying to accomplish here, and you're just a scalper, then you're just an asshole. Because this is much bigger than just trying to scalp. So, and that's how I feel personally. You don't have to agree with me. That's fine. But this is much bigger than just trying to get your money before everybody else. It's way bigger than that. And essentially that's what that whole 1348 is all about. It's just being an asshole. And if you think he's not scalping, I would suggest that his new Tesla and his lifestyle would suggest that it is scalping. So I was pissed. And when I first saw that Tesla, I was like, "You're telling me you're not scalping, you mother?" I was pissed. I was really legitimately pissed. I mean, it's his money. He can do what he wants with it. But that's not what this whole movement is about. There's so many people that are just holding this. And here he is trying to tell people like, no, let's do something different where, a small portion of us, if we do this, we can just scalp money on this and make money the whole time while the rest of these guys are holding. And it's like, dude, like, don't you want to see a system get fixed, or you just want to be a part of the problem? And that's what he is. He's a retail problem. He doesn't want to see the system get fixed. He wants to just make money, and he doesn't care about everybody else. He cares about what's in his pocket, and that's it. And that's an asshole. That's somebody who doesn't care about anybody but his own pocket. And that's what and that pisses me off. It really pisses me off because it doesn't show compassion for others. But he'll tell you, no, 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 I have compassion for others. I want to make them more money in this whole process. BS. You're lining your pockets. That's all he does. You want to know how I know he's lining his pockets? He's charging people $69. $69. It's more now, by the way. But he was charging $69 to say F you as you bought into his Discord. That's how I know he's an asshole. I mean, come on. I don't know. You got me going. You got me going. I know it's 90 now, but he was charging people legitimately $69. Like, he was legit telling them, I'm screwing you. He was legit telling them, I'm lining my own pockets. I don't know. And I feel like there's so many more of us here that are here for something more than that. I'm not naming any names. You guys know who I'm talking about. You either know or you don't know, but I'm not naming names. See, I don't have a problem with anybody who's not scalping and doing what it is that he's kind of doing. Hold on a second, guys. I'm getting no data here. I might get shut down in a second. Give me just 1 minute here. I gotta check something real quick. I don't have any problem if people are not scalping and they're doing what it is that he's doing, because all they're trying to do is increase their position. And I get that. I can understand why people might want to do that. But there's a big difference between people who are scalping and people who are just trying to increase their position. If you're trying to increase your position, then you're taking and stealing away from the hedge funds what they need. So, and I applaud that. I go, like, great, but guess what? You're going to be one of the first people to die on the battlefield when this thing starts taking off. So, thank you for your service, but in the end, you're going to end up paying. But then there's the people who are scalping, and that's a completely different story because all they're doing is they're just simply taking money out of the market and returning the shares and allowing the hedge funds to they're basically playing the same game that a hedge fund's playing. The same exact game. They're becoming retail hedge funds. And that's what we're trying to stop. We're trying to stop that. And they're saying, no, I'm going to use all the people who are holding to continue to do what hedge funds do and make money off of the fact that people are holding. And it just makes me so angry. It makes me angry inside, man. It makes me so angry. Like those guys, big F you to those guys. And you know what? They don't care. They don't care if I call them out. You know why? Assholes don't care what other people think of them. They don't. They don't care what you think of them. They're just going to be them because they don't care. They're just going to be them. Man, you guys got me ranting. I'm not supposed to do this. All right, I'm logging into my broker, and we're going to take a look at the numbers because it's time. Curtis says Casey's spicy today. I'm a little spicy. I am. It's true. I'm feeling a little spicy. I can't help it. It's just when I see people using people when we're supposed to be in a Dr. Zena says, "Damn it, Shaw, I'm telling you, you need to fart. It'll make you feel better." I'm telling you right now, though, when I feel like it's an injustice. When you've got a group of people that are saying, "Hey, let's get together and do this and try to do something for the good of the people," and then you've got somebody who's crapping on your doorstep, and they're supposed to be one of you, and they're crapping on your doorstep. Like, I had a buddy one time that went into the army, and the first chance I had to get with him after he was in his position for a while and he was out boot camp and all that kind of good stuff. I had a talk with him and we were talking a little bit, and he's like, and this was during Afghanistan, and he'd already served, he'd already done a tour. He came back, and I was talking to him, and he says, like, dude, he was telling me something about, like, oh yeah, that guy is the guy that's going to get the bullet in the back of his head. And I said, bullet in the back of his head. And he goes, yeah, there's always one in every, I don't remember if he said squad or platoon or I don't know what he said, but he said something. He said, there's always the one guy that's going to get the bullet in the back of the head. And I said, what do you mean by that? And he's like, everybody has that one guy that they know is going to end up getting everybody killed. And he goes, there is friendly fire, and it's war. Because if it's going to become down to you losing your life or somebody else losing their life, you're going to put a bullet in the back of their head because they're just an asshole and they're going to get everybody killed. And I was like, that was harsh to hear. It was really, really harsh to hear from my friend. I didn't want to believe that kind of stuff happens. But when it comes down to war and you just want to come home alive, it makes you kind of wonder and go like, damn, that's kind of crazy. And basically, those are the guys that are crapping on your doorstep. So it's a good thing we're not in war. It's a good thing. All right. I am logged into my broker. I'm going to move over to the other page. I don't even want to see what it is you guys are writing because I'm sure I'm getting judged or whatever. Maybe I'm saying bad things. I don't know. But war's not pretty, guys. It's really not pretty. It's ugly. Super, super ugly. And I'm glad we're not in a war. Although it feels like it. Let's take a look at the off exchange here a little bit. This is nowhere near war. Off exchange an hour ago was 48 actually it was a half hour ago because I didn't check it too much longer ago. 48.46 last time I checked, and 14.37 the EDGX. Let's see what it is now. It's better if I just don't even see what it is you guys are writing, because then I won't feel bad. I won't have to apologize. Let's see here. I think it just, oh no, it's still refreshing. Uh-oh. It's not refreshing. Maybe I'm losing you guys here. Let me check everything real quick. It says excellent connection. Might just be the website. Okay, I think it updated. Let me try one more time just to make sure. All right, it updated. 48 points. Current numbers are off the off exchange, and EDGX is at 14.33 for a grand total of 63.08, which is a little bit lower than our end of the day average normalcy of 64%. Taking a look at Ortex data here, an hour ago there were 602,000 shares having been returned. That is now 830,000 shares having been, I said returned, I meant borrowed. 830,000 shares having been borrowed, which is a small increase, which will increase the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 18.77%. Out of breath. Cost of borrow average is at 8.59, cost of borrow max is at 10.49, and min is at 7.26. Shares on loan is at 131.89, which is slightly higher than it was slightly. Taking a look at the options, at a $30 strike price an hour ago, there was 21.7 thousand contracts. It is now 22.1. At a $20 strike price an hour ago, there was 12.7 thousand contracts for puts. It's now 13.4. Less than a 2-to-1 ratio, calls versus puts, and showing a spread at between $20 and $30. Orders by Fidelity customers. We've got, let's see, AMC was looking like it's in fourth right now. Yeah, fourth position with a 62% buy to 38% sell ratio. GME coming in at 16th with a 63% buy to 37% buy to sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is at $21.56. Looks like they did borrow about 5,000 shares out of the ETFs, but I only count things that are 50,000 or higher. So far for the day, we've seen about 4.45 million shares borrowed on Stonko Tracker. At a currently, it's showing a 6.4% fee. 112.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 44.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 79.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 18.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 1.41. Dow Jones is down 0.09. The S&P 500 is down 0.46. We have 4,603 decliners to 2,253 advancers. The VIX is up 2.96. VTI is down 0.74. IWD is down 0.17. Tesla is down 2.98. Amazon is down 1.31. Cinemark down 2.78. Doge 1.58 down. Everything's down. So just 3.01 Bitcoin, 7.39 GME, 4.22 HYMC, Hood 5.24, NCMI 19.94, AMC 7.15% down. Inflow versus outflow, $19 million more of inflow than outflow. And we have traded 46.36 million shares for the day-to-day so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We've traded for 226 minutes of the day, putting us on a pace for 68 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's lower than my suggested amount now at this point, because I had said that we would probably see somewhere between 70 and 90 million. Very unusual to see us drop so drastically. We were averaging I think it was 140 or 160 to begin with, and it's dropped. It usually has a slower drop than this, but within the last hour, it's just dropped from just about 90 million share pace to 70 million. That's basically a 20 million drop in pace at midday trading. So I expect there to be more volume in the later half of the day today. I could still be overshooting my volume prediction, but that's a pretty big drop. Let's look at the Bollinger Bands real quick. Still showing some signs of volatility in here, so it's kind of confusing why it's so. They've got the shares under 60,000, so it's real sporadic. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.98, which is above average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 70.86, which is signaling overbought. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.76, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure. I think, yeah, I'm gonna say equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 34.38, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.38, which is slightly below average. Taking a look real quickly at the inverse and mirrored charting of price from yesterday, which is the blue line, you can see that I'm suggesting that there's a chance that we might see something very similar happening in price today, which means that we would probably see this next, let's see, what time is it now? 13:18 to, yeah. So for the next hour, we might see a little bit of price drop with a couple peaks in there. This may be the downtrend run that gets us to trip SSR if it does start to head down. But let's do a little charting on it and see if the charting agrees with where price is going, because I would say that it actually may not. Let me just see here. Because I actually see what looks like a bullish triangle. It's a wedge. It's a wedge. I'm not sure where I'm going to draw this bottom side at. I don't know. Because it could break out any second if I draw it here. I feel like there's some like more bottom per se that's here. So it might like drop down to like something like this, maybe test like here, and then we'll see like a breakout. But what you'll see here is that at about $22.56, we're having a problem with trying to break through. And so what we're going to do is we're going to probably see some consolidation up to a certain point, and then it's going to finally break down, I think. Like I said, I don't know how far down this is going to drop here. So I'm going to need a secondary touch point. I'll know once this price starts running back up a little bit and does the consolidation, I'll know where to draw the line at. So we'll wait for that to happen. Volatility is increasing. And again, this is our mirrored image, and we're almost falling down with that that period of time right there, like almost perfectly on the money on the time. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. I haven't ready for some MOASS. I haven't looked into it, but I'm going to write it down on my desk right now. So that's going to be one of my projects to look into, because that was unusual. And I'll see if those aren't some more of those JP Morgans going through the ADF market. Okay, I wrote it down. Pam, good morning. Oh, bye, Pam. I didn't get a chance to say hi, bye. BC, I don't believe so. Really, the trick is to kind of squash volume. You decrease price, and you get less buying pressure that comes in when you start decreasing price, and volatility starts to tighten up on it. Once they get us under about 60,000 shares traded a minute, then they know that they've reduced volume and they can lower price. So I don't, if there is a way to hide volume, and I don't believe that there is, but if there is a way to hide volume, I'm not aware of it. Which is why I think volume is such a heavy indicator, heavily used indicator for me in understanding what's happening. Hante Song says, Casey, in your heart, do you think the squeeze will start before the 22nd? Hante, I've been saying this for a long time, man. Historically, when we go back and look at this, we've already been in the squeeze. If you go back and you look historically on this in the future, people will say that we've been in the squeeze since May of last year, maybe even before then. Let me see. They'll probably say, yeah, they'll probably say May, like the 13th of May. So take it for what it's worth. It's part of the process, man. Squeezes don't happen fast like they look like in the charts. When people show you charts like VW, you go over to Google, you type in a quick little VW squeeze, right? You know, like everybody does, right? They come up here, they go, oh yeah, look at this. It's like this is like really fast. Like every single one of these pictures, this like one single quick move. This looks quick, right? Every single one of these pictures in here, yeah, it looks super, super quick. But guess what? Let's just check this one, because I think this one might have volume in it. This is Trading Warrior Trading's page. This span right here, this is 2008. This is 2010. These things take time, guys. They take a lot of time. This spike up right here, this one single spike was like 5 days, 5 or 6 days. So this stuff doesn't happen fast, man. It's not like you think it is. Charts can be very, very deceiving if you don't understand what it is you're looking at. Hey, thanks, ABC. I appreciate it, man. That's integrity. that's what I try to build off of. Integrity. Janice says one of the most frustrating things is that they make us always sit all year almost in the red by manipulation. It is. It's very frustrating. That's the strategy. Yeah, is to make us wait. Oh man, Jabibs, that would be amazing for somebody like me though. Like if I could see the pins of of who you are, because when you guys change your logos, sometimes I don't recognize who you are anymore. Actually, you know what? I feel like everybody myself looks like they have some new images. But yeah, that would help somebody like me to recognize like who they are, like a name tag that says Jabibs and then the pin. It would help. But I'm not doing it. Ellington says, stay positive and keep your emotions in check. Yes. Yes, Ellington. I feel like you're speaking directly to me. I agree. Thicky the Dragon Steamboat says, "Can you show us VW on the We Will chart?" Oh, Weeble chart. You must be doing text to speech. I always forget the ticker for this one. I actually looked it up not too long ago, so I might still have it in my recently viewed. But I always forget the every single time I forget this one. I don't know why. Like you'd think I remember this, right? But I don't. I never remember it. Hold on a second. I know I looked at it not too long ago, so it's got to be in here. Like as soon as I see it, every single time I see it, I go like, duh, how do I forget that? Give me a second. Is it? It's not in my list. How is it not in my list? I swear I just looked at this. I'm gonna have to go look it up again. I wish I had a better memory. It's like I think it's like 3 letters. And I never remember what they are because it's not VW. Hold on a second. Hold on one second. I'm not sure why you want me to look it up, but I'll pull it up here. Give me 1 second. I wonder if I just type in Volkswagen if it would pop up. VLKAF? That's not it. That's not it. I know that's not, that can't be it. That's not it. That can't be it. Hold on a second. Let me just look and see, but I don't think this is it. I don't remember this being it at all. Okay, well, this definitely looks like it, but I don't remember it being this. I thought it was 3 letters. This might be like some kind of like preferred share, but I mean, it would be close enough. And I'm not sure what it is specifically on Webull that is that you want to see in contrast. I'm looking at a weekly chart right here, and you can see that the price starts at $19.88 right here on 9/10 of 2003. By 2006, by January of 2006, the price rises up to, oh, make it February of 2006. Price rises up to roughly around 59.75. 2007, February of 2000 or January of 2007, we've got price rising up to $111. Beginning of 2008, price rises up to $215. And then by September of 2008 is when they reach their all-time high. And remember, I've got this on a weekly, so each one of these candlesticks represents a week's worth of data. So there's a week's worth of data right there in that one single large candlestick. It's an entire week's worth of data. I don't think Webull will let me go down to a daily. I have done this on TradingView before. Why do I feel like it's like fog or something, folks? Man, I feel like it was like what was it? It was like V something V. I don't know. This one does a good job of representing it though, and this is probably like some kind of like preferred. I don't know what this is. I don't know what VLKAF is, but it shows it though. That's not the one that I've seen, the one that I looked at in the past. Again, ignore my bottom line on this, guys. I don't know where the bottom on this is going to be. Not V. It wasn't VWaggy either. That's not it. There's another one. I'm pretty sure it was. You guys are saying VWaggy, but I'm pretty sure there was one that was just 3 letters, and I'm pretty sure it's like I can't remember. VWD maybe? Hold on, let's see. It's gonna bother me that I can't remember. No, that's not VWD. Let's see if I can find out. Yeah. Hmm. It's gonna bother me. I gotta find the answer, guys. It's gonna just bother me. And I can't see what you guys are writing, unfortunately. Let me go back to see what you guys are writing over here. VOW. Yes, I think it's VOW. I think that's right. I don't know. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. It's VOW. I knew it was 3 letters, and I can never remember what it is, and I know it's got the VW in it, and I can never remember what the last. I can never remember that. I always want to say like VWG or VWD or something like that. It's just I just gotta remember vow. I'll vow never to forget. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna vow to never forget, and that's how I'll remember. Price call for the listeners: $21.91 with 47.92 million in volume. Sean says thoughts on tomorrow. Well, it depends on whether or not we trip SSR today or not. If we trip SSR today, Sean, then I think we see green tomorrow. If we don't trip SSR today, then there's a very good chance that they're going to try and trip it tomorrow, which means that if we don't close up higher before the end of the day, we could see some more red tomorrow. Yeah, I was looking it up, Roseanne, but it's for some reason every time I've ever searched this, it's always hard to find. I don't know why I always forget VOW. It's like the easiest thing to remember. And I can remember like all these other ticker names, and I can't remember that one. It's like it's the one I should care about the most. I will remember from now on, though. I vow. I need to go to sleep early tonight. Plexi says retest of 20 to 1975 pre-run close. Let me see, Plexi, because that's kind of interesting. You should say that, because I've got the reverse mirrored image of yesterday's price movement, and it does go down to 1978 before running back up, which is oddly only off by 3 cents from what you're saying. So it's kind of interesting that you should say that. Sean says, I've held on to this stock longer than my last 3 girlfriends. Well, guess what? Your first wife's going to take it all away faster than you've held on to it. Hopefully not, though. Let's hope for the better for you. But I'm teasing. I said your first wife. Yucca says, get yourself a drink, Casey. I know I think I need a drink right now. I mean, like, just some water would be nice, even. I probably need to get up and get some water. Prometheus says, Casey Shaw, just remember, if you can, retain the part of your memory that lets you know that you have to pee. You'll be just fine. Thank you, Prometheus. I appreciate that. Dino Mike said, that's commitment. I'm not sure what he means by that, but holy, that's quick, Menjit. That's really quick. By the 15th, that's amazing. Rem Taco, did you manage to be able to hold your position through that? ABC says, why isn't cost to borrow spiking? Does it lag behind upward price movement? So cost to borrow is just going to simply be based off of inventory of shares that are available to borrow versus unavailable to borrow, right? So it's supply and demand, right? So with our recent price movement upwards, there's been a lot of return of shares. So right now we're only at 100 and I think it was 131 million shares on loan. And not too long ago we were up at 195 million shares on loan. Cost to borrow was much higher when we saw 195. Now that they've returned a lot of shares, it's down. That cost to borrow is way down. If you want my opinion, I believe it's a way to try and hide from the marketplace that they're distressed. So they do a lot of the security lending and hide some of the volume that they're borrowing through the security lending, so that the market doesn't know that cost to borrow is really high, but it's hidden because it's in these private loans that are occurring in security lending. That only reports how much is being lent and not the rates. Jordan says any man that marries after a squeeze needs to be slapped by Andrew Tate. I have no idea who that is. Although I was thinking the other day, I was thinking, like, what if two apes got together who were single and they got together and got married and then had the combined winnings of whatever they had made through AMC. Man, wouldn't that be crazy? Talk about double dipping. I don't really care about money that much, but I just thought it was kind of an interesting thought to me. I was like, man, that'd be the only safe bet for you to do, is to get together with somebody who is also an ape, because then you don't have to worry about, somebody just using you for your money. BC says SSR incoming. Let's check it out. Yep. It looks like we might have a little bit of buying pressure coming in here for just a little bit. We might see a little bit of spike up, but yeah, I do think it's coming. We're probably like, I don't know, if I had to guess, we're probably within maybe 5 or 6 minutes away, maybe 10 minutes from seeing SSR being tripped. I'm guessing. I don't know. Yoka Frida said, Casey, pin updated per your request. I like your pin, man. That's pretty cool looking pin you got there. Keto says, don't even think about it, Casey. I'm taken. You know what? I don't think I have COVID anymore, Keto. There's no more COVID in my laugh anymore because that was a really deep laugh and I didn't hear any wheezing coming out. That was really deep laugh there though. Oh man. That's kind of nice to know that it's gone. It's not there. It's nice. We might be delayed a little bit here, guys, because we are starting to do a little bit of a run up on this, so we might be seeing a little bit of a delayed reaction on this little bump up before the rundown. So if we're right here, we might be running about 4 or 5 minutes behind. So we may be looking at like, let's see, if we're right here, we'd be looking at like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 or 10 minutes, I guess, from right now. So 12:43, maybe 12:53. If that pattern holds true. Yes, SSR so they can create short exempt volume. They're exempted from being able to create shares out of nothing during times of low liquidity. Yeah, so last night, CPE, I had a group of people ask me last night, like, what do you think the price is going to look like tomorrow? And I said, I think it's going to be very similar pattern to what we saw yesterday. And I can imagine that they're probably sitting there going like, today looks nothing like yesterday, but it actually does. And all you have to do is reverse and flip, mirror the image of yesterday's price movement to see that it's very similar, just reversed and mirrored. They probably had no idea that I meant it like that, though. I honestly didn't. I had thought about it after I said it to them, and I was kind of like, yeah, it'll probably end up being something like a mirrored image or something like that, but for the most part, it'll probably be a very similar pattern. Only if they start borrowing more shares, Dr. Zeno. They would have to start borrowing more shares, and I don't expect them to do that. Not until after it starts running. Ooh, only big tramp. The big tramp only if they trip SSR. Let's see, what time is it? 12:46. They better trip SSR before 1 o'clock if we're going to see over a million in short exempt volume. Over 2 million, probably not this late in the day. I wouldn't expect it. Well, I mean, when you figure that they're trading like 60+% of our volume through off exchanges, I think that should give you a good indicator as to how low the liquidity really is. Otherwise, they would just trade those shares straight to the lit market. 801 Ape Nation, how's it going? Good to see you. What do you think about the idea of DRS? I'm going to throw this out there. I'm not against DRSing. I actually, believe it or not, I actually believe that there is a proper time to DRS your shares that would actually really help the squeeze. It's just not beforehand. If you start putting your shares into DRS beforehand, then you're removing the amount of volume that can be traded in the stock market, and that's not a good thing. You want to force volume to be traded in the market, and so in regards to your question about what do I think about the idea of DRSing AMC or Ape, but only one of them? What for? I don't really think it does anything. The only way that you really have an impact with DRSing is if a very large portion of apes were to DRS them, but do it after the price has already started going parabolic. And the reason for that is then what you've done is you've created this cycle of infinite illiquidity in the market to where they can never ever ever get back the shares that they need because they're locked up, or for most of them are locked up into DRS. That would do what you would be trying to accomplish with DRS. But when you do it before, when you're doing it before your price has gone parabolic, all you're doing is you're removing volume from the market, and the market needs volume. In order for us to have a squeeze play, you have to have volume. If you don't have volume, you got nothing. You got nothing. No volume, no squeeze. I mean, go back and look at historically every other squeeze that has ever happened in history. It starts with volume. The volume has to come from someplace, and it doesn't come from people who've got their shares held up in DRS. Next, wait. What are you guys saying about that? Where is? Oh, yeah. I don't know where good old Gazerbeam Gary is. Yeah, I read that on Twitter as well earlier, Yale. 801 Ape Nation, you're welcome. I'm gonna add one more thing to what I said, Ape Nation, just because I know it's gonna be misconstrued, since I know where these kind of questions come from. But the other thing that I'm gonna add one more thing, if you don't mind, to this is that what is the number one indicator that anybody would tell you is an indicator that tells you that there's a possible short squeeze, a potential short squeeze on a stock? And the answer to that is short interest. Okay, well, how is short interest created? It's created by people taking out short positions, and in order for those short positions to come to full fruition, is it fruition? I feel like I'm saying the wrong word. In order for that to come to full fruition, you have to see volume exponentially exploding, and those positions having to grab shares. Those short interest positions starting to need to grab shares, right? And if they can't grab shares because they're all locked away in DRS, then they just force everything to off-exchange movements, right? And off-exchange movements suppress price. So you have no price discovery when you have off-exchange trades occurring. This is why it's so important that we make sure that we're buying to the lit market. We want to keep the pressure, the volume, trading to the lit market, and the only way we do that is by keeping the shares available for them to be traded on the lit market. Rem Taco says they weren't DRSing in January, so why now? That's That's one of my biggest points. I mean, if you know the history behind DFE and who he was, that he was an institution guy, and knowing that he came up with the plan that he came up with, and he never once even suggested that people should DRS their shares, that's the biggest arguments against DRSing in the first place. He knew what the formula was that was required to get this, to get a squeeze play to work. And it didn't include locking your shares up and causing volume to get tied up. So, no volume, no squeeze. Wrong. It's no woman, no cry. Roseanne says there was a ton of volume yesterday. And yeah, and the day before. And how much did we go up in price? Roseanne gets it. A lot of volume. Volume is everything. But when you lock those shares up, you force everything to off-exchange trading. El Doge, didn't know I liked your post, but cool. Oh yeah, the reason that you hold, that was such a cute picture, man. That was a really, really, really cute picture, and I'm just gonna say, like, those are the kind of things that make me happy. They really do. Like when I see the impact that it's having on people and their families, and seeing why you do what you do, why it means something to you. That warms my heart, man. It really does. I'm not gonna cry, but yeah, that does. It really warms my heart up and um, makes me feel good about what it is we're doing here. Casey, do you think AMC has been taken over like a hostile takeover by us? No. Well, you know, Kathy, as far as DRS goes, I don't think that it's crap, right? That's not the problem. The problem is when you do it. The second part to that is that I actually went through the process of trading a single share of AMC. I bought and sold a single share of AMC through their system to see what it was like, and it was crap. Their system was crap, and it wasn't even during MOASS. It was really, really, really bad. And I'm not going to trust my shares that I want to sell during a time where I'm going to have to deal with a company that's crap like that. It's a really bad company. They did not have good service. It took forever to contact people. Um, I think one of my biggest complaints, and as a violation of one of my three golden rules, is that you need to have pre-market and after-hour trading ability. That would be a violation for me to DRS my shares against my own golden rules. I won't do that. I won't break my golden rules. Those rules are really important, and they're important for a reason. And it's because of all the data that I've looked at from the past squeezes that I've looked at. There's very strong evidence to suggest that you're probably going to want to exit your position either in aftermarket or pre-market hours to get the most value out of it. So, and guess what? ComputerShare doesn't offer any aftermarket or pre-market trading abilities. So it violates my rules. I'm not going to use them. I don't hate, the idea that I hate DRS is not true. I think that there is a place for it. Remtaka said, you said, but. Dr. Gina says, will there be any issues with Ape and Lit Exchange? Right off the bat, yes. If you go to page 19 of the S3 prospectus, it tells you that they're going to have off-exchange trading right off the bat. So probably there will be. Which is part of the reason why I asked Adam Aaron to put a lockout period in there. But I doubt that he'll do it. Kathy says, I'm sick of it, Casey. There you go. Crap the system. Rules are important. I don't know what I said. What did I say? I don't know. I feel like I pissed you off, Kathy, and I don't know how I pissed you off, though. I don't know what I said, but I'm sorry. Ape Nation says, Casey, you think both Ape and AMC will squeeze at the same time? That's a great question. I've never seen anything like this happen before, and I really don't know the answer, and it would be speculation on my behalf to guess about that. But I would say more than likely, probably. It seems to make sense. AMC and Ape, or Ape gets its valuation from AMC and from supply and demand. And there's going to be a lot of supply and demand going on. We know that. And AMC's price is because of that supply and demand and the valuation of Ape going up, it could have the effect of raising AMC with it. Yo says, I'm not saying it's crap, but it's crap. I get it. It's kind of true. I guess I am crapping on it. I'm saying it's just not for me in this play. How's that? Oh, Casey Adamaran said the only time they usually see issued that they usually issue preferred units is during a hostile takeover. Was he implying that about how he sees us? Ah, okay. Um, I would hope that you might see it a little bit different. And I would hope that you would see it as is that if he thinks that the squeeze is going to happen soon, that he would rather have the ability to be able to avoid a hostile takeover once we sell our shares than, like, it seems to me like he's saying, I trust you guys. I trust you with the fact that you have been holding for as long as you have through everything that you've been through. I'm going to reward you with these shares so that I can avoid a hostile takeover because I trust you to hold these shares for me so we can avoid that from happening in the future so that you can vote to have those shares back into AMC and so you can be a part of AMC still after you've exited your AMC position. That's how I'm choosing to see what it is that he's saying. So it's kind of like his it is. It's a way to be able to prevent hostile takeover. Tank Dog, I've kind of got this and I think we're past the time that I said. Yeah, we're well past the time that I said. So check this out. This is kind of something I drew out here. We're not following the desired path here. So for the most part, we had kind of followed the trend of this chart here. This is yesterday's in blue. What you're seeing right here is yesterday's data and reversed and mirrored. So this is the beginning of our run up at the beginning of the day yesterday, and then the price fell a bit, and then came back up and fell, and then by the end of the day we were here. So it's just reverse and mirrored. I felt like we might see SSR trip here just a little bit. It looks like that's not going to be the case. Price is actually deviating away quite heavily from this, and I felt like we were going to be trading the same exact pattern today. So I don't know. It's a good question. But I do have a bottom on the bottom side of my trend line here, and it does still appear to be a wedge. And it also appears to be a wedge that drives out to the end of the day. It looks like we're trading a different pattern now. I mean, normally I would put the breakout period closer towards the tip of the. Come on. But typically speaking, you know, market most of our big movements happen before market close. So, I probably should put the box more like over here. But I'm not going to, because I'm going to stick to my guns. You will not break your rules, Casey. Yes, I don't break my rules. I got you. Okay. I guess I didn't understand what you were writing. Yeah, I don't like to break my rules. I mean, I'm a rules kind of guy. I worked in engineering for a long time. When you set limitations and rules, you follow them. And if you don't, you run into problems. And those are my rules. Those are my set rules that I have. Knowing my position in this play, those were the rules that I defined for myself. Going forward, only buy shares with money that you don't need a foreseeable future, buy and hold, and only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after-hour trading. Cash account, no margin account. Those are 3 rules. It doesn't take much. Those are my 3 rules for success in this play. And if something violates my rules, then I say no. It's too far. It's taking things to a level that we don't need to take them to. There's no evidence that suggests that we need to do anything else other than buy and hold to cause a squeeze play to occur. There's none. Let's take a look at the data, guys. It's 1:03. It's time. Whew, glad I didn't piss Kathy off. I'm just kidding, Kathy. I'll piss you off. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. You never know if it's going to help you keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. I swear to you guys, I feel like if there's ever a time where I feel like I'm trying to sell you guys on something, it's on two-factor authentication. I feel like I repeat it the same way like every time, and it feels like an advertisement. And clearly it's not, because I mean nobody makes anything out of two-factor authentication. At least I don't think they do. But I feel dirty just saying that. I feel dirty every time because it just feels so robotic and not natural, I guess. I don't know. All right, take you guys over to the other page. Let's take a look at our numbers here. It's dirty. Rock strong. Hot catch. Off exchange. 48.75 off the off exchange. If somebody's joining this channel right now and they're listening to me, they're going like, this guy's crazy. Who is this guy? What the hell is he on? It's just a year and 8 months of being in this play, guys. It makes you a little funny. Off exchange is at 48.75 an hour, going 14.33 on the EDGX currently. Everybody else is sitting here in the background going like, no, it's just Casey. He's the only weird one. It's true. 48.97 and 14.13 are the current values, giving us a total of 63.1% of our volume going through those 2 exchanges. I do want to point out for those of you just joining right now, the NYSE ARCA was pointed out to me earlier today to have a much higher valuation of our daily percentage volume going through it compared to the 30-day average. Something's going on there. I wonder what exchange are they potentially putting Ape on? Oh yeah, that's right, the NYSE. Why would you use NYSE ARCA for the ETFs? Oh, so you're telling me you're gonna put some? Yeah. You guys see where this is going? You know where this is going. You know where this is going. They're already starting to put volume over there into the ETFs of AMC shares because they know that they're going to start trading options in the NYSE for Ape. So they're going to set it. They're going to park it over there, and they're just going to let that volume sit there and wait for it so they can start playing options right off the get-go on Ape. You watch. Mark my words. Take a look at the Vortex data. 830 830,000 shares having been borrowed an hour ago is now a return of 1.78 million shares. This could be forced recalling, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short interest of the free float to 18.59%. Cost of our average is at 8.63, max is at 16.4, min is at 7.26. Shares on loan is 131.89 million, which is slightly higher than it was yesterday, very slightly. Options. At a $30 strike price for the calls, an hour ago there was 22.1 thousand contracts. There is now 23.8. And on the puts, on the puts at a $20 strike price, an hour ago there was 13.4 thousand contracts. There's now 15.5. So it's getting closer to a 1-to-1 ratio, but not quite. It's about a 1.5. The spread is still $20 to $30, meaning some will probably close somewhere between $20 and $30. That's not a whole lot of help. A lot of you guys are probably going like, yeah, I knew that was coming. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently fourth with a 61% buy to 39% sell ratio. GME is coming in 16th with a 63% buy to 37% buy to sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is 21.56. Shares available to borrow. I think I already counted this. Yeah, I did already count this 100,000 here. No new shares borrowed in the last hour. Fees are at 6.4%. 112.2 thousand contracts are out of the money in the calls versus 44.9 thousand contracts in the money. 79.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 18.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 1.24, Dow Jones is down 0.09, and the S&P 500 is down 0.42. We currently have 4,578 decliners to 2,308 advancers. The VIX is up 3.01, VTI is down 0.64, the IWD is down 0.18, Tesla is down 2.26, Amazon is down 1.31, Cinemark down 2.81, Doge is down 1.85, Bitcoin is down 3.2, GME is down 6.96, HYMC is down 3.64, Hood is down 5.59, NCMI is down 20.22, and AMC is down 6.45%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we've got, wow, is that 25 million? Yeah, it is. I think that's 25 million more dollars in inflow than outflow. 50.53 million shares having been traded for the day so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We've traded for 280 minutes, putting us on a pace for 70.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today. It seems like volume did pick up a little bit here in the last hour as we were trading volume at a rate of about 68, or pace for 68 million. In pre-market, I suggested we would see somewhere between 70 and 90 million shares traded for the day today. So I'm hanging on to what did they say? The hair of my chinny chin chin. Is that what it is? I feel like it's. Why do I feel like it's skin? The skin. It's not the skin of my chinny chin chin. Why do I want to say skin? I don't know. I'm holding on to something. On the weekly time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, and RSI at 60.22, which is above average. On the daily, sorry, I just lost it over my little squirrel moment. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 71.57, which is signaling overbought. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.54, signaling slightly below average on RSI. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.06, which is below average. And a 5-minute interval, we had a divergence of buying and selling pressure, and then right here, and now we're getting to a point to where it's going to cross over. At least it's looking like it's going to cross over again with more selling pressure than buying pressure and an RSI of 53.23, which is just slightly above average. So we might see some consolidation and then heading back down the other direction, something very similar to what we've already seen a little bit ago. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. Yoka Frida says, your hair is made of gold, Case. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means to say my hair is made of gold. A golden beard? What are you guys talking about? By the skin of your teeth. Oh, yes. Thank you, the American Trader. My brain was mixing up the skin of your teeth and the hair of your chinny chin together, and all I could think of was skin and chin because they were probably rhyming. Do you see how this ADD affects me? Isn't that weird how like just a little simple rhyming thing can cause my brain to like have this like malfunction? It's really weird. It's really kind of strange, and I don't understand where it comes from, but that's exactly what it was. The skin of my teeth, and the by the hair of my chinny chin skin. They rhyme, so my brain wanted to say by the skin of my chin, which I'm gonna write that down. That's our new saying for the by the skin of my chin. You ever hurt your chin before? You ever uh, split open your chin before? I feel like a lot of people have scars on the bottom of their chins. The skin of my chin. It's real thin, that skin on your chin. Like freaking like Dr. Seuss Bob Ross over here today. The skin of my chin is thin. Chinny chin chin. Chin 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 chinny chim chim churro. Myself says, by the way, how's your butt doing, Casey? I mean, sitting there all day must have its consequences. Nah, not really, because most of my job, my entire life's been sitting down, and we do it for 12 hours a day. So, I've had worse. My mom used to say, "You made it you made it by the skin of your teeth." Savvy says CPI should show higher than the 8.4 from last. I noticed now I pay at least 0.8 more an 8-pack of Coke. Savvy, don't talk about drugs here. I don't think we can do that. Kathy says, "Yes, I can see that, Casey, how it affects you. I care for a boy with ADHD and autism." I mean, I have it mild, Kathy. I have it really, really mild compared to other people. I can function, right? I mean, kind of, sort of. Wait till you meet me in person. but, but I can function. And so that's the important thing, functioning is great for me. For other people, they don't have it so fortunate. So it kind of sucks for them. Cole says, just got done watching some Lou and Al. God, it feels good to come home. Those two are emotional about nothing. Just hold. Family Guy Bob Ross was the best. I don't know that I'm gonna have to go check that out, Donald. Oh, he broke his. So Yo says, I had a friend break his chin, no bueno, weird shut mouth for 2 months. Oh, everything through a straw. Doctor says, gee, Shaw, don't do the Dr. Seuss thing again, damn. Hydra Snake says, Skinamarinky dinky dink, Skinamarinky doo. I love you, Skinamarinky dinky dinky. Wait, I've got to copy that. Hydra Snake, I don't know who you are. It's the first time I've seen your name on here. But I'm copying your name down and I'm copying that little saying there because I can't actually believe that I could read it. And I'm putting that in I have a list of favorite things people have said from the past, and maybe that'll be the toast for the day today. I don't know, maybe I don't. We'll see. Hydra Snake might get the toast. Skinamarinky dinky dinky skinamarink doo. I love you, Skinamarinky dinky. There's got to be a word on the end because it just doesn't flow right. Skinamarinky. Kalay Kaloo. Right? Isn't that like something from like Kalay? Gosh, what is it from? Alice in Wonderland or something like that, right? Kaloo Kalay. It's Kaloo Kalay, but I'll say Kalay Kaloo. Kalay Kaloo. All right, Skinamarinky Dinky Dinky well, Skinamarinky Dinky Dink Skinamarinky Doo. I love you, Skinamarinky Dinky Kalay Kaloo. It's perfect. We're writing a book. I think Casey completely lost it, guys. No, I haven't lost it. It's just fun. Luke Rogers says, hi, Casey. I've been following for a while, but this is my first question on here, and it's about the Ape shares. Will these shares cause a big dilution in price when they are issued? And the answer is not quite what you think it is. Some people are going to see that as dilution because the valuation is moving to a different stock. But what you're likely going to see have happen is AMC's, whatever the price on closing of the 19th is, divide that number by half, and more than likely what will happen is half the value will follow the Ape shares, go over and support the Ape shares that are going into Ape. The other half will remain in AMC, and you'll have complete valuation because you'll have double amount of your shares with the same valuation. All that will have happened is you will have increased the amount of shares that you have for the same value. You will double your shares for the same value, just split between two different stocks. So hopefully that helps you to understand what you're asking. And I'm laughing because I just read while I was scrolling down here, Yale says, maybe try my medication and plenty of alcohol. So hopefully that helps. If I didn't explain that well enough, just let me know and I'll try and give it a different, I'll try to explain it better. Hydra Snake says, I'm here every day. I haven't seen the name before, Hydra Snake. It's like I feel like it's the first time I've seen it. I apologize, but I see you. I see you now. Beach Guy says, I felt like Casey's trader because, or being on someone else's channel earlier this week. I'm sorry you felt that way, man. I wonder if when we have to pay taxes on your MOASS money, if it's considered if we have 3 hungry boys. Savvy, what I would recommend is that I highly recommend that number one, you probably get a tax lawyer that could help you to potentially mitigate some of your tax liability. I am not a tax professional, but we'll talk about those kind of things later down the road. I promise. I'm not just going to leave you guys hanging high and dry. We're going to continue to talk after this is over. Those are the kind of things that we'll talk about. I don't want to fill our brains with things that we don't need to talk about right now. But I promise you that when this is all said and done, we will talk about those kind of things. I'll provide a place for us to go and safely talk about them. New poll. No, that sounds a little racist, Hayden. I'm not doing that. I don't. Oh no. Cash buyer says, will the pricing ratio between the two maintain their relationship past the first offering, or will the prices move independently of another thereafter? They will move independently thereafter. The second part. I can't read all that again. The second part of what you said. The pricing ratio between the two will maintain the relationship only up to the offering, and once the first trading day, which will be, I believe, the 22nd, you may see a price difference. It may actually be on the 19th. There may actually be a valuation difference. They may split the price on the 19th, and you might actually see a price difference going into the 22nd. I'm not really sure that it may be close. Oh, you answered my merit answer. Okay. Well, I apologize, Hydra Snake. A lot of people, man. I apologize. Welcome again. But Donkey Kong's like, hi, this is my first time here. I have a question. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Casey, this is my fam where I feel most comfortable. You all know that. I think so. I feel like that's the case. But I don't like I'm not jealous of like when I go to watch other streams and stuff like that, like and I see you guys in the chat comments and stuff, I'm like, there's Beach Guy or whatever, or there's Dr. Zeno, there's Yo, there's Sammy Boy or whatever, and I see the names and I'm actually like it's kind of makes me happy because I feel like I'm one of you guys because I'm on the other side. I'm not the guy who's streaming anymore. And I feel like I'm just one of you and I get to talk um and of course then I don't ever really want to put like a message in there, because sometimes I just feel like everybody starts shouting me out and stuff, and I'm not there to like cause a commotion. I'm just there to be one of you guys. Hydra Snake says, I'm not going to read all that. Maybe I will. Skinamarinky dinky dinky skinamarinky do. I love you. Skinamarinky dinky dink. Skinamarinky do. I love you. I love you in the morning and in the afternoon. Love you in the evening underneath the moon. What? Is that for real? That's a real song? Come on. Get out of here. I'm going to copy that and put it into. Because I actually like the moon part after that. That's gonna be a tongue twister to read though. Saheb, everything's gonna follow the same formula, right? So if AMC drops 50%, it's not the formula for your options are gonna drop too, right? So if I would divide whatever your numbers are, divide them by half. You're not gonna get a break, man. All right, so Mike, stop here. Let's just take a minute to breathe here for a second, guys. I don't want anybody to try and look for a way to try and scheme the system. You will fail. I promise you. If you're thinking you're going to go sell your shares and try to buy back in at a lower price, or and still maintain the ownership of the Ape shares, or you think you're going to go out there and buy options knowing the price is going to drop, thinking that it's going to make you some extra money, get that right out of your head. That's not how this works. The market just doesn't hand you free money. You gotta. It's not how it works. Everybody knows this stuff is happening. Everything gets divided by half. So, for example, just as an example, if you had a put position at $10, that put position is now going to be cut in half to $5. Right? You're not going to catch some kind of break here and some kind of overnight scheme to try and get ahead. That's not how this works. This is real world stuff here. You're not going to try and find some kind of loophole. It's not how it works. If you have a call strike price for $20, it's going to get cut in half. You're not going to suddenly be in the money all of a sudden. Everything gets cut half. And I'm not trying to get on. It's just I see so many people who are trying to do this like I'm going to scheme to try and find a way to be able to make some money out of this whole process, and it's just like, no, it's not how this works. It's very orderly. Oh, wait, I'm way behind here. Tammy says, hi, I've only been here a few times, but I want to know if you've heard about Susquehanna. Okay. Ariel, love you too. No homo. UPS delivery guy says I would watch more if you wore a Ravens hat. Dude, it's my name. I mean, I do legitimately like Kansas City, but it's only because it's a namesake. How do you not go to with? You got to go with. You gonna start calling me Raven? I don't want to be called Raven. Alex says you sing anymore, Casey. YouTube might hit you with a ban. Oh, whatever. Chris says theoretically it would be cut in half and you'll have twice as many. Weeble told me they're waiting on confirmation from the OCC as to how options will be handled though. Yeah, but it's going to be I mean if they're going to sit there and tell you it's going to be cut in half on price on the shares, OCC will cut everything in half as well. I'm sure it'll be how it'll work out, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but it's pretty positive. That's I could be I might be a slight bit wrong. They might just transfer everything over, then cut it. I don't think that's how it works, though. It shouldn't work like that. Oh, thanks, Hydrasake. I appreciate the compliment. It's time for me to go to break, guys. Is there something weird about the Weeble daily chart? Hold on. It looks different. I don't know why though. It feels like they compressed it or they expanded it somehow, but it does look a little less messy. And I'm not sure if that's just because of me or I don't know. You know, somebody told me to take a look at the idea that we might be on a cup and handle from the 3433 from back here. I don't see it. I'm not seeing it. We've started the notice the run up was real clean up and the run up or the run down was real clean down. I would expect the same thing on the other side to see a nice clean run up on the other side, not some kind of pullback in the middle. Nice clean run up to perhaps that 34 or 33 range, or maybe even a little bit less, maybe up to $30, and then the handle. But I'm not seeing it though, not at this point. Doesn't mean it can't happen though. Yeah, I feel like it looks cleaner or something. Yucca Fritas. um, Tim says I shared that song on Twitter for you in a PM. That's awesome, man. Thank you. Uh, Yucca Free says I was so excited on a run up earlier. I told Phil for real that I loved him and forgot to add the no homo to the comment. Now I think he's avoiding me. That's pretty funny. It's from Coco Melon Bro. My daughter wears that song out. I have never heard it my entire life. I don't think I have. Maybe I have to listen to it and see. All right, I need to take a break. Otherwise, I won't be getting back until too late. So I'm gonna leave now and come back at 2:10. You know what, Captain? I was using I'm gonna destroy the name here. Hike and Ashy. I was using Hike and Ashy as well for a long time, and then somebody convinced me to look at it differently. I'm with you. I prefer Hike and Ashy as well, especially when it comes to charting. I don't remember when it was exactly that somebody recommended it, and I kind of started taking a look to see if I could see which one I preferred, and so I ended up sticking with what I've got here because part of I think it might have actually been Bondaro, which we haven't seen him in forever. But one of the things that I'm a real stickler about is that I think that you have to account for all data. Oh, there's a breakout right there. We just broke past 2256. Looks like we're getting a good strong breakout going up. Um, one of the things I'm a real stickler about when it comes to data is that you use all the data and you don't just try to like skew the data in order to see a different picture. Maybe that's not a great way of explaining it. What am I trying to say here? When you skew, all right. This kind of goes to how I feel about log. If you use log on TradingView, they don't have it here um, on AMC, but when you skew your data and then you start doing pattern charting, I think you can run the chance of seeing the wrong gosh, I can't say the words. You get the wrong image. You see something that you want to see instead of what's actually there. And so it's really important to get the data showing the way that you want to see it. Now that's probably more for like there is a time to use it, but there's also a time not to use it. I don't know. I feel like I'm talking in circles. Um, I don't really know how to express myself over this, but I'm with you, Captain Awesome. I really like Hike and Ashy as well, but it's not good for charting. And I just did like a horrible job of like trying to say what I was trying to say. I needed to just go to break. All right, let me put a message up and I'm going to take off. I need to recharge. Oops, PM. Thanks, Sammy boy. Oh, Sammy, I sent you a request for the chess in case you wanted to play chess. I sent a friend request, I think, so it's out there. Yeah, it's like the tire just hit me all of a sudden. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. Wait, before I go, I'm gonna try a different type of music or different genre. Let's see. I'm gonna listen to this one with you real quick here, like just maybe like the first track, just to see what it sounds like, and then maybe we'll try this a new soundtrack here for listening while I'm on break. If this is bad, let me know. Like if you can't handle this, if you need help, please call 1-800-I-NEED-HELP. I think it's pretty good sounding. Yeah, I'll leave this on, guys. This looks good, or sounds good, rather. See you in a bit.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Alrighty, I'm back. Y'all are like, you're early for once. All right, so we had what appeared to be like a little bit of a run out of this level of resistance that was occurring right here, and then you can see the price moved up and then came back down and hit this level of this Fibonacci retracement level of 2256, broke down below it and is struggling to get back up above it. All I would probably do is just simply redraw these lines and pretty much just say like this is still looks like a giant wedge, and I have no idea which way it's going to go on this one. Quite frankly, the testing of the synthetic price failure points, they may be looking for paper hands in here, and it does appear to be a little bit like a head and shoulder type pattern of forming right now. But real tough to say on this one. Not really sure which direction it's going to go. I don't know. We may see some kind of afternoon running. We never saw SSR tripped, which means that in a day or two from now we may see enough downwards pressure to trip SSR. Christopher, no. The shorts positions will get cut in half, or whatever percentage that the amount is taken out of AMC to be given to give valuation to Ape. It's time to. Welcome back to the Power Hour. First off, Yucca Frida says Casey Hour. So welcome back. I got to do a toast real quick here, and then we'll take a look at the numbers. Skinnamarink, Dinky Dinky, Skinnamarink Doo. I love you, Skinnamarink Dinky Kole Kalu. Because there's Kahlua in this drink here. So cheers to you. I love you, and in the morning and in the afternoon, I love you in the evening and underneath the moon. Cheers. If you weren't here earlier today, you have no idea. You're going like, what the hell was that for a cheers? Yeah, you just had to be here. You had to be here. That's all I got to say. Christopher says, when Ape dividend is issued, will the price of AMC drop to the point to where shorts will close their positions? And the answer is no. I'll take a look at it, Captain Awesome. When I go on break, when I get off tonight, I'll go into Discord and I'll take a look at it. Let me get through the numbers here and just kind of finish out the day and just kind of take it easy for a little bit here. Brain's fried right now, but I'll take a look at it on Discord and see what you're seeing. You guys are like, sounds homo. Yeah, I had a talk. So Tim linked me the video for that song, and I watched it, and I told him, I said, that's really funny, but it's making my ears bleed. So let me log into my broker, who is currently saying that they are waiting. All right, there they go. All right. Two-factor authentication, guys, you may want to have it. If not, somebody could potentially get into your account, and that's not a good thing. Let's take a look at our numbers. Starting with off exchange. 48.97, CBOE EDGX is at 14.13. Let's give that a refresh. 50.25 through the off exchange and 13.81 through the EDGX. The total for that is 64.06. I've maintained to you guys that 64% is kind of the average amount of off exchange volume I would expect to see on an average day. I will note there that you'll notice that the NYSE ARCA is up 2% higher than it normally trades. So 2% of our volume's gone over to the NYSE ETFs. Something is happening. What could it be? An hour ago, there was a total of 1.78 million shares having been returned, according to Ortex. That number is now a borrowing of 1.1 million. And that's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float back up to 18.8%. Cost bar average at 9.23, max at 16.4, min at 7.26. Shares on loan is at 131.89, which is very slightly higher than it was day over day. And let's take a look at the options. At a $30 strike price, an hour ago there was 23.8 thousand contracts. It is no longer the highest amount of contracts. Highest amount is now at 25, and there's 26.6 thousand contracts. On the puts, highest amount of volume at a $20 strike price. An hour ago, there were 15.5 thousand contracts. There's now 17.5. So market's indicating a little bit tighter range here, somewhere closing somewhere between 20 and 25. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently in fourth with a 61% buy to 39% sell ratio. And GME is coming in 16th with a 63% buy to 37% sell ratio. SSR did not trip today. Looks like they did borrow another 100,000 shares before the end of the close today at a 6.4% fee. And that's going to put them at 4.55 million shares traded for the day today. Currently, there's 112.2 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 44.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 79.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 18.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. Nasdaq is down Nasdaq is down 1.17%. Dow Jones is down 0.23%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.47%. We currently have 4,675 decliners to 2,249 advancers. The VIX is up 1.83. VTI is, everything else is down here. So VTI 0.7, IWD 0.26, Tesla 2.77, Amazon 1.18, Cinemark 4.34, Doge 2.17, Bitcoin 3.2, GameStop 6.7, HYMC 2.14, Hood 5.34, NCMI 22.47, and AMC 6.39% down. Inflow versus outflow. $30 million more in inflow. Oof, looks like I'm going to be way off on volume prediction. I did not see this coming. That's kind of crazy. 349 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for about 63.9 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would have somewhere between 70 and 90 million shares traded. So they managed to kind of drive the volume down a little bit more than I anticipated. And I could have maybe gone 60, 80, but I felt like I needed that. I felt like I needed to see 90 as the high end. It's getting tough. They're making it a little bit tough to guess what the volume's going to be on pre-market now. We did trip a synthetic price failure today, guys, when we dipped below the 19.5 mark at $22.14. However, we did not trip SSR. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.22, which is above average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 71.57, which is above average, signaling overbought, as a matter of fact. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.69, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.62, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, and what looks to be a divergence of the two numbers incoming with RSI at 47.96, which is just about average. And with that, guys, I'm done for the day. I don't know what happened, but maybe it's because I ate a little bit of food while I was on break. But I feel like I'm gonna pass out. It's been a long day for me. I had too much zestiness in me earlier this afternoon. Too much pep. I didn't run the race right. I burned too much energy in the first half. Kathy says, "Oh my, how lucky I would be feeding her some nuts and water." And I have no reference what that means or what it belongs to. It's just Kathy feeding somebody nuts and water. Dr. Zena says, "Don't these stupid brokers and short hedge funds realize how screwed they are? They keep digging. Are they just stupid?" No, I think that they think that we are, and I think that they think that they can outlast us. Beach guy said squirrel, so now I'm getting somewhere. My dog and one squirrel in particular had a game between them. They became buds after my dog passed away. I could hear that squirrel in the tree crying. It sounded like. It's kind of sad. I mean, it's not kinda. Hey, Thick dude. I know I've seen you here like all day today, but I don't feel like we ever once talked about reverse repo. And when I was on break, I saw somebody had posted reverse repo on Twitter, and I was all like, dude, why didn't Thick bring up reverse repo today? Or did I just miss it? I feel like I don't remember anything about reverse repo. Squirrel. Kathy says squirrels. Haha, you're welcome to some too. I will keep your salty nuts to yourself. I'm good. I'm plenty good over here. Sean says, if the CPI data is good, will we feed off of that? I would expect the markets to probably go up on that. Yeah. That's a good question. I probably should have posted that question. I'm going to post it tomorrow first thing in the morning. I'm going to do a poll. Do people think CPI is going to go up or down or stay flat? I missed it? How the heck did I miss it? All right, well, I'm going to refresh it and see what it was. 2.18 or 2.186 Thrilly. Thriller. Oh, so it's down. 2.195 to 2.186. Hmm. Nah, beach guy, it's you didn't put a damper on it. I raised when I was younger, I raised squirrels with my mom. Um, when she homeschooled me for a year, because I was having problems in school with teachers because of my ADD. She homeschooled me for a year. It was probably one of the best things that ever happened to me, and also probably one of the worst things that ever happened to me. It's hard to explain, and I hate saying it because I know she's probably listening. It legitimately was way better for me than anything that you could possibly imagine to be homeschooled for that one year because she taught me things that were way ahead of my time and gave me life skills that made me or prepared me for life in way better ways that I ever could have been prepared by any other school ever. However, when kids are homeschooled, and don't hate me for this for you guys out there who are homeschoolers, but when you homeschool your kids, and I'm telling you this right now, I don't care how often you put those kids into group sessions where they're playing with other kids, they're not getting the social attention that they need to get in a regular school setting on a daily basis. And I can tell you right now, from having done it myself and from having been a part of tennis clubs before where they bring the kids in and who are all homeschoolers, they are socially inept. I'm telling you right now, they're socially inept. It is severely damaging to their social future with the people that they have to deal with. And you know, even just one year was enough to make a difference for me. But it's not a great thing. Yeah, great. Your kid's learning a lot of good stuff. I get it. I understand. But having social skills and interactions with people, is vital in life. And if you can't learn how to appropriately react in a setting of adults or people that are around you in a community, you're an outcast. And so if you want your kids to be outcasts in a community setting, okay, go for it. But there's just really there is something about kids getting to interact with kids on a constant basis that allows them to grow up normal. And if you starve kids of that, it's not good. It's just not good. They're not right. But anyways, I went on a soapbox there. Anyways, uh, but I think some of the things that my mom taught me were some of the best things I've ever learned in my whole life, and I owe her so much for the time that she spent with me. I mean, I wouldn't be who I am as a person. I wouldn't be as successful as I am as a person if she hadn't pulled me aside and helped to teach me the things, because that's where the public schools were failing. The public schools were failing in trying to adequately determine what kind of person I was and how I needed to be taught. And because of those failures, she had to pull me out and teach me the things that she needed to help me with. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. I had to go through a year of uh, not having social skills with kids my age to get back on track so I could learn properly. So she did the right thing. She really did do the right thing, but it's such a weird thing. Thick Flair says this soapbox was sponsored by Old Spice. BC says, Casey, what exchange is best for options in your opinion? I don't have one on that. I don't have an opinion on that. I don't know. The answer is BC that I don't know. I'm not an options expert. I don't even know. I didn't even know that you could choose, honestly. Yale says, as a retired elementary school teacher, I have seen exactly what Casey just said firsthand. I'm telling you, man, it's true. I'm not speaking it's just that I understand that there's benefits. There are definitely benefits to teaching your kids that they can't get educational wise inside of a public school. But you starve them of that social relationship with the kids that are their age, and they will never be the same. So you have to kind of like it's a trade-off. What would you rather have? A really smart kid that everybody hates to hang out with when they're older, or would you rather them be somebody who's like is socially accepted and maybe just either on par or slightly above average or whatever they end up being? Those are the choices you have to make. Subhazard Boss says, teachers bullied my son for not learning fast. That's what was happening to me, Subhazard Boss. That's exactly what was happening to me, and that's why my mom pulled me out. It was a trade-off. Yeah, Kathy, I get it. When you got ADHD, if the schools aren't able to, adequately deal with the kids, and that's one of those things where it's like you're now forced in that position to have that trade-off. What are you gonna do? It's tough. No, Sammy boy, I was in public schools too, man. I was picked on in public schools a lot. But I'll tell you what though, Sammy boy, I learned how to deal with it, right? Because I had so many years of public schools. Only one year she pulled me out. Only one. But because I had years and years and years of getting picked on in school, I know how to deal with it. I'm okay with people not accepting me for who I am and moving on from that. It's okay, right? And so that's one of the things that you learn when you're in a setting with other kids. You learn how to deal with those kind of emotions. But if you don't have that kind of background on how to deal with those kind of things, then you turn into somebody who's probably on the inside very hurt And I don't know. Probably not ready to deal with the world around you, I guess. Yo says, so you doing fanny packs or what? No, no fanny packs. No fanny packs. I bet Hot Koch is always the most popular person at party. See, I'll bet you, you know what? I'll bet you, Dr. Zeno, I'll bet you the whole reason the Hawk doesn't go by his real original name is exactly the reason that I'm talking about right here. I'll bet you. I'll bet you he was picked on a lot in school, and so he changed his name later on in life. There probably came a point in time where he says, you know what? I'm tired of being picked on all the time. I want to be a different person. And so he probably changed his name to Hot Koch, and he probably got different responses from people because of his name being changed. I'm almost betting there's a story there. And I would love to interview him to talk to him about it, see if I couldn't drill down to it and really see if I could get him to open up about it. Dr. Zena says, I've learned to embrace my inner loserness, and it makes me a badass. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's right, Kathy. Concentration screws me up. Yokafrida says teachers don't grow because they expect all children are the same. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. I know that it's just that it's very difficult for the teachers to be able to teach to all these, kids that have different methods of learning. It's almost better if you could take kids of the same kind of learning styles and throw them into classes, but then you'd need more teachers and, now you're talking about overloading the system with kids in certain special learning groups and so they can't do that kind of stuff. So it's not really the teacher's fault. It's more budgetary problems. Javi says, I grew up with a kid that farted 90% of the time till the seventh grade. Then his parents homeschooled him after that. That's sad. Forrest says, can someone explain the Hawk Koch? Hawk Koch is one of our board members, Forrest. It's not an inside joke. It's actually probably one of our least inside jokes. It's that I get names wrong so often that when I saw Hawk Koch's name and I got it right without getting it wrong, and everybody else figured I was probably saying it wrong, and it just has that sound, that Hawk Koch kind of sound. It just became kind of a bit after a while to where I just kind of envisioned Hawk Koch as being um, kind of one of those people when he walks into a room, he goes, "Hi, I'm Hot Koch. Nice to meet you," and he shakes your hand like real hard. Well, then we watched a YouTube video, and it turns out Hot Koch sounds almost like what it is that I was saying, and kind of comes off as that kind of guy that I kind of thought he might come off as just by the name. ABC says, Casey, who do you think is controlling price at the moment? Institutions, hedge funds, apes, or Hot Koch? I'm going to go with we've got a little bit of a balancing of the powers right now, and I don't believe the institutions are controlling it as much as they were. And the reason that I say that is you're seeing massive amounts of off-exchange trades not occurring as much, right? So it's like 10 almost 10% lopped off right off the bat since the announcement, and so I would tend to think that there might be a little bit more control now in favor of hedge funds. So as the boss says, I can tell you're much happier with us. I am happy with you guys. You guys are a great group of people. I'm telling you right now. I've gone around to a lot of different places, space calls, Reddit, um, uh, YouTube chats, and like I don't know why it is, but you guys are the best. And I'm not just saying that. I really legitimately believe that the group of people that come to this channel or who are attracted to this channel are some pretty intelligent people. Vince, as far as the rest of this week goes, as far as the options are kind of pointing towards a close somewhere between $20 and $30 by the end of this week. So I wouldn't expect too much more than that. But yeah, I'm just gonna say that. That's probably the best I can give you. However, if price were to suddenly start moving up quickly, it would make a lot of sense. I think there's a lot of long institutions that need shares or going to need shares soon, and I would imagine that they're probably loading up on call options and then probably planning on running price here soon. Dr. Zeno, I like your composed poem. I don't think it is, Tom. I don't think that's what makes you guys great, though. It's not because you admire me. Um, it's something different, though. There's a difference. Don't you guys feel like there's more respect in here? I feel like there's more respect in here between individuals. I know we have our spats on occasions, like you see people flare up on politics or, this, that, or the other, whatever it might be. But the respect level in here for each other and valuation of each other and what it is that you have to say is absolutely so much higher than any other place I've ever been. And I don't know why that is. I wish I could understand why that is, but it's there. I see it. I don't know why. Doctor says we just tolerate you. I don't think I'd like to say it's because I'm a great moderator, but I haven't done anything. I haven't moderated you guys. Like I tell you, like there's every once in a while I'll step in and be like, all right, enough is enough, and we're on the same side here. But I don't really feel like I moderate though. There's not. There's just it's like somebody else said. Who was the first person? Tom. Tom said it. It's a mutual respect. There's a mutual respect in this chat that is above anything else that I've seen anywhere else. And it's not me. It's not me, guys. It really isn't. Ariel says, the one thing I'm learning very quickly in my career is that everyone has an opinion regarding education because we have all been students. Try to spend some time on the other side of the desk. Yeah. And I feel for teachers, Yale. I really, really, really feel for teachers. They're stuck in between a rock and a hard place. You got budgets that are screwing you guys over. You guys are barely making any money as it stands. Man, I feel bad for teachers. I really do. I think it sucks. Dr. Tina says, you did piss me off once, Shaw, but I really didn't care. I'm sorry I pissed you off, man. It happens. We're not always gonna see eye to eye, I promise. Only in Paradise says it's your awesome therapist voice and alcoholic laugh. What the hell? What the hell does an alcoholic laugh sound like? Now I'm gonna have to go back and like re-listen to my voice. I don't know that I could pick out an alcoholic's laugh, but that's really funny though. Manjit says, I feel like people don't understand what people go through when they have ADD, PTSD, depression, anxiety, extra, unless you've been there. It's kind of like the whole teacher thing. You don't know what it's like to be a teacher until you've been it. Yeah, empathy. Empathy is having empathy for people who you aren't in their shoes or you've never been in their shoes is important. Kathy Kathy says it's ice cubes. I'm not a leader, Yucca. I'm not a leader. Kathy, I think you're right. It's the ice cubes. I'm gonna blame it on the ice cubes. that I'm chewing in your ear. I feel like the wheeze is gone now, Roseanne. The wheeze used to be much, much worse in my laugh, but it was the COVID, and I used to call it the COVID laugh. I feel like it's kind of gone now. Peanut butter. Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. We got a little bit of time. I'm gonna put up a poll. I want to see. Wait a minute. I don't know if peanut butter is one word or two. Whatever. Don't laugh at me. Peanut butter. Hold on a second. I feel like it's two. I've got two written in here. All right. It's such a random poll, but I'm just kind of curious. Maybe this is what's gonna be the uniting factor here. Peanut butter, smooth or crunchy? That's the question. LA, you're welcome. It's never a dumb question, Captain, unless you ask it twice. How is the amount of turnover higher than the outstanding shares? Let me see. You stumped me. Something's not right though, because the percentage turnover is only 11.43, which actually is that looks like it's pretty darn close. I don't know. Yeah, that should be pretty darn close. The percentage is right, but the actual turnover. Let me think here for a second. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. 6419. Hold on, I might have the answer. 6419. 10%. Let me see. 11.46. Let me just see something real quick here. 59.21 times, we'll just say an average price, we'll say 22.30. No, that's not right. Oh, maybe it is. Oh, yeah. That might be it. Hold on. Divide this by 2. 660. That's really close. That number is really, really close because I'm getting 643. That might be value. Hold on a second. I'm going to have to look up turnover. Hold on a second. I bet you that's probably the answer. It's money. It's valuation, not volume in shares. Nope, it doesn't say valuation. It says share turnover is calculated by dividing the average number of shares traded over a given period of time by the average number of total outstanding shares for that same period. Okay. By the average number of total outstanding shares for that same period. So because our turnover percentage is 11.52%, then I would have to do the math, and my brain is really fried right now, but I bet you that, based off of what I just read to you right there, that should give you the answer that you need. I'd have to pull up some math and do some math right now, but like like 3 shots in and really, really tired. And it would be super simple math, but you'd be laughing at me that I can't do it probably right now. But that's the formula. Divide the average number of shares traded. So the average number of shares traded, I would assume, since we're going for the daily, would be 59.62 million. So that number divided by the average number of total outstanding shares for that same period. The total outstanding amount of shares for the same period, average total outstanding shares, would be the total amount of shares in existence, right? That seems like it would come out to, it's going to come out to a percentage, right? It's just going to be 59.67 divided by the 515, which is going to give you 11.58, which is pretty darn close to 11.55. It's got to be what it is then. It's got to be valuation then, because I'm getting the turnover percentage is 11.56, which is right. But if you look at the turnover value in here, the value is $648 million worth, because if you take the average share price for the amount of shares that were traded, then you come up with total amount of shares traded for the day is 59.77. You actually put in the numbers times the average share price, which we'll just put in the current price, which is pretty close probably, and then divide it by 2, giving you 676, and it's showing 648. So I'm probably guessing too high on the average price. So that's probably how you could probably reverse figure the average price per share for the day by taking the valuation and then God, I can't believe I just did this in front of you guys. I think the alcohol helped, but I'm pretty sure that's valuation. Kathy says no one's laughing at you. Now I feel all self-conscious, but I think it might be valuation because the percentage is working out correctly. I would guess that it's valuation. You guys keep saying Pantheon. Oh, there he is. I see his name now. I missed it. Pantheon, how's it going, man? Good to see you. We did not trip out. We did not trip SSR today, Keto. We were close. We were really, really, really close. We hit. Let me get rid of the Bollinger Bands. But we hit 2174, and SSR tripped at 2156. So we were 8 pennies off. No. What am I saying? 28 pennies off. 18 pennies. I can't count. 18 pennies off. Hey, Thick, next time I don't talk about reverse repo because I miss it or something. Like, make sure I see it. Beach Guy says you need thick skin and right demeanor to put yourself out there like Casey and Boss. I'll bet you Boss has way thicker skin than I have. I'm just throwing that out there. Yucca, are you Russian, Yucca? A homemade waffle with fresh peaches? What? Dude, that sounds really tasty right now. And I'm not even high, I promise. I have had 3 shots in the last hour, but that sounds really good. You know, it feels like a breakfast for dinner kind of night. Thanks, Thick. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm asking if you're Russian. People that, wow, that's an interesting perspective, Dr. Zeno. People, and you're probably not wrong. People that get mad easily and show anger are usually the most thin-skinned of all. That's probably pretty true. I hadn't thought about that. Roseanne, good night. Get some great rest. Ooh, Hydra Snake said add bacon. Peach waffles, fresh peach waffles and bacon. Oh man, Hydra Snake, you're killing me. I feel like I'm gonna have to make waffles for dinner now. Yucca, you don't have to say that. Come on. Nicaragua though, that's cool. Mm. All right, I'm gonna tell a quick little story because I have just a little bit of time, and I think probably Pantheon and any of you guys from Canada, I almost said Canada. Those of you from Canada will take a liking to this. But my parents took me for a ski trip to Vermont one time, and we stayed in a bed and breakfast place where they served a real maple syrup from Canada, and my we all liked it. It was really super good. It was delicious as heck. And my parents bought like I want to say they bought like 3 or 4 gallons of this maple syrup to bring back home. And my mom used that maple syrup every single time she made pancakes or waffles or whatever. And it was so gross. Like, I can't eat real maple syrup to this day. I just can't. It's just not there. Sometimes you can ruin a good thing by having too much. And so for me, it's only the fake thick syrup now. I can't I can't do the real stuff. So just letting you guys know, don't ruin a good thing in case you ever get some real maple syrup. It's almost like water. It's real thin. If you ever get some of it, don't ruin it for yourself. Oh, you're saying I have 3 shots every day, Roseanne, at the end of the day. No, I'm not disliking you, Yucca Freed. Not at all. I missed your comment. Let me see. Casey, no, you're fine. I was just curious if you're from Russia. You said SSR. I know. Does Smooth win? 60-40, Smooth over Crunchy. Hmm. For me, it depends on what it's in. Pantheon says, next up, Casey disgraces the noble beaver. I'm telling you, Pantheon, it's good stuff. That's why I'm telling people not to ruin it for themselves. I'm saying that the maple syrup is the best syrup ever. It really, truly, and honestly is. Don't ruin a good thing by buying 6 gallons of it and having it every single morning. Because there is too much of a good thing. The noble beaver. All right, guys, I'm going to end this poll. 60-40, Smooth wins over Crunchy. For me, it depends on what it is that I'm having it in. Sometimes I like Crunchy and sometimes I like Smooth. I know that's such a PC answer. If I'm having honey in my honey in it, I want Smooth. Bananas, I want Smooth. And and if it's just straight up peanut butter by itself, crunchy. But I hate to do this to you guys, but it's time. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Happy hump day tomorrow. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets. Go walk your dog or something, for crying out loud. Or go see a movie. That might even be a better idea and help support the company you're in supporting right now. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. almost heaven. West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountain, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads, all my memories gather around her. Mine is lady, stranger to blue water, dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Misty taste of moonshine, teardrop in my eye. Country roads take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads, I hear her voice